arcades to our homes, we felt the thrill. Uppercuts and shadows fighting for the kill. Blood on the screen, a scream in the night. Test your might, it was love at first fight. Joysticks clashing in a digital storm. Combat was chaos breaking every norm. Now the legends return, no need to pretend. From MK1 to the deadly Alliance end. This is the Legacy Collection, feel the flame. Every fatal memory, every name. Scorpion's wrath to Sub-Zero's ice. A collective of legends, brutal and precise. Raise your fist, let the past ignite. Finish the match under moonlit light. One more round this time for respect. The legacy lives on, flawless and perfect. Kano's grin, Kitana's fan. The Lin Kui clash with Shaolin stand. The realms collide, the stakes are high. The scream of Zindel, the dragon in the sky. Friendships, barbarities, mercy and gore. We played for honor and maybe just one more. The music, the moves, the pixelated fight. A tribute to warriors born of the night. This is the Legacy Collection, feel the flame. Every fatal memory, every name. Scorpion's wrath to Sub-Zero's ice. A collective of legends, brutal and precise. Raise your fist, let the past ignite. Finish the match under moonlit light. One more round this time for respect. The legacy lives on, flawless and perfect. Kano's grin, Kitana's fan. The Lin Kui clash with Shaolin stand. The realms collide, the stakes are high. The scream of Zindel, the dragon in the sky. Friendships, probabilities, mercy and gore. We played for honor and maybe just one more. The music, the moves, the pixelated fight. A tribute to warriors born of the night. Reptiles lurking, smoke in the air. Noob Saibot stare will strip your soul bare. The timeline bends, but the story stands. A saga reborn by our own hands. This is the Legacy Collection, hear the cry. Mortal Kombat forever, it'll never die. From Shao Kahn's throne to Raiden's spark. We kept the flame lit deep in the dark. Raise your fist, let nostalgia bite. Choose your destiny, choose to fight. One last match for the ones we respect. The legacy lives on, flawless and perfect.
Mortal Kombat lives.
There he is. All right.
Here we go. All right, there we go. I have my microphone muted. What's happening, bro?
Nothing. Are we live now or are we going live in a sec? We're live?
We are live right now. Live and at 5.
Oh, he's got Macca's.
Mm-hmm.
But you do have that paper straw, don't you?
Yeah.
Going on.
Yeah, it's already...
You know what?
It's already getting fucking soggy already, man.
Let me tell you something about Japan. They don't do that paper shit. I had about 5 chocolate milkshakes while I was there, and I wanted to ask them for some straws, but it's just too difficult, and I don't want to mess with their efficiency. Like, they're very efficient people. But I so wanted to say, can I just have 100 straws? Genuine McDonald's plastic straws with the red and the yellow stripe down the side.
That would be very cool.
Amazing.
That would be very
yes.
cool, man.
Japan rules.
So, so we got a lot of people in the chat. How you going, everyone? Also, we have Ringy back. Welcome back, Ringy. Ringy has had he decided to kick 50 ninjas and hurt his ankle. I hope you're going okay, bro. Hope you're feeling all better. So it's good to see you back. You know, large and in charge, right? So, but yeah, no, this is cool. So I figure we're going to be probably talking about a lot about this stuff. You can see, like, I'm sharing it anyway. But I just reacted to your video. It'll go up like tomorrow. But,
oh, great.
But yeah, dude, I'm getting haters as well. It's fucking weird.
It's weird.
It's so weird, man.
Do you think that they're the people that only like the new Mortal Kombat and the other one's old?
Yeah, I think that there are going to be people, I think, that are like that. Yeah, I think there are people like that where they're just like, you know.
What's their problem?
I don't know. Maybe it's because, like, maybe some people, I don't know, it's just a guess, that they don't want to acknowledge, like, the fact of these great old games, right? You know, so it's like, you know, having to acknowledge that, you know, maybe, just maybe, the past really is the greatest era of MK, right? And it doesn't matter how many times they've, you know, they try and, like, you know, sugarcoat it or push certain, you know, or like thought processes to justify the slop that we've been getting, that in the end, it really is the old shit, whether it be from 2D or the 3D era, you know, even with MK9. Shout out
New
to
membership.
Yep, shout out to Kenyatta. Ali, welcome to the family of fate. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, so you might notice I'm wearing this Nerd Cage Live shirt from Jay's podcast.
I did. I'm gonna get one of them, man.
This is the one I picked. I picked this one. You never see a shirt with Fatality 100,000 points in the MK1 font. It was the only MK that had scoring and points.
Yep.
I grew up, as you know, MK1's my favorite by a hair between MK1 and 2.
Yeah.
But to see this on a shirt was like so good. I said to him, I have to have that shirt. Seriously. I always see Fatality, the other one, the MK2 one or the 3 one or the 4 one or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But I've never ever seen a shirt with this on it from MK1. And this is what started it all. And as you can see, it's very low key in the original game. It's just in green.
Yep.
This is how it is in the arcade when you do a Fatality. It's just Fatality. It's a bonus. It's a green, like,
yeah,
bonus. You know what I mean? It wasn't even red. It didn't drip with blood. You know, none of that stuff.
So, Mike Hollow with the £5 3D supremacy. Well, you know, I mean, you know what listen, we'll let the younger folk enjoy the 3D. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to be a boomer, right? I'm not going to...
No 3D without 2D.
That's true. Yeah, because 2 comes before 3, you know. So,
well,
yeah.
I always have to say this to my friend. We always argue about Street Fighter and MK, and I say, look, I might not be the biggest Street Fighter fan, but I will say this. There'd be no MK if there wasn't any Street Fighter. So everything has its place, and I don't think Street Fighter's a bad game. Personally, I just like MK more.
I did a reaction. It was a big reaction, because MK Tom Brady was over on Mike's stream, breaking down a tier list for where he was placing all the games, and
interesting.
I got some bad news for you, man. He put, so this is the top tier list, right? So
I'm sure he put MK1 down the bottom. I know.
No, we at the top level we had like MK Trilogy, we had MK2, I think Ultimate MK3 was there. But at the very beginning of all of that, he put MK Deadly Alliance above,
as number 1,
as above those other games. And listen, man, I had to say something
Hang on. I don't think Deadly Alliance is as bad as you think.
It is.
It's not. It's slow. It's a bit clunky. That's all. But
Yeah.
it's actually pretty well designed. Like all the combos and stuff. I don't like the like electronic barrier that's around the thing. That went in by the time we got to Deception. I think Deception's a lot more polished version of Deadly Alliance. I'm surprised he didn't put Deception up there. But I think Deception had a few more glitches and combo. You know, the elite players find this stuff more, but more like the, you know, infinites and stuff, I guess you'd say.
Yeah, well, see, that's the thing. Like, see, like, especially back then, like I was the MK guy in the friend group. I had another friend that was the Tekken guy, another friend that was the Street Fighter guy, right? And so we all like would, you know, play all the different games, but each one had their own, like, it was our jam, you know. And you know, to have a 3D MK, maybe some people wanted a 3D Mortal Kombat. You know, maybe that's why, you know, they were happy, you know, when 3D MK came out, because then you got basically a Tekken, you know, you got a Tekken catalog, right? You got all of these, you know, tons of different moves, but that's also when they changed the button system as well. We lost the high punch, high kick, low punch, low kick.
Yeah. One before, whatever,
you know,
yeah.
And so, you know, it was, and it was you actually that has been the one that's been telling me for a long time that in order for them to compete in the home market against other 3D fighters, they had to go the 3D route.
They sort of, yeah, you sort of have to do it. I mean, you got to keep, well, this is what I personally think, and maybe it's wrong. If you come into the home market, right, where you don't have a foothold, right?
Yeah.
If you come in first step and your game is too far away from the other fighters, it's very risky, right? That people might not play your game, even if it's great. They might not play it, right?
Yep.
Whereas if you just have a bit of that similarity to the other games, and I'm not saying make it the same, I'm definitely not, and you put the MK flavor in, I feel like that's enough to get people's interest and be like, this is an MK game. It's got stuff that's, you know, from the other games, sort of like basic fundamentals, right? And I feel like they had to do that, being that they were leaving the arcade scene and entering the home market, you know, so I was really happy with Deadly Alliance. I had a lot of fun with that game. The only thing was the single fatalities got boring after a long time. You know what I mean? But
yeah.
I actually really liked the fighting style in it. I actually thought the pace was pretty good. I liked the weapon combat, the style switching. I had a lot of fun with that game.
Yeah. It was funny because I can't remember which version of Sub-Zero has the karateka stance. I can't remember if that was in Armageddon or Deception, or it might have been all three. I don't know. But he's got
Shotokan or something. Shotokan.
Yeah, something like that. And it's so weird because he's a fucking ninja, right? And he's doing a front stance, right? Because this was what we used to teach in Taekwondo. And he's fully opened up his face, like he's walking like chest front, you know, across the map. It's like, man, no ninja's doing that shit, right? I've looked into a lot of ninjutsu back in the day, trained a little bit, you know, with a couple of classes because my friend was going. There ain't no front stance in fucking ninjutsu. It just isn't. You know, so it was kind of weird that, like, you know, some of the stances that they put on certain characters, some of them didn't really fit. You know, like they didn't fit the actual, you know, the aesthetic of the character.
It's interesting you say that because Carlos Pazina was the guy doing all the stuff on Deadly Alliance. So he was doing the mocap, right?
Yeah.
And if you go through the crypt, there's even several photos with like the weapons and stuff with the balls on them, your motion capture balls and stuff. But there's several shots of him doing poses from that type of martial art. So I thought that's something they actually would have got right. But I don't know. You're saying 100% that there's no such thing as a front stance on.
Well, it's
ninjutsu?
so in a fight, right? Like, so when we used to in Taekwondo, right? Like we the reason why you do things like front stances and stuff like that, they'd be part of the tage, which was the Korean name for the kata,
yeah.
Right? So you'd be doing, like, I don't know if like people can see this, right? I'll kind of demonstrate, right? So you'd be like this, like in this sort of stance.
Like
right?
that.
And
but remember, my dad was an instructor, just for the chat.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
Dad was a Taekwondo instructor, black belt to Dan.
Yeah. Yeah,
He
so
went to the first Taekwondo school in Australia, Taekwondo, the
yeah.
very first one.
Yeah, so he'll
So,
know. Yeah, so when I was a kid, I trained in Moonlee, and then I trained in Sunbay, right?
Mhm.
And so when you're doing like front stance and you're moving like in in stances like that, this is all like for, it's almost like perfection of moves. Like so you're practicing your moves, you're getting your snap right, for different blocks or punches or whatever, right? But you're never gonna fight, like that. The purpose when you
no.
fight, the goal is to reduce the amount of body mass that you have against your opponent, so there's less to hit. It also means too that when you're on your fighting stance like this, right? So this is sort of quick and crude, I know, but like when you're like in a fighting stance, right? You roughly have like your hands roughly the same size. This is what we were taught. You don't overextend. You're not doing that. You're pulling in a bit close. That
No,
way,
because then they can grab your hand. Yeah, and pull
there's
it in.
there's also a bit of give there as well. So if they do hit
Yep.
you, then there's a give there. If you put it right against your rib cage, there's a chance to crack a rib. Also,
That's right.
with this hand here, you don't hold it close to your chest. If they hit that, smack straight into
No,
your
you have
chest.
to hold it away. Yeah.
So you hold it like this, but there's less room here. So you're fighting like on the side, obviously with proper stance. You're never going to be fighting like in the front stance. So when you look at Sub-Zero when he's walking like this towards you.
Yeah,
And
I do remember seeing that.
And it's like
Yeah.
this. Nah,
You
you're
know,
a damn
you know what it
ninja.
probably is? It's probably the walking animations they probably didn't get right. They probably just picked something and went, okay, that's it. But when they're stopped, they're probably
Yeah.
doing the right poses when they're stopped and going,
Not even
you
that.
know.
No,
Really? No,
no,
that's wrong. Okay.
No,
I don't know.
I listen. I could probably load it up and see because I'm.
I mean, I know Taekwondo, but like I don't know anything else.
It's like when you do tournament taekwondo, right? So tournament taekwondo, like so standard taekwondo that we get updated and stuff from Korea was all about this, like what you do on the street, right? Tournament taekwondo was like this, right? So what you're doing is you're protecting like the scoring points, right? Because you got the 3 dots. You're protecting them, and then when you change stance, you're swapping like this, to protect. They also taught different kicks as well. So normally, like when you do a front kick in standard taekwondo, you're keeping your back relatively straight while you're kicking forward and maintain center of gravity balance. But in tournament taekwondo, what you're doing is you're leaning right back and you're kicking out like this because you're taking your targets away from them in case they try and do a slap kick on you as well, and you're trying to do it as well. And I tell you what, when we ran some tournaments like in the dojo, holy shit! You know who were the most brutal? The women. The women were the most brutal, dude, because they had the flexibility and they
they do.
they were just kicking the shit. They were kicking lampshades, right? Kicking all.
Well, I mean, when you play games and you play the female character, normally the female character is faster and more agile, and that's not really too far away from like some of the female people in the world, people like Cynthia Rothrock and stuff that do stuff like that. So it's not a far cry from what they're based on.
Shout out to No Cage Live, who's going to be hosting and interviewing Cynthia Rothrock in a couple of weeks, I think, give or take.
Yeah.
Absolute martial art legend, Cynthia Rothrock. So that's going to be awesome to watch.
Yeah, I spoke to her. She was cool. I spoke to her in Melbourne.
She looks real chill.
She was really nice. Yeah, she was cool. She could probably have destroyed anybody in the room. That's why. So
yeah.
She had anything to worry about.
There's this one martial art movie. It's always been my favorite, right? And it's I think it was a once. I know he did some other ones, right? Jeff Speakman, but it's called The Perfect Weapon, right? And it's got I can't remember. I think what's his name? Can't remember his name. It's this little Asian dude, elderly fellow that's usually shown up in a lot of the martial art Asian films back in the day. And The Perfect Weapon's great because his I think he's like some mentor he has gets like taken out by this local like mafia gang, right? And and so then he goes to investigate, and then of course he gets embroiled in this sort of big web and shit like that. of what's going on, and it is some of the best, like the best fighting I've seen. It's so fucking good. Jeff Speakman, oh, he's a machine. Like there's this one part where he goes into this gym, and he takes on like these three like Asian dudes. One of them I think was in Best of the Best. He was on the Korean team. He's absolutely brilliant martial artist. And he like takes on like three of these dudes, and they're just fucking machines too, man. Like, I love that era of martial arts, man. It was so good. It was so good.
My dad told me a story once. Did you ever hear about Mr. Ree from Ree Taekwondo?
No.
Okay, so Mr. Ree, he passed away last year, actually.
Oh shit! Really?
Year.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah. So Mr. Ree brought Taekwondo to Australia. He was the first. Right. Now, what Mr. Ree would do, he would grade everyone. So my dad was graded by Mr. Ree. I was there. I was very young. I remember being there. You know how everyone sits in the hall in a square?
Yep.
And then at the front, Mr. Ree's there, and there was basically, it was right out of Mortal Kombat, bro. My dad had to break all the boards. He missed one, but he still passed. He had to break all the boards for his black belt to become instructor.
Yep.
And then he had to do test your might. No joke.
Yep.
I'm not kidding. Like, I think it was 10 tiles, and they put a blanket on top so you don't cut up your hand. But yeah, single strike, you had to break them all, and he did.
Yeah.
I still remember that vividly, seeing your dad just like power through, like, they don't even do that anymore because OHS, right? They're not allowed to do that shit anymore. But
oh really? I didn't know that.
No, that's what someone told me when I was working at the computer store next door. That guy was doing martial arts, and he told me, yeah, they don't do that anymore. So anyway, he told me this story once, and it was that basically, this is what he told me. Mr. Ree was somewhere in America, somewhere very sort of, let's say, racist. I don't know. That's southern. He's an Asian man, right?
Yep.
And they started some shit, and he walked in there, and he was just sitting down at a table, just having a drink or whatever, eating some. And it's sort of like out of like, I don't know, like a Steven Seagal film, where like four like rednecks walk up and go, "We don't want your kind around here," sort of bullshit, right?
Yeah.
And he just told him to go away or something.
Yep.
And then they tried it on with him, right? This man demolished them. There was a fight, and he beat the absolute shit out of them and broke the table in the process. He split the table in half.
Jeez.
He walked up to the bar, and he dropped like $1,000 in the bar and went, "Sorry about the table," and then walked out. I'm like, holy fuck. My dad told me that story. That apparently really happened.
Yeah,
somewhere in America.
Yeah, we so yeah, that's interesting if they don't do the test your might stuff, because I did it, right? So they generally like you generally don't train for what do you call it, for the test your might stuff, so the breaking of the boards. Before we continue, Mike Hollow said, "A Total NK, I didn't apologize to you before. Just want to say sorry and bury it as well. I'll remove your video from my channel when I get home from the gym." Shout out to Mike.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate that.
That's cool, brother. So
we can move on. Move forward.
Now, I do have a photo. I don't have it on the computer, but I should scan it, right? It's when I actually did like my board break. I can't remember. That? No, sorry, tile break. Tile break. Yeah. So we never trained for it because it was a test of courage, right? So you were taught the techniques. You were taught either like fist, knife hand, reverse knife hand, but you were never like, you didn't train for it because it was a test of courage. You had to walk up to it and just like not let that fear. And I smashed them all, but like that was full on, and in front of everyone too. It's not like by yourself in front of just like the head instructor. Like you got a whole crowd watching and shit.
It's mind over power, really, right? Because you can't let the thought, and I haven't done it, you have, right? But from what I saw of my dad and everything, right? And tell me if I'm wrong. you can't let a thought of, oh, I don't want to hurt my hand sort of get into your mind. It's like, no, my hand is now a powerful weapon that I've been training for
Yeah.
so long now that it's time to show that power and in one strike go all the way through and not even think about
Yeah.
anything else all the way through one hit. Bang.
Yeah. There's a reason, like when we used to do push-ups, and this was something I learnt when I was young and then relearnt when I was training again in the second school, was that like, so people normally do push-ups on their hands, right? But you'll notice that when you put a push-up, guess what it does? Is it bends your wrists, right? So we always used to train by doing push-ups on our knuckles, which doesn't hurt as much as you think it would. Like, it really doesn't. But the reason for that is because it strengthens like the whole wrist area. So when you hit, right, it's a one unit. It's not going to bend, either way. Like, it's going to be, it just strengthens that wrist. So when you hit, right, you're powering down, through it. But you got to twist. That's the other thing too. You don't pull your fist up like this and just hit down. What you're actually, I'll try and demonstrate if I can. Hopefully I won't fuck it up. But essentially what you're doing is like you're coming, so the boards, like if the tiles are here, right? Hang on, I'll make myself nice and big, right? If the tiles are here, what you're doing is you're twisting in this part here, right? So as soon as you hit the tile, that's the tile there. By the time you've twisted, you're hitting with those two knuckles right there.
Yeah, the first two.
And you kind of go bang, and you just drive down, and yeah, man, it's a trip. It's a trip, man. So
I think my dad has a photo of someone else breaking the tiles because I asked him. I said, "Do you have a photo of that? Because I want to show people." Because I just think it's cool.
Yeah.
They don't do that anymore. And I think he has a photo of someone else doing the break, not him, unfortunately. And because I'm so old and my dad's old, we come from the era, obviously, of not everyone had a mobile phone. It was snapshot camera. Sort of bullshit. So
we
like that.
We used to do like practice on board breaking, and it was so fun. Like, board breaking was really like a lot of anxiety, right? Because if you were really good at board breaking, the people holding the boards wouldn't have anything to worry about. Because to hold a board, I don't know if I can sort of display it properly. Maybe
it's
I
like
can.
this, right?
Yeah. So you're kind of doing this, right? So
full extension.
The board is here, and you kind of like your fingers are kind of like doing this at the top and bottom, right?
Yeah.
And if you got someone that isn't, let's just say, they haven't got their heel, right? Smack bang in the middle where it's supposed to break on the grain. Fuck, man. Like, you're like, motherfucker. I'll fucking break tiles any day, but that shit, man, it's like, you're like this. You're waiting for the board to break, and it's like, bang, oh, motherfucker. Like,
I think we've got a few boards around the house somewhere from my dad's time in Taekwondo, but I think there's like drawing and stuff on them. I think I drew on them as a kid, or my sister did, or something. I don't know. There's drawing and weird stuff on them, like stick figure man and stuff.
Well, now they've got like like collapsible boards. So like as long as you so they'll set them up, and then as long as you hit them in the right spot, then they'll collapse. And then you stick them back together. Just shit like that. I mean, I wouldn't even know what else they got now. I didn't know that they got rid of the tile breaking. I guess it kind of makes sense in a way, but like, I'm kind of old school, man. I mean, that was just part of it.
Yeah.
That was just part of the training, and I know for black belt we had to fight. I think we had to fight continuous black belts. It wasn't full contact. It was like kind of semi. But you kind of like, you just, you start fighting, and then they call in another one, and they dip out, and the next one come in, dip out, come in, like, and it was just a case of like, like it was like the endurance match. It was literally an endurance match, to see how well you could do, and
I tell you what. As a young child, you never forget your dad putting his fist through 10 tiles in one hit. I have a photographic memory of that.
Yeah.
I wish I could press print. I remember just seeing him do it. I was like, as a kid, I was like,
that fucking. Hang on, hey, you take over the chat for a bit. I'm gonna see if I can find the photo. Hang on.
Yeah, cool. All right. So who we got in the chat? Moving forward is the way 100%. Exactly. I think it'll be. Yeah, it's going to be good now. Fate and Mike have made up. Mike's apologized to me. That's good. I know Mike likes links too, so you know that opens. I mean, there was never a problem there. I just sort of stepped aside, but that's good now. Everything's all good. So Sub-Zero Freeze Ball, Ice Ball Power, Tom Brady tier list of MK was interesting. I really want to see this tier list. I really, really want to see this tier list. Very interesting. You put Deadly Lines first. Above MK2, though. At least he's got MK2 up there, though. I do think MK2 is great. Bullets don't hit back. Exactly, Bristly. Sub-Zero can freeze the floor and you will slip. You will slip unless you have mastered your environment, which is something you learn when you do martial arts. And obviously, you need to get out of the way of the frozen floor. Hey, Christian, how's it going? Oh, we've just been talking martial arts. Wait, back.
I found him.
Here we go.
You found him? Yeah, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a photo with my phone, right? And then I'll put them on the computer while we're talking, and then I'll bring them up, because they're kind of...
That's the way to do it.
They're kind of faded. Fuck, I don't even know. These must have been like...
It's good that you're digitizing them now. Don't delete them. So you've got them backed up.
Yeah. So I'll take the photo, because that'll be...
You don't want to lose those, man.
That'll be fucking cool. Just in case anyone's like, fucking Fate never did that shit. Oh, yeah, I fucking did. And I fucking did, and I'm just about to prove it. So, I'm just gonna take that. I don't want to have the flash on. Wait for the flash.
No, flash off. Flash off and light the photo well. Yeah,
wait for
better.
Wait for the flash.
And you won't get the gloss.
Yeah. So, all right, hang on. All right, keep talking, just while I get all this sorted out.
Yeah, no worries. MK Christian's in the chat. My mum knows about the Mortal Kombat pack of games. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Christian's been asking me how much it costs. I don't have any pricing yet. I don't have any of that information yet. That'll be closer to release, Christian. We won't know until then. I don't know. You probably want to get ahead of it and save up and stuff, but I can't tell you anything until that time. Probably. I've actually been in contact with WB about getting the trailer to put on my channel. I know I could just upload it and rip it off another channel, but I don't like to do that if they haven't set the trailer out. So we'll see what happens with that. But if they don't give me the trailer, it's alright. I'll just keep talking about the game.
Here's I bought a new blanket today, right? Because it's getting fucking chilly up here, right? And I decided.
Oh, it's so cold down here.
I decided, but it comes in like a blanket bag, so I decided to like put that on my head, right? Because why the fuck not? Anyway, so all right, hang on, we're almost there. Hang on. All right.
At MK4 and N64 a couple of times, but never bought it. Man, I love MK4. I played that so much on N64. Seriously, I played it a lot, like heaps. One of our favorite things was to pick Reptile and do the classic ninja skin, the like fluoro green one. That was awesome. Yeah. What was it? 3 times?
Oh god, man, these fucking photos. This is like.
When will the collection come out? I don't think they've said when. We assume it's going to be before the movie drops, which is October. They're saying.
It'd be nice if it was September or something.
Yeah.
That'd be sweet.
Yep. It would be.
Fuck, man. This is me when I had fucking hair.
So someone disappointed me and corrected me and said, "Oh, there's no rollback net code for the portable versions of the game," and I'm like, "Oh, spewing."
Who said that?
No, it's true. I look. They put it in my comments, and they said it was on the PlayStation blog, and I went and looked it up, and the PlayStation blog says the arcade version and the console versions will have rollback code, but it doesn't talk about the portable versions. So most likely the Game Boy versions won't have it. Spewing.
Well, you never know.
Yeah, unless they do it.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. Hang on.
Anyway, I did a video on today, and I confirmed it. What are your thoughts on MK Trilogy HD 4K remake? Are they doing that? This is unofficial.
Yeah, so that was something that Joe was working on from My Ballistic a few years back to see if they could get approval from Warner Brothers and NetherRealm to go ahead and do it.
If they didn't approve it, it's going to be a conflict of interest, and they better be really careful.
Yeah. No, well, they were basically. I think that what they were doing was that they were showcasing, what they could do, and hopefully seeing if they could get picked up. You know,
Production reel, yeah.
Right, so we're almost done. This is fucking weird because this is me with
This is exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing these. I want to see if it was like my dad's haul. I assume it was.
It's only it's only 2 photos.
I should get my dad on camera one day to talk about martial. I've been thinking about doing this to talk about his taekwondo.
Fuck, man. All right, here we go. Shit.
I had my dad in a video once.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to your dad about some TKD, man.
I made him watch all the fatalities, all the MKX fatalities.
Right, this is rare, right? I wasn't born fucking bald, right? And this is a really old photo, right? This is a really old photo, right?
Old.
So, you'll see it on you'll see it on stream in a minute. That is
you have to grow hair, bro.
Now. So little did I know at the time that I would start getting the hairline that the head instructor there to the right. So the head instructor there is there to the right. And if you got a couple of the other black belts setting up like the tiles that you can see there, right? And this was
holy shit! This looks exactly like what I was saying.
Yeah. So they got the fucking tarp down, right?
Yeah, everyone's sitting with their legs crossed in a square around the hall.
So so this was this was for provisional black. Yeah, because you can see my belt there. I'm on red 3.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
so,
black belt grading always had the breaking the tiles, so that's what they're setting up there, right, on the cinder blocks.
All right, here we go. And because listen, and you know, fate follows through. I've always got my receipts. Right? There we go. Fucking destroyed. Absolutely fucking annihilated every fucking tile.
I'm waiting for the photo. Come on, update, you bastard.
Right.
Why is YouTube so delayed these days? There we go. Damn. Kaboom.
So yeah.
Very nice.
And so you can see over there to the left, there's there's a tall guy standing there.
Yeah.
That was my instructor. Shout out to Master Subbing Greg. So yeah, he trained me when I came back to TKD.
Was this for you to become black belt or to become instructor as well?
So this was to become provisional. So my teaching's kind of interesting, right? So my teaching was basically so my instructor walks in. I think I was red 2 at the time. I'm getting changed out the back, and he's like, yeah, you're taking the class today. And he walked out. And I was like, what? You know, so anyway, but by that stage, I knew how to run the class because I'd been standing up beside him sometimes, you know, to help run the classes. But no, I was actually taking the class. And then what happened over time, he loved his little red MR2, right? And sometimes he might occasionally lose his license, right? So he was very young. He was younger than me at the time. And because he lived all the way across town, you know where Urongapilly is, Uronga,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, Urongapilly, yeah.
Yeah, so you know where I live.
I lived in Indrapilly. I lived in the other Pilly.
Yeah. Right. So, you know, so what happened was that I ended up just getting keys. Right. So I never was given my own club, although I was heading in the direction for it. But I eventually left for a couple of reasons. One being my back, because of my actual back was starting to go because of all the kicking and shit that we were doing. But and the other I was just kind of feeling I don't know. I kind of felt like maybe, you know, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to say that on there. I don't want to say it on there, right? But anyway,
no.
But yeah, this was you know, hang on, what was my train of thought? Shit, what was I saying? I kind
Oh,
of
you're talking about taking the class. You took the class.
yeah. So I ended up just having a set of keys, you know, and then I ended up just taking the class, you know, a lot. You know, it was basically kind of like a trial by fire, you know, and I'd either take like usually on one of the, I think it was on a Tuesday, we'd have like the kids class and then the adult class afterwards. So there'd be like a half-hour break. And that was really cool. I'd have to like, you know, record everyone that was there, take any money, you know, that sort of shit. But yeah, you know, so, but yeah, this is, you know, for the people that ever doubted, and I've got apart from one, like I always got honors, which is the highest rank you could get, because the way I figured it is that I'm learning something very important, very dangerous, and I'm not going to do anything less than that. You know, the only one I got like I think it was a high mark instead of an honors was Hapkido, but I hadn't done much for the training, for the grading for that. But they didn't seem to care all that much, because in this class, sorry, in this particular school at the time, Hapkido was just a secondary, you know, a secondary thing. So, but yes. So yes, I used to train. Yes, I used to teach, and yes, I did test your might. You know, so yeah, I might put that on. Maybe I'll put that on Twitter for people to have a giggle at the fact that I had.
When you took the class, was it just do star jumps for the next half an hour?
Dude, fucking, I tell you what, man, like doing warm-ups in like Taekwondo was crazy. Like some of the shit we used to do, we used to like run in circles and jump up in the air and come down in a starfish on the ground, and then do like 5 push-ups, jump back up, run, you know, when there's another shout.
Everything you're talking about.
Yep, you know, it took about 20 minutes, like for us to like just get super sweaty. And then after that, then we'd start to knuckle in. But yeah, there's
Shout out to DJ Jimmy, who just got a copy of MK9 for his Xbox. Let's go!
Nice, man. Well done. Excellent. Where's the fucking? Actually, I don't want to do that one. Well, I need. Where's my good ones? Where's the air horn? We'll do the birthday shout out one. Here we go. Right. That's really gay. Let's not do that. Let's do Oh, we'll do a train horn. Here we go.
Oh, go on.
Yeah. You'll hit. Yeah. So yeah, that's excellent, DJ. But yeah, so you know, it was yeah, that was good times, man. It was, you know, that really was good times. So yeah.
It really was, because like I was only young back then and I wasn't doing Taekwondo then. But you know, my sister was doing it, my mum was doing it, my dad was doing it. And you know, there's no internet. There wasn't much to do. There was Atari, and there was going to the movies and things like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like, there wasn't. You know, these days it's different. You can do all sorts of things online, and
Yeah.
there's more activities to do. I don't know. I just felt when I was younger, there was a more focus on, I don't know, playing squash, or tennis, or football, or whatever. Right? There was more physical, more focus on sport. Before screens sort of invaded our lives, right?
Yeah.
Video games, movies, iPads, phones, right? Before all this shit, there was a lot of these in-person activities, a lot more. And I grew up with that, you know, so it wasn't uncommon for someone to take martial arts or dancing lessons or something like that, do you know what I mean? Whereas it still goes on now, of course. And there's more martial arts now as well, but I feel like in the old days, there were more people doing those activities more than they would be now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it sort of feels like, yeah, like I think there's a lot more interest now in MMA over like traditional martial arts.
Yeah.
It's a lot more interest in going to the gym. But like I was, fuck man, I probably weighed like 55 kilos, maybe that, maybe a little bit less, bit more, maybe.
Yeah.
I had zero body fat. I could triple kick in the air like I was made of paper. You know, I had no weight to me. You know, I could fly over like stacks of chairs like my height. You know, it was fucking wild shit. I could probably get over one chair now. You know,
one of my Pokemon friends, he does Brazilian jiu-jitsu, or he's trained in it.
Yeah,
or I should say, he doesn't still do it, but he knows a lot about it. And he always says, Once I get you on the ground, you're done.
Yeah.
There's no other martial art that will you can defend against that unless you know Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and you know the way to escape. Like, for example, the triangle. I don't know if you saw a video. There was a video online. I was watching this guy. He's a Trump guy, and some guy came up to flick his hat off like this, like he was mad, but he sort of hit him in the face, and so he pushed him, and then he's like, "Don't push me, man," and then like he tried something, and he just dropped him onto the ground, and immediately put him in the triangle, and everyone's going, "Stop it! You started it!" Even though he didn't, because he slapped the Trump hat off his face and actually hit him in the face in the process of doing that and being a moron. But he can do that sort of stuff, and he knows how to put people unconscious straight away. And he always jokes with me. He goes, "If I catch you, I'll just put you to sleep." He talks like that to me, and I go, but you have to catch me first.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, I like when I grew up watching martial art movies and stuff, and I guess it's a little bit of a fairy tale, I suppose, but I always liked the idea of the master and the student, and that was it. Like, Mcdojos probably were always around, but it really became a thing, maybe in the 2000s, where it realized that, all they cared about was money. I remember asking once about, like there were kids, probably half my height, getting black belt, right? And I'm thinking to myself, dude, you got someone my size running at you full of anger, wanting to kill you. You're gonna run away, right? Like you're gonna be terrified. You know what I mean? And I remember asking this question once in a school, and I said, why are you giving away black belts? Like they're not good. I'm watching their form. They're a bit sloppy on stance and shit like that. Because I was really fucking critical, because I take martial arts seriously. It's like you're learning something that can kill people. So you should be respecting every aspect of it and doing the best you can to make sure that, it is done properly. And they're like, yeah, but, if you only make it that everyone gets honors instead of just, pass marks, then nobody will stick around. And I'm like, yeah. So what?
This is the early days of participation award, bro.
Yep, exactly.
See, I even look back at school. I wasn't athletic at all. I was terrible when I was in primary school, and I would always get some sort of certificate or ribbon or something. Yep. And then I look back at it now, and I'm like, yeah, those were just participation awards. I was fucking terrible back then. I shouldn't have been rewarded with anything. That's not going to make you strive to be better.
Yeah.
Because back then I probably just went, oh, well, at least I got a ribbon or a certificate. At least I got something, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, sure, it might have made me feel good. But in the end, it didn't make me strive to be excellent at that activity. So that's why we shouldn't be doing these things with participation awards. Yep. If you want a trophy or you want something, you got to fucking earn it.
Yep.
That's just the way of the world. That's the way it is. And to teach people that in school, teach them the opposite, where you just get a reward no matter what, and then when you leave the safety of the boundary of the school, in real life that doesn't happen. You want to be good in real life, you got to be good in real life. You can't just expect to then get a ribbon for half-assing it. It doesn't work.
Yeah. Jen asked, he goes, question, Fate, what's in your opinion the better for street defense, kickboxing, boxing, karate, or taekwondo? Ooh, I'm not sure actually. Like, I can only go off my own experience.
From what I know in that question, kickboxing, you're using a lot of power and kicking, a lot of knee. Boxing, you're using your hands a lot. Taekwondo is I think more focused on kicking, even though there is punching and stuff. And karate is sort of everything. So the question was street self-defense. I mean, depends who you're defending yourself against, really, and if they got weapons and stuff. I would say probably karate or taekwondo if they're armed, because you're taught disarm techniques. Well, I don't think that applies to kickboxing or boxing.
So one of the things that we were taught actually is that if somebody's got a weapon, then use your legs. Right, because like your legs are longer than your arms, the bigger the distance between your physical body and their weapon, the better off. So
that's right.
even if they're slashing and you might get some slashes on your legs, that's better than
Yeah.
slashes on your body. Because if you
On
start
your
getting
body,
close
exactly.
with your hands, you're gonna end up in some sort of issues. So
You were taught the knife disarm technique, right?
yeah.
My dad showed me that,
Yeah. So
whatever it is.
it's sort of it kind of it's a, I don't know, like, so when I thought about teaching at home after I left, not to the capacity of what, like, I wasn't going to teach Taekwondo. What I was going to teach was just, like more sort of like common sense stuff. I remember one time, and I did this for one of my gradings. They're like, I wanted to know ground defense, and they're like, well, don't get on the ground. And I'm like, the fuck? Like, have you seen bar brawls? Like, where are these dudes? They always end up in the fire. It doesn't matter how good you are. You may end up getting like put on the ground. What do you do? So one of the gradings that I did, one of the showcases of that was, I think it was a guy coming in stepping with a knife strike. I was sitting on the ground, and he was going to come in and strike down at my head with like a downward thrust. And from there, I kind of like I leaned back, so I did this, I leaned back and I kind of like kicked to the knee, and then I went from there, and I did my whole showcase of what I was like, the technique, because I wanted to start off on the ground. I wanted to know, well, what happens if you are on the ground in a vulnerable position? What can you do? But to answer your question, okay, so like, it depends obviously on distance. If they, like I said, if they got a weapon, right? Basic kicks, front kicks, that's your basic kick. Side kick, any kicks to keep them at bay. If you got a shirt, take it off, wrap your hand in it, right?
Yeah.
And hold that, use that as a parry, right? Because then if they got a knife or whatever, then even if they're slashing, that's all protected.
You can wrap it around, yeah.
And stuff like that. It depends. I don't know, man, because I haven't trained in the other ones, right? One martial art could say they're better at this than the other. I only know from my own personal experience. You could go the whole, the Bruce Lee route where, like, generally what we were taught was like block, attack. Whereas Bruce Lee was like at the same time, right? He's blocking and hitting at the same time. Sometimes your blocks, like, so if with your... So a standard body block in Taekwondo usually sort of like come up from the shoulder and across. You're actually whipping across, right? And as you're training, you're kind of doing this. You're kind of doing it like slow, like like this, right? Not without the sound effects, right? But what you learn, as you get to higher ranks, what you're then taught is to snap, right? So instead of like coming like that, you're hitting like that, because the impact when you're hitting, because you're still using the knife, like the ridge, when you're hitting, you're actually snapping into into whatever limb that you're trying to defend against, and that in on itself can cause injury to them, right? So in a sense, you're also then doing that as well, or closing the gap. If they came in with a punch, you can step in and hit, that sort of thing as well. It's all really fascinating. I couldn't honestly, in good faith, tell you which is the best. I can only tell you from my experience, from the techniques I know.
I'm just saying from what I know of the styles.
Of course, from the general.
But let me say this: if you get into trouble and you think you're going to have to fight someone, the best thing to do is run away. I know that sounds stupid, but you don't know what they can do. You don't know what their skill level is. You don't know if they're armed.
Yep.
Secondly, if you get trapped or you get cornered, what you want to try and do is kick them as hard as you can in the shins.
Yep.
And then run, because they can't chase you, because that hurts unbelievably. Like, it hurts a lot, and they're going to have trouble pursuing you, and that's going to give you distance between someone. In regards to weapons, if you want to do the Australian thing and have a weapon in your trunk, I'm not saying that I do this, but baseball bat with a sock over the end. So when you swing at someone, if they try and grab the baseball bat off you, they instead grab the sock and go flying back. And then when they're on their back, that's when you lay into them.
Yeah. Yeah.
In
So,
a hypothetical
so
situation, of course.
I know we're supposed to be talking about MK, but this is really fascinating. So if you guys don't mind hanging on, this is very cool. But yeah, so basically, like TMK is right. This is what we used to get taught all the time, right? Is walk away. You don't know what your opponent's capable of. You know, if you're trying to look tough in front of your girl, you got to remember the other side of the coin. What if you get taken out? Who's going to...
And what happens to her?
What's going to happen to her then? I've been out like with women before, and you see hooligans and shit out there, and it's like, look, you know, you can try and act all tough, you know, and go in swinging or whatever, but if they take you out and their goal is to hurt your woman, then you're fucked. Then you're out cold on the ground and you can't do shit about it. It's not a coward's thing, because at the end of the day, you are looking out. It's like, you know, we know someone like their dad road rages all the time. You know, flipping people off, all this sort of stuff. Well, one day, you know, like he's got his family in the car. One day, there's going to be a person that's going to get out, and they're not going to tolerate it. You know, what then? Right? Like, they're going to smash your window, drag you out of your car, all sorts of shit, right? So, you know, you have to... We all want to try and be tough. We all want to try and, like, front up to a fight and things like that. But if you can walk away or talk your way out of it, you're actually winning.
Yeah, that's right. Fight with your mind,
right?
Not your body. This is the last bastion.
Yeah, it's always like self-defense. It's literally that, self-defense. You're defending yourself when no other options are working or relevant. Available to you, and that's very important. Irritate Gaming has put through the £2. Shout out to you, bro. Thank you so much for that. He says, who is your favorite MK character in design? Scorpion. Easily. 100%.
Oh, and not MK1 Scorpion. That doesn't count.
No. We don't. We don't deal in frauds here.
And when I say MK1, I mean obviously the one that came out.
Now there's also no rules in a street fight. So, you know, in the Dojang or the Dojo tournament setting, you know, normal fights, you're not using elbows, you're not using headbutts, stuff like that. But knowing the weaknesses of the body is very important. Kicking to, like TLMK, kicking to the shin, dragging your boot down a shin.
Or down the side of the leg,
right? Know that limbs only bend in certain ways. Know that there's certain parts of the body, not just the groin, but also the solar plexus. But that's kind of a lucky shot, I suppose. You've also got the throat, clapping on the ears. So if somebody's grabbed you, right, you get your hands, you cup them, you go crack on their ears. Yeah. It forces air in, causes a huge amount of pain. Right? Mm-hmm. There are no rules. At the end of the day, if your life is threatened, you are, don't worry about this. Is one of the downsides sometimes with and I fully respect. I'm not just dissing martial arts when I say this, but unfortunately though, is that when you can be trained in their ways, where they'll go, no, you can't do elbow strikes, you can't do headbutts, you can't. Hit to this or do that, then that becomes, you then are trained constantly in that mindset that when it becomes apparent, and if you're in a headlock and you can't get out because the guy's literally built like the Hulk, and you're trying to parry, you're trying to find the pressure point, all that sort of shit, he's not bending, he's not breaking, and the only option is a headbutt straight to the schnoz, but you don't think of doing it because you've been trained not to. You may not do it in the fight inside the dojo, but you've got to. This is what I wanted to teach. Like, what I wanted to do after I left was that teach realistic fighting. Look at all the weaknesses of a person and go, right, if I hit here, no matter how big they are, they're going down, or they're gonna choke, or something like that. There's no amount of muscle that can protect your groin. There's no amount of muscle that can protect your throat. Right, there are certain things that you can do, and you should always think of that because you never know. Right?
You know what I really like about a Karate Kid, Karate Kid 2. There's a scene where Mr. Miyagi is in the dojo, and Daniel-san comes in, and he has a rag and he drops it on the ground and he goes, pick up the rag. And then Mr. Miyagi goes, what do you see? Because he's looking up at his groin.
Yep.
It's like, primary target.
Yep.
That's all he says. And then later in the movie, yeah,
Yep.
he gets in that situation to bang, you know. And
Yep.
yeah. No matter who you are, it's always going to hurt if you get hit there. You know what I mean? That's why
Yep.
it's primary target.
Irritate Gaming also with another £2. What about favorite costume? So favorite costume on the favorite character? Well, I'll go with that. Definitely MK2 Scorpion. I'd say. Yeah.
Mine's actually Slave Scorpion from Deadly Alliance.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's a
I
good
love
one
that
too.
costume.
Yep.
I probably do. I mean, I love the classic games, but I mean, that costume's so badass with the flaming skull and all the chains. The fact that he fights wearing all those heavy chains too. I'm like, oof.
Jin said the reason why I asked the question is because karate sometimes gets seen as a sport just for show or whatever. I did a couple of karate classes because I was interested in getting back into it again many years back when my son was a little bit younger. I went to this one karate class. It was okay. I think the martial art itself is legit. Very much like how something like judo is legit as well. Taekwondo could be seen the same because you only ever see it end up in sport. But what you're seeing in the sport is there's a very different teaching also in the clubs because they're teaching what the clubs are teaching is the stuff directly coming from Korea. So when they update things like stances, techniques, changes to tage or the kata, that's all coming from South Korea. And that's the stuff that you would apply, if you're out in a proper fight. Not so much obviously in the tournament setting, but yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I can only answer from my side of it. I wouldn't say it's the best. I think just as long as like whatever art you're doing teaches you the proper defense to make sure that like, you're getting as little impact from stuff as possible, depending on like they teach proper hand work, hand positioning, stuff like that. Proper technique on the block, that sort of, I don't know. I mean, and just the fundamental basics of punches and kicks. Like we used to do things like triple kicks, 360 spinning hook kicks, all sorts of crazy shit. But in a real fight, we're not having no fucking Van Damme martial art movie fight, it's basically like you're going to have a couple of basic kicks that you might do. Although I will tell this funny story, right? Because we used to do a little bit of not a little bit, we used to do a lot of sparring, but sometimes we get on the full contact gear, which is pretty fun. And there was he was kind of a fat guy. And I was sparring, so I started, like, we were going to spar, right? And, so, like, we bow, right? We go back, shout, ready to go. And he does this giant fucking shout, right? And he just runs at me like a fucking bullet a gate. And I'm just like, right. And I had in my head, right, I'm going to start, if this guy comes at me, because I'd watched him before with others.
Yep.
So when he comes at me, I'm going to jump up and do a jumping 360 back kick, right?
Yeah.
And so I did that, right? Except my foot, instead of hitting him in the pad, it went low and got him in the family jewels. And that was it.
Ooh.
Fight over, man. That was it. He was out. He's like, no. So yeah, that was funny, man. But like, yeah, I mean, shit, we've all had injuries. All things have happened.
Metallica03 says, did you guys see that McFarlane Toys is going to release a line of action figures of the classic games? They said they were going to do every character from MK1 to 3. Cool to have them on display. That's awesome.
Fuck yeah, man. Yeah.
Every character, even like Alice Cooper Shang Tsung.
That'd be fucking cool. I'm not gonna lie, man. John Turk pulled that off. He did it. He did.
Cool guy, John Turk.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, huge Christian. He's a massive Christian.
Yeah.
I believe he came to Christ through his wife, actually. So that was pretty cool. So yeah, but yeah, it is like, there's a magic and a mysticism in these old martial art movies and stuff that you don't get anymore. And that bled over into like, when you used to train back in the dojo and stuff, everything, you didn't have the Mcdojo feel of trying to get as many people in the door, as many memberships as you can get in. Oh, we'll offer free this, free that, free this, free that, try and entice people in and shit. It wasn't none of that, man. And
it's kind of flashy these days. I see like the halls taekwondo. I don't know if you got it up there. Halls taekwondo. I see everywhere down here. In my day, my dad would show up at some random hall and there was nothing.
Yep.
There was no sign, no nothing.
Yep,
It's just me at this hall.
Yep.
Wednesdays 8:30 or whatever, and that's when you went there. There was no signs, no nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's how it
That's
was,
just how
man.
it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was. I remember. So you were talking about like Master Ree. So
Ree.
when I was little, I did Moon Lee Taekwondo. Then I did Sun Bei when I came back in my 20s. And Moon Lee, like he'd sit up the front. Master Lee would sit up the front, right? He wouldn't say a fucking word, but he had a pen, right? And he had this pen. Hang on, I'll see if I can find. I'll find a pen, right? And so when you'd be fighting, right, you'd have his pen, right? And then like you're doing your fighting, you're sparring, for your grading, and then he'd just be like this, right? Just tap his pen. And that was it. And then the instructors would call time on that. He just sat there with his fucking pen. Right? That's all he did.
Yep.
God bless that man. So.
Yep. And Ree, I believe up until like he couldn't do it anymore, he graded every single person from like when my dad was, when I was a kid and my dad was doing Taekwondo, up until I think like 6 months before he passed away. Yep. He was still grading everybody the whole time.
Yeah. I don't know about you, man, but because of all the ninja shit I grew up watching, I also got heavily invested in reading a lot on actual ninjutsu practitioners.
I came very close to doing ninjutsu.
Oh, really?
I came very close.
Do you remember the school name?
I didn't look up any schools. What was going on was I was obsessed with ninja because Last Ninja, right?
Yeah.
And then I'd go to the library. And you could at the library you could rent the martial arts magazines. I don't know if you ever did this. Yeah. I never bought them. I just rent them from the library.
Yeah, like Black Belt and stuff like that.
You could buy shurikens and sai and nunchuck. And I'm like, no way. I used to freak the fuck out, right? I never bought anything, but I used to flip through there and see a lot of ads for ninjutsu schools. Yeah, I never did it, unfortunately.
I bought shit. I did.
Funny twist to this story though. My cousin, he has another cousin from his side of the other side of the family, and he loved Last Ninja as well. He was exactly like me, and he did the same thing, except he did ninjutsu, and apparently he's one of the top ninjas in Australia. Well, he was.
Do you remember what his So I know, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so there's a. All right, so when I was in my late teens, right, I started reading these books by a guy that got trained under Masaki Hatsumi in Japan, who's actually an authentic ninja, like ninjutsu grandmaster in Japan, Masaki Hatsumi, and and this was an American guy called Stephen K. Hayes, who eventually set up. I don't know why he calls them karate schools, maybe because it's easier for people to understand, but he trained under Masaki back in the day, or Masami or whatever his name was, and he wrote a whole bunch of books, right, on ninja technique and all sorts of shit like that. I'll be sitting there fucking reading this shit all the time, man. Sitting on the toilet, looking at the techniques, trying to figure this shit out, man. And then we got the Australian version, which was Master Wayne Roy, which I think there was a bit of controversy in the 90s. Something happened. I don't know. I think there was a falling out between Grandmaster Hatsumi and him, or something like that. I don't know. But
because he called his teachings to karate. Well, that's very offensive.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened, man. But but yeah. So these. But this is what I used to read up on, dude. And then I go to the martial arts store, Queensland. You remember Queensland Martial Arts Supplies
I've got the shuriken from Queensland Martial Arts Supply. I got him in the next room.
Right? And I still got some of my weapons. I still got my sai. I still got my nunchuck. I still got my wooden. I think I've still got my wooden hand bow. No, sorry. Shoto or whatever it is. I've got a wooden Tai Chi sword. I've got wooden kama, tonfa, and a couple of other shit, things that I've got over there. And but this is all right. I'm gonna get in trouble here. So they were selling this shit, man. They had, right? You know some martial art movies that had like the hand bow, and then they unscrew it, and it would be a fucking nunchuck.
Yeah.
I had one of those. I fucking had one of those, man. Like fucking most badass fucking weapon you can imagine. They're probably selling on my eBay. I'll have to get one day just for having its sake, right? But man, like they sell that shit, And I used to have like.
Did I show my shurikens?
Yeah. Do that, yeah.
Okay, get him.
All right.
Take over a sec.
All right, man. Ringy's saying gotta be Flesh Pit Melina. Of course Ringy would take Flesh Pit Melina with the fucking toilet roll wrapped around her. Of course he would. There you go, Rhea, what's happening, bro? Been to the new Karate Kid Legends movie. I liked it a lot, to be honest. There was this movie you had to master. I really appreciate it. Legit kung fu skill as I did kung fu myself. Nice, man. So it's good, yeah. Awesome.
All right, so this shuriken came from a place in Melbourne. This wasn't Queensland Martial Arts Supplies. This one was from a place in Melbourne, and they were selling the dartboard on Swanson Street, and they're long gone. And I had a friend grind it up for me and sort of give it edges.
Nice.
With 4-point star. Then these two are from Queensland Martial Arts Supplies. This is my favourite shuriken.
Oh yeah,
traditional.
Yep.
And then there's this one.
Oh yeah, cool. Yep.
Yeah, so they're from there. So I was just walking past one day and I saw Queensland Martial Arts Supplies, and I went, I'm gonna look in here. And I walked in, and I saw shurikens, and I went, how much are the shurikens?
I don't think they exist anymore, man. Like I used to love going there. I managed to take my kids there before they eventually shut down. And it was really cool because, you get to walk around and look at all the different weapons up on the racks and everything, and all the different gi, that are available depending on which art you're after. Then you see all the standard belts, and then you see all the kung fu sashes, and then you go see all the shoes. Like I've still got my pair. I have a 30-plus-year-old pair of Ninja Tabai, right, which is the ninja shoes.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep. And they still fucking fit. They're in the cupboard, right? They still fit to this day. Yeah, they're great.
Yeah, nothing on Google. That must be long gone.
Now I'm gonna tell a story. I know we got to talk about fucking games in a minute. I'm gonna tell you a funny story. This is no shit, right? So when I was a younger fellow, before I got really into like getting some of this stuff, me and a mate of mine used to dress up as ninjas. Now I know that a lot of people do that sort of shit. They dress up as ninjas, right? But we used to hide in the trees out on the street, right, at night. Right, so here we are, right, hiding in fucking trees out the front of my mum's place. Fucking weapons everywhere. I had fucking sais in my belt, sword on my back. He had like his own weapons and shit like that. Full mask and everything, And I remember this one time, this dude walked past, and he looks up into the tree, and he looks up, and then he does a double take, and then every time he does a double take, he walks faster and faster and faster. By the time we got down, man, he was gone. He was fucking gone. Right?
Have you seen the Urban Ninja on YouTube?
No, I haven't actually. You'll have to send me a link.
Man, we should watch this video right now.
Okay.
So there's a guy who actually knows ninjutsu, and he just did a video. It's really old school YouTube, and it's like, I am the Urban Ninja, and it's just him running around public dressed as a ninja, like running past people, like doing like the hand out run, and like dropping out of trees, and like they're just running into the bushes. He's like hanging off a bridge, and a boat goes under. He grabs someone's hat as the boat goes under, and he's just hanging there, like he just can do all this shit. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh. Yeah, you
Look
got...
it up, Urban Ninja.
All right, hang on. I'll have a look. Hang on. That sounds funny as fuck, man.
It is. It's hilarious. I always watch this video. That's one of my favorite YouTube videos. My name is Kevin Hayabusa. I am the Urban Ninja.
Fucking urban ninja. Hang on. All right. Let's see if I can find this, man.
I think the site's called Punch Robert or something.
Oh yeah, here we go. Hang on, 4.8 million. Oh, it's only 2 minutes long. Oh, here we go. All right. Is there any music?
There's music, but I don't think it's copyright. But don't kill me if it is copyright. There's no way I can tell. I don't think so though, because he made it right.
I'll make it on mute. I'll just put it on mute.
Just do it on mute. I don't think you need the music. Yeah, yeah.
Chris King says, fade out the dressed as a ninja hiding in the trees equipped with a sword and a Frank Dukes book.
This is the shit we did as kids. We did this sort of stuff. We like go out at night and fucking hide in bushes and just, you know. Just shit like this. There it is. It's so good. This guy's a legend, man. You would get it right. It's like...
Fucking, I got tears of eyes, man. This is fucking great.
Like when he stops the car. The car's just like, what?
That's me in the tree. That's it.
I love when he runs past the two girls and he just goes, and they're like, and they shit themselves. I know.
You fucking, you just go, listen, you can't do this shit now, man. You just get arrested.
Yeah, no chance. Give someone a heart attack.
Damn, he seemed to know that girl's ass, didn't he? King Willie says, Count Dante. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fucking hell. This is right. Yeah, all right. King Willie started something.
He has done an Urban Ninja 2 and I think an Urban Ninja 3. Yeah,
So back in the day before the internet, when we had black belt magazines and you know, all that sort of shit, right? We had, like, there was a bunch of people that would, you know, basically pretend to be martial artists when they weren't, right? You had one guy called Count Dante, right? You had another guy called Ashita Kim. And there was this other fat fuck who pretend like he reckoned he mastered the dim muck. I'll see if I can find it, man. This shit's funny. Hang on, I'll talk about fake martial artists. This shit's funny as fuck. Right? It's just hilarious shit, man. Hang on, I'll make that full screen. Hang on, there we go. Right. DJ Jimmy LaRue with the $9.99. Thank you so much, brother. He goes, I studied a MMA form called White Dragon. My instructor was a former member of the Black Dragon Society. Even I thought he was pulling our leg. Oh. No, he was legit scary.
Well, it was in the Black Dragon. What do you expect?
Yeah. Oh man, the fucking like the fake martial arts shit. Hang on, is that a good one? Should I hang on, I'm just trying. Hang on, what's this? What the fuck is this one? Oh, here we go, man. This is fucking funny as shit. Right, I'm gonna. Can I play it? I know we're supposed to be talking about Mortal Kombat, but this shit's funny as fuck. This shit's fucking. This shit is fucking hilarious. You guys tell me if you guys can hear this, all right?
This is what happens when you bring an animal style of kung fu to Russia and it has vodka.
Did you hear that?
Look at these stiff animal.
For me,
moves. He's like a combination.
Oh, I haven't got anything sound on.
All right.
You want me to watch it?
Yeah, I've got it streamed to the Discord as well.
Tiger,
yeah. I got it.
Vodka Tiger. What the fuck is that? Okay. Another demonstration of this move. What are you using? Your forearm? All right. So sticking with the Russian theme, we have a Russian guy here. He's getting warmed up. What is he going to teach? Let's see.
I'll just watch it on the live stream.
All right.
I don't know why it's doing the thing where the boxes
Look at
just
this.
go.
I am going to be able to destroy people with the step dance moves. Now it's Russian drunken boxing. Again, the point of Kung Fu in drunken boxing, for those of you who don't know, you're not actually drunk. You're faking the looseness of drunk people. But I think Russians took it literally and they're actually drunk in this. You're not supposed to actually drink vodka when you fight, okay? This... Okay.
Oh, this one. Yeah, what's this?
So, look at this Chinese bullshit or
Disrespecting everyone, just
Vietnamese
walking
bullshit,
into
this,
everyone.
Asian bullshit. He's gonna transfer chi to the guy with glasses. All right, let's see if he can do it. And here we go. Yeah, look at that bullshit right there. And now, oh wow, look at that bullshit. The guy on the right's cracking up like, oh yeah, I know I paid a lot of money.
This tie? Looks tie.
Ooh, fly like a little rag doll. Fly like a little rag doll again. Look at him, he's just cracking up. He's like, oh yeah, I'm a good actor right here. And now, our drunken vodka guys.
Oh, here you go.
Look at him
Man versus
showing
box.
off his snake mantis moves.
Man versus
If I'm
box.
fighting
Here we
a
go.
kid, I guess that would work. Your arms, of course, serve as nothing more than just distractions. You distract them with these flailing mantis arms while you use these low kicks. Bam! Look at that. I mean, I guess it's effective. Yeah, I'm pretty distracted by his arms. I'm not paying attention to how exposed he is.
Box wins.
So now this guy, he's got some chi. Look at him. Obviously, that's fake concrete.
To be honest,
So-
I actually felt these bricks. These are real bricks. I mean, there's no joke.
Oh, the reporter just accidentally revealed his secret. Oh no!
How the hell did you do that?
Oh, caught red-handed, this fucking fake kung fu master. So these are black.
Oh, you broke that
belts.
balsa wood pretty good. Pretty
No,
well.
no. Yeah.
It looks like Japanese in the back. So, those were some Kamehameha moves. And now this is another Kung Fu, not Kung Fu, so I don't know what this is, but I like how none of the students can do it together. And of course, some of them have black belts too. So, I guess this is the YMCA Mcdojo. Because
Mcdojos.
if you look in the background, it looks like a high school gym or something, or the local YMCA or something. What does YMCA stand for, by the way? How do they all have black belts? That's what I always wonder. But this clip and the clip before.
Samantha is going to try for her first time
Here we go.
to actually knock me out using just the sound and the energy projection.
This
Just
fucking.
listening to the sound of his voice and how tired he is just from talking makes me want to just knock myself out. This is just another level of bullshit. The previous types of bullshit, at least they touched. This one, there was no touch even. And of course, he has to pretend like he's actually knocked out. They have to resuscitate him. Hit him in the neck, huh? That's how you resuscitate someone? What school of sports medicine is that? And now he has trouble getting up. Not because of any chi, but because he's fat. I'm sorry, guys.
Hey, another one. Hang on, here we go. This
Fake
is,
martial arts masters.
here we go. Right. I'll deliver. Here we go.
Can range from hilarious as they're demonstrating their out-of-this-world imaginary martial arts techniques to scary as their actions may lead to dangerous.
Well, that's what we're
real-life
talking about.
consequences. In this
is
video,
the
you'll
fact
learn
that
about the
this
6
looks like
worst
martial
fake
arts,
martial
but
arts
these guys
masters of
aren't
all
doing
time,
anything.
starting
That's the
from the
whole
most
point.
hilarious ones
They're trying to
and
look like
gradually
martial artists,
progressing
but
to the
not.
scary ones. Number 6.
the
I
joke of
can't
it.
but laugh every time I see Ashida Kim's ninja technique demonstration.
Ashida
A
Kim.
self-proclaimed ninjutsu master, on his website, Ashida Kim lists possessing skills that none of his critics can duplicate, such as the kata
Bravo
dachi
Karate
with
Cubs
deadly
fight
hands,
one killed.
ninja levitation
page.
flying without wings, and iron fist of the ninja hand into the steel trap.
Oh, here we go.
Damn, he's such a master. waving his hand up and down.
Not only did Ashita Kim release instructional DVDs, he also wrote countless ninja training books in multiple languages, and even expanded into writing fictional novels featuring himself as the main protagonist, such as his classic The Amorous Adventures of Ashita Kim, where as a secret ninja spy, he's romantically involved with multiple women, and where Mr. Kim must prove himself the ritual whorehouse
So
combat. On
ninja.
top of it all, Ashita Kim also has a statement on his website that he's accepting challenge
that's funny
fights as
as.
a professional fighter for a fee of $10,000.
That's the original beef set. It's the original beef set. He'll $10,000. There we go.
Lists a number of detailed conditions you have to meet if you want to fight him. With all of these amazing achievements, Ashita Kim easily makes the top place as the unintentionally most
Fucking
hilarious
Ashita Kim, George Dillman, right?
fake
Yeah,
martial arts
Dante.
master of all time. Number 5. George Dillman's story begins as a confusing one, as early in his martial arts career, he associated himself with known and respected martial arts figures such as Bruce Lee and Muhammad Ali. But in later days, he's shown that hanging out with great martial artists doesn't necessarily make you one. Not only does Dillman claim to teach pressure points, which never been proven to work,
Don't go there. You go one thumb away to the face.
his most hilarious downfall came during a National Geographic documentary where Dillman claimed to teach no-touch knockout, and martial arts that affects another person via distance without physical contact. As the
Have you
National
ever watched
Geographic
slap fights,
team
dude?
documented his
Yeah,
no-touch
that's
class,
fucking
many
funny,
of his
man.
students seem to be able
Oh,
to
fuck,
replicate
it's-
this
it's-
technique
that
amongst
shit's funny to
themselves.
watch,
But as soon
but,
as
like,
a scientist stepped
some of
in
those
to
slaps are
experience
fucking
the no-touch
brutal.
effects
You're
of
like,
his
Jesus
hands, which were by the way
Christ.
not done by
Like,
George
whack,
Dillman
and the guy's like-
himself, likely to avoid potential failure, including humiliation in the case of failing. The technique?
I saw that in a fight at high school once. The guy got slapped.
Yeah.
Did not
Like
work.
meet down
But
the
funniest
oval at
part
2
came not
o'clock or
during,
something, and
but
so we went
after
down
the
the oval, and there was
demonstration,
like
when
a
George
circle
tried to
of people,
explain
and
why
these
the
two went to
technique
fight,
didn't
and
work.
The skeptic
he
was
slapped him,
was
bro. He fucking
totally
slapped him.
unbelievable.
I still remember it. I'm
The
like,
guy had his tongue in the wrong
what?
position of the
He
mouth.
slapped
That
him,
can
and
also
then the
nullify
guy that
it.
got
The reason
slapped
though
was
George
like,
does not make the top of this list in hilarity is
I think
because
it got
in
broken up by a teacher
1997
before
he
it
was
went any
put in
further,
the
but he
Hall
started
of Fame
freaking
of
out, like,
Black Belt magazine, along such names as Bruce Lee and Chris Gracie, while also
got
being
slapped.
named Black Belts Magazine's Martial Arts Instructor of the Year, showing that even the craziest martial artists can fool others and bringing us one step closer to scary on our list. Number 4. No fake martial arts masters list would be complete without John Timothy Keehan, who later went by Count Juan Rafael Dante,
This
or
fucking
simply
one.
as Count Dante. While seemingly a capable karateka at first, Count Dante even hosted many tournaments during the 1960s, where he paired practitioners of different styles against each other. Keehan even grew disillusioned with conventional karate instructions focused on ceremony, tradition, and protocol over what he felt to be effectiveness, and began developing his own style that he would promote as street effective, something that seems a respectable path in martial arts. But the hilarity begins when Count Dante creates his own style, which he referred to by multiple names, such as the Dante system, Dance of Death, or sometimes the Kata Dante.
Some of the King's
whereby
not too
learning
bad, you
all
know.
of these
They probably
steps of
actually really
Keehan's
do
Dance
it
of
and make it
Death,
look
he would
fake.
thereby
You know,
become an
you know?
effective fighting master. He later began heavily promoting himself via comic book ads as the deadliest man alive, a brilliant marketing move at the time if you ask me,
Check it
and
out.
claiming that he'd participated in
Hang on. Check that out. Can you see it on screen? Look at.
I said, oh, I'm delayed.
No.
So I'm
Look,
up to Carter dance.
look here though. Like in our chat. Look, Black Dragon. This guy reckoned he was
What?
part of the Black Dragon. See how I can share my screen? Can you see my screen that I've shared here?
It's
in
not
Discord?
working. I can't watch the. I can't watch the stream. It's not working.
Oh really? Okay.
at the
Yeah.
time. If
Yeah,
you
I'm
ask
getting
me,
the
and
two
claiming
boxes
that he
doing that.
participated in
Oh, okay.
secret death
I don't know why.
matches in
It's
Thailand
it's
and
not
China,
loading.
winning by
The
killing
two blue
opponents
boxes
in
are
front
going.
of crowds numbering in the thousands. He also worked as a hairdresser, by the way. On
I
top
don't
of it
know why,
all,
it's so weird.
Ian offered an
I
opportunity
never get trouble
to
watching
mail
streams
order his
before.
instructional booklet, World's Deadliest Fighting
see it now, Black
Secrets,
Dragon.
a
There we go.
clearly
Yeah.
very secret booklet
Yeah.
available to everyone. But Count Dante's story turns to a scary one during the so-called Dojo Wars, which happened in April of 1970,
Bloodsport.
as Dante and some of his students performed
Dojo
the
Wars.
Dojo Storm, an attack on
due
a
for a
rival
watch.
dojo that
That's
led to a
definitely due for a
brief
watch.
battle which resulted in very
Yeah,
real
stream failed to start,
consequences.
that's
The
what it
death of
said.
Dante's friend
So
and
weird.
fellow sensei, reminding us that being a fake martial arts master can sometimes go too far. Number 3. A former DEA agent, now best known for his log versus sword video, who turns out to have a fast
I just realized what you called the stream. All about Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection. We haven't even talked about it yet.
We'll get there after this.
site illegally to use them to
I
teach
didn't
firearms
even look at the
safety.
titles
Jeff
of
happens
that.
to also be a 15th degree Bujinkan black
We should
belt,
just not
a
talk about it
ninjutsu-based
at all.
martial art created by Masaki Hatsumi, a Japanese gentleman who in his
Oh,
Oh, yeah,
early
here,
days
here,
of
here,
dyed
here.
hair,
Here, this guy here, Masaki Hatsumi, right?
All right, hang on.
You'll eventually get to see him on screen, right? I don't know
Yep.
why he's got fucking purple hair, but yeah, this is the guy I was talking about. He is the grandmaster of ninjutsu in Japan.
after years
Well,
rock
because
purple hair, and where one of
Japan
the
you
final
can
tests for a black
go
belt
see him, there
exam
you go.
is to kneel with your eyes
You can do that
closed,
sort of stuff in
expecting
Japan.
a wooden sword strike from behind you.
It's not
and
frowned
move
upon.
out
It
of the
doesn't
way
mean the
as
same
soon
thing
as
it means
you
here.
intuitively feel the sword coming. A test that doesn't always end well.
Yeah, he looks like a ninja.
Yet where Jeff's story turns into a scary one isn't how he abused his power and influence as a martial arts instructor. For example, he once convinced one of his students to let him marry their wife. Then in other two cases, he sexually abused two women who'd him told that in order to fix their
He's running
sexual
away.
relationships with their husbands, they had to go through a sexual healing therapy with him, during which he
Yeah,
had
that
sex
would've
with them.
fucking
Both
hurt,
cases
man.
were later
Those
classified as
Balkans are
rape.
solid.
Some crazy examples
Yeah,
that remind
yeah.
us that the given authority
Real
to
solid.
martial arts instructors can be abused in various and dark ways. Number 2. The case of Joshua Fabia is rarely a funny one, and often leans to being a scary one instead, as an example how far crazy people can go. Joshua Fabia initially became known as the coach of the famous UFC fighter Diego Sanchez, but things turned sour when a training video was released where Fabia
Alright,
hit
we should
Sanchez
probably
from
go back
a
to the
bar
Mortal
and
Kombat
straight up
chat.
hit him in the head,
Yeah.
face, and even kicked him. A training method that has
Alright,
zero
what
real-life
was the
application.
last one? What was the last one on this? The most horrifying master. Oh, this dude, he got caught like moving papers and shit. Fucking hell, man! I find this funny. This shit is funny as fuck. Right, I guess we should talk about some Mortal Kombat.
Sorry, chat. I can see the number going down a bit, that's all.
That's alright.
Chat's a little bored.
Yeah,
I mean, we could watch this all night, but like, not everyone's into it, so.
yeah, true. Okay, so you've been so when I did the react video to your video, right? One of the things I added, because I was wondering if you would talk about it or not, but I think we have anyway, but was the fact that like people don't understand that like back then, like so fighting games would come out in the arcade, just like say other like games like anything from Sega or whatever, right? And the arcade was the perfect, like that was the perfection, right? And then because the hardware that we didn't like, the hardware that we had at home couldn't match like the hardware in the arcade. We had to try and figure out what was going to be the best home version to get. And people don't understand because you guys don't have that issue now. There is no alternative version really to compare against. You know, so, you know, when MK2 came out in the arcade, or MK1 or whatever, we're like, oh shit, man, all right, okay, which one are we going to get? Is it Super NES, Mega Drive, Genesis? You know, which one's going to be the best one? You know, and you'd be sitting there comparing the pictures in magazines and all sorts of shit, you know. And there was a, I don't know, I'm assuming it is for you, man, but there's a huge amount of nostalgic connection to the amount of investment that we spent on the what we had was the best versions at home, you know, compared to the arcade. And a lot of the guys, like younger guys, they don't get it now because they never had to go through it, you know.
And that's sort of where it started with me and buying every version of Mortal Kombat was because I had a Mega Drive first, right? I love my Mega Drive. It's probably my favorite console of all time. I just love it.
Yeah.
And mine still works too. I can still play it. It's excellent, right?
Which one have you got?
But then sorry?
Which one have you got? You got Mark II or?
Mark 1. I
Oh,
love Mark
nice.
1.
Nice. Awesome.
And,
Yeah,
and I've got the one with HD audio that came out, the first release, like when
Wow.
it first came on the market. Actually, I've got the box here if you want to see.
yeah, go for it, man. Yeah. So yeah, and that's the other thing too, right? Is that like, you know, the only way to play the perfect versions was to go to the arcade, and we had to spend, you know, constant money after money after money after money. So when they were bringing these games home, it's like, yeah, we can get this. We don't have to spend any more money outside of initial purchase, and we can play these games for hours every day. You know, infinite continues. You know, whatever we want. But we became very attached to them. right? Because they, I know it sounds really weird, but we became very attached to them because they weren't perfect. Do you know what I mean? And we were getting what we considered the best out of the hardware. Like, they were pushing the hardware. We were getting the best out of it, you know, depending on which platform that you're on. And it was insane. I remember the first time I think we got an actual arcade perfect MK game, I think, hang on, I'll make the screen big, was Mortal Kombat 3 on the PlayStation 1. Yeah, nice, dude. Nice. Yeah, I only had it. When I finally got into Mega Drive, because I was on the Master System a long time, even into this generation, 16-bit. I got Mark II.
Yeah, this was a Christmas present. So you had to mail away for your game. It didn't come in the box. I had to mail away for it for columns.
Yeah. That's sweet, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad I still have that.
Yeah. And that's the thing.
Anyway, what I was gonna say. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
no, you're right.
Like, going back to what I was saying was I had that first, but then I saw Super Nintendo, and I saw Mario World, and I really wanted Mario World because like it was such a cool game. I heard the music. I'm like, I gotta have it. So I did get a Super Nintendo, but I got a second-hand one. So I had both.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So at first I only wanted Mortal Kombat on that when I first got that. But then later I got the Super Nintendo version. So but you're right, a lot of families only had one. They only had either Mega Drive or Super Nintendo. It wasn't very common to have two consoles. No. Do you know what I mean?
Because funnily enough, they were expensive too back in the day.
They were. Yeah, that was the price tag on it. I can tell you. Mr. Toy's Toy World, $199. What's that these days? It was $200.
Oh, it'd be probably at least $400 or $500 now, give or take.
I want to make that.
Yeah.
Can I get that?
There you go. Yep. Hang on. I did see it. Yeah. There you go. Yep. $199. Yep.
I love that. It's even got the price on it still.
But yeah, there's a like I was gonna do a separate video on it as well, because like people don't understand. It's like any collection. It's like when they brought out the Cowabunga collection. I bought that day fucking one, right? Because like again, you know, you're getting this incredible, you know, piece of history, you know, and because with the MK games especially, we had to settle. We had to, you know, or not settle, but we had to like, okay, you know, we're gonna settle on which version we're choosing to get, because we only got whatever console we got, and we're gonna make the best of it. But that's the thing, like we made the best of it, and then you go to school, argue with your friends, you know, which version's better, you know, all the dick measuring shit that would go on with that, you know, and that's what a lot of these guys don't understand, because you don't have something that was perfect, right? But you can't access. That's the difference. Yeah, that's it, man. Yep. You couldn't take the arcade machine home.
No.
You couldn't. Right? So you had to get the next best thing. And the funny part is we were happy with that. You know, like we were happy with it. You know, we didn't sit like, yeah, of course we wanted arcade perfect, but it was funny though, because we'd sit there and go, you know, because I know that like the SNES had more voice than say like the Mega Drive one, but the Mega Drive usually had the tighter gameplay over the SNES, you know. And these were trade-offs. Like these were actually significant trade-offs back in the day. You know, so you would then prioritize going, well, you know, I prefer the SNES with their more color palette, better sound, you know, with their chip, that sort of thing over the Mega Drive. But for me, like I was a Sega fanboy. So, you know, I was Sega Master System, Mega Drive, you know, all the way. And shit, man, I even had the fucking Master System version. You know, like I love that shit, you know. But they don't understand. You know, they don't understand that, like, you know, this is where we fell in love. Also, because you can only be in the arcade a certain amount of time, right? So at home, you know, you're sitting there, and yeah, it's obviously not looking exact. It's not sounding maybe exact, but especially the Mega Drive, dude. They I don't know why they did it, but they made its custom soundtrack. It was amazing.
That was done by Matt Furness. I've mentioned before he did music on Commodore 64 and stuff. He did a really good job with it, and I think that was a really smart decision, was to not have the arcade one and maybe do something. Someone's told me apparently the tracks are mixed up and it's supposed to sound like the arcade.
Yep.
And I can hear it a bit, but it just has its own sound. It's really good, and I think this was really smart. Because what I was going to say is, a lot of people don't realize, especially as kids, we didn't realize this. It'd be like you said, it'd be like, which one has the better music? And we didn't really know anything behind that statement. But if you know what I do about Sega and Nintendo now, Nintendo was using a Sony chip, and Sony's very good with their audio, right?
Yep.
So that would explain that. However, that doesn't discount the Sega, because it was using a Yamaha sound chip, right?
Yeah.
And they're both really good. And the thing is, I'll take it to bat. Anyone, I can name a million Mega Drive soundtracks that are amazing, just as good as Super Nintendo. Do you know what I mean? Like Herzong's Y, Gunstar Heroes, anything that sort of comes out of Japan.
Oh, yeah.
They really knew how to make the chip work really well. And that's because I had a full understanding of the chip. And I feel like sometimes Western developers didn't get it. And so they would do a real lazy version of audio. And you get something like, I don't know, Doom 32X. If you've ever heard it, it's fucking terrible.
Yeah.
It's like they didn't even try. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
But I know the hardware's capable of doing something better. They just didn't do it. So sometimes you were dealing with that, because that's just how the industry was back then. Just push it out and everyone will buy it, whatever, who cares?
Yeah.
And as you demonstrated once, remember we were talking about that controller? And it's that extra long cord?
Oh,
And I held it up?
Yep.
They just lied. They just lie in the marketing, and there was
Yep.
no internet to instantly bitch about it.
Yep.
It's just like, hey, wait a minute, I thought this was a long cord.
Yep.
You know, there was no one to bitch about. The magazine ad would just lie. They just put it on the market, and no one cared. That's just how it was back in our day.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just, that's the thing. Like, I mean, there was no accountability. Like, you couldn't use like social pressure to kind of like force companies to, to change anything. Fist King 2 says Streets of Rage series in general soundtrack is absolute banger.
Yeah, it's fine. Because Yuzo Koshiro did it.
Revenge of Shinobi, 2 of the best games of all time. Yeah.
Violent Breathing is my favorite track, by the way. Streets of Rage 1. That's the lift level.
Oh, yep.
Yeah. By the way, you mentioned Cowabunga Collection. I was streaming that last night.
Yeah, I saw. I forgot to log in and check it out, man. But yeah, I hope you do more of it. So, because that's amazing. Like, and two, like, also there's a couple of fighters on there. I think there's 3 fighting games, isn't there? Or is it just the 2?
Well, I never played that Tournament Fighter, so I don't want to play it. You know what I mean? Because I don't know anything about it. I'm like, I never played it. I don't know.
The Mega Drive one is fucking psychotically hard. Like, even when you put it on the easiest difficulty, for whatever reason, it's like painfully difficult. I don't know why. Damn. It just is. But it was cool though. Like, it was, like we'd never had, like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fighting games like before. I think the SNES one was probably the easier one to play, right? And it had a different roster of characters as well.
So I was playing last night, and I noticed that when you beat the arcade, you unlock the cheats.
Oh yeah.
Which is probably what we'll get on I assume on the Mortal Kombat one. And so there was like literally God mode. So I was able to play through the original Turtles arcade, and everyone was one hit kill, except for like 2 bosses. The rock guys weren't one hit kill for some reason. It was really weird.
Yep.
And Krang was it as well. But every other person was one hit kill.
Yep.
It was weird. I put it on the hardest difficulty, but I put God mode on just to see what it was like. So yeah, you can do stuff like that. I assume they're going to do that with MK. They've already said they're going to put on the developer menus and stuff, which means probably the EJB code.
Oh,
and stuff.
Yeah. Imagine easy, like having that just easy, access.
You're going to put my circuit board out of business.
I know. There's a video I've got to react to because I thought it would be really fascinating. It's by some guy that's saying that is this arcade is the Legacy Collection it's focused on MK4, but I'm assuming it's all arcade 1-ups in general. That will this Legacy Collection put these arcade 1-ups out of business or at risk of you know, not doing so well, because now we have a cheaper, more accessible option, you know, that you don't need
I don't
to...
think they were going to do an MK4 one.
You don't think so?
Nah.
Yeah.
I could be wrong though.
But
I don't know. I've been hearing the arcade one-ups have been dropping in quality too. A lot of people aren't happy.
Yeah. I mean, the thing with obviously an arcade one-up, like I'm not against like the arcade machines. I think they're great. In general, you know, because it's nostalgia too, right? Like this is how it was.
No,
right?
they're very good. They're like a mini arcade.
Yeah.
You know.
But it's room. Like I don't have room here. Like we got a big house like that we're renting, but it's not. There wouldn't be any room to put it. So for me, like, and probably a lot of people, it's the same. You know, where you've got that, you know, you've got access to all of this shit you used to play in the arcades, literally on probably one hard drive. You know. But
an arcade one-up you could probably fit.
Possibly, it depends. Maybe, like,
I've got one in my workroom. That's what I test my circuit boards on. That's my test bench.
If I did, I'd probably want to load it with every MK game. You know, so that
it's got MK 1, 2, 3, and it's got some other midway ones on it.
Yep.
It doesn't have MK4 though.
Can you mod it to put others on?
I don't think so. No.
Yeah.
It's all on a custom circuit board.
Yeah. But but that's the thing, like, you know, yeah, do you want to tell everyone, because you've been getting a few haters, because I've watched your video, but they're like, to the audience here, do you want to talk about like all the people coming in and saying, you know, negative stuff about the collection?
Yeah, I've been getting it on Twitter and in the comments. People going, "Oh, it's not that great," and I'm like, "What do you mean it's not, bro? Like, how's it not that great? Like, for a start, we just haven't had a version in 10 years, right?
Yeah.
So immediately it makes the game available to new people because you can't get Arcade Collection anymore. The last one from 2011, right? So immediately, before I even talk about any other additional features or anything, they're putting the game back on the market, which you always have to do for the fans. Do you know what I mean? Especially since Mortal Kombat's brought a lot of new fans over with the newer games, right? You got to respect the past.
Yep.
Secondly, we've never had MK4 emulated ever,
Mm-hmm.
because it's a bastard to emulate because of the Zeus chip. So they've done that. That's a win. Thirdly, they've added online play with rollback netcode. That's huge. That's all the console versions and all the arcade versions. Do you know what I mean? That's massive.
Yep.
I don't know how anyone can sit there and go, it's not that great. And then there's going to be a documentary. And I've seen I know MK Online's like working with Digital Eclipse and stuff.
Oh,
and I've
really?
heard that there's some other people working with Digital Eclipse.
Yep.
So they're probably going to have a cameo in some sort of behind the scenes documentary or something. I don't know. But
listen, I tell you what, if they got fucking Maximilian in there and not you, I'm gonna be really shitted off.
They will. They will.
This dude's he's not an MK fan. Not the capacity to you.
They won't do me, dude. I don't think so.
That's horseshit. You should absolutely be in there. Right.
Yeah. No.
Like, you were there before fucking YouTube, bro. You were there with fucking, like, you were one of the first MK websites. Fuck YouTube. Like, you were one of the first MK websites, man. You know.
And I did the Mortal Kombat tour around Chicago, which no one else has ever fucking done.
Yep.
Ever.
Great
Where
tour.
we went
Go
to
watch
locations.
it. Yep, go watch it, by the way,
Yeah.
boys. Go to Total MK's channel and watch it. It's amazing.
It's my dream to one day reshoot that in a tighter capacity and make a tighter version of it and actually cover a bit more, a few more places and stuff. So, yeah, unfortunately, I don't know. Like, if they ask me to be part of it, I will. But I haven't heard anything. You know?
HC said Total MK isn't a fan. He's the godfather. It's true, though. I mean, it's true. Like anyone that remembers, like, Total MK's been there since the beginning. You know, and I've told this story before, but, like, when Total MK came to visit me for the first time, like, both me and my son were watching his content, right? And my son was only, I don't know, he was probably, I don't know, how old was he? Maybe 5, 6, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, very young. I'd say 6, more 6.
Yeah. And he he thought we were having a celebrity in the house, right? Like we had a movie star walk in. He could not believe that Total MK was in our house, you know. And Total MK gave him like an MK, was it MK Dragon coin and stuff, you know.
Glamour.
Yeah.
From the pod.
Yeah, and that's awesome, right? And this is from fuck knows how, what was it, 13 or 14, almost 14 years ago probably now, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, so that was like you know, so that's a big deal. Like, and of course, before obviously my children were born or whatever, like I've been following TMK since forever. He's been around a long time, you know.
Very old.
Yeah.
Ancient. That's just my thing. That's just the thing I latched onto was Mortal Kombat. Became an obsession.
Yeah.
You know? It'd be really nice to do something on it, but I'm not holding my breath.
DJ Jimmy says, if I come to Australia, I'd love to meet you both. Excellent. I'd love that. That'd be cool. Yeah.
We should have a Fate and Total MK con or something. And... Nah.
a total Fate con. So, yeah.
Total Fate.
Yeah. That'd be pretty fucking cool, actually. Yeah. Yeah. That'd be pretty cool. We'll just sit there and talk shit. People can ask us stuff. That'd be funny. I'd do that. That'd be funny. Right. I'll probably be anxious out of my fucking head considering like the way I am. But yeah, I'll be right. So
it's all right. You need a break, you take a break.
Yeah. But yeah, no, that'd be oh yeah, Freddie says when you guys both played MK2 at my house, that was epic. Yeah. That was so much fun. And that's the thing, right? Like, so, you know, we can play and like Dragoons like this as well, Daryl Sung's like this, probably many others, where you don't care whether you win or lose, right? You're just having fun. That's it.
You know what? If we ever did do something, dude, you know what we'd do, right? We team up with one of your local arcades up there.
Yep.
And we'd have everyone come down the arcade.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah. That would be ideal, actually. Yeah.
And we just play MK all night.
Yeah, that'd be fucking awesome.
That's what it was like when we were playing in Chicago when everyone was there. We had guys from Brazil. I had Tabmock 99, MK Dan, and we were all in one spot. And we were just playing MK1, MK2, MK3. Everyone was just on all the MKs, you know. And I went sometimes sneaking off to play the grid because I really wanted to play the grid.
Yep.
And yeah, so I was caught between two worlds. The grid was on this side and MK was on this side. Not like literally. They were like opposite each other. Yeah, so that's a good time.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, so let's talk about the secrets. So we got the 4 hidden question marks, and I think we pretty much kind of figured it out anyway. But so what do you think they'll be?
I think it's going to be Trilogy, MK Gold, Mortal Kombat Mythology Sub-Zero, Mortal Kombat Special Forces. But I will say this. The press release lists all the systems.
Yeah.
All the systems, all the games. I need to go look again. And then there's only one more bullet point with a question mark on the press release.
Yep.
So hang on. You talk for a bit and I'll just double check that.
Yeah, so I agree. And the reason why, like, and I've said this as total as well many times, is that rounds out the 2D Legacy era, right? Like that literally rounds it out. Now you might say, yeah, but you know, wouldn't you want to have 2 of the question marks for 2 versions of Trilogy? No, because one of the question marks will just be Trilogy, you know, and then we'll probably have 2 variations of it. We'll have the N64 one because that was radically different to the CD versions, and then we'll have a CD version in there. Like that makes the most sense. I think too, also, yeah, definitely MK Gold, because they're doing MK Gold right now on Fightcade. Right, you can go on Fightcade right now and play MK Gold, right?
So the press release says and more to come.
Yeah.
But if you go on the website, it has another dot with 4 question marks, I think.
Yep. So, and then obviously Mythology Sub-Zero and Special Forces. And that rounds it out. And like that's the thing. So where are we now? We're in June. So we're not far off from either September or October. You know, if they're thinking about, like, I don't think it'll be Christmas. I don't think they'll do it that late.
Nah, it shouldn't be that late.
But they're gonna have to, like, I wonder too. Like, obviously there's gonna be another. I'm assuming there'll be another trailer, which will then, you know, it'll showcase like probably the remaining shit and other stuff they'll do, like showing us. They might show us the EJB, you know, menus and, you know, shit like that, and you know, seeing like, you know, a specific sections where you can just turn on blood codes and blah blah blah, you know. But I'm just wondering if they'll also tease. Now I think this would be kind of smart, that at the end of the final trailer to reveal what's coming fully in the collection, they tease the next collection, right? I think that'd be great, because
that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, because then that way, the 3D era folk who you know, like, I know like Mike Hollow, who's obviously, he's a 3D baby. He's already said, I'm pretty sure, that he's going to support this collection, and that's great, because it means that while it may not be his strong suit, we're voting for real Mortal Kombat, you know, and you know, I'm sure he'll have fun, like, playing with people and things like that, you know, blah blah blah. That's perfectly, you know, that's part of the game, just having fun with your fan base or your friends or whatever. But if they tease the 3D collection at the end of the trailer, right? So it might be like some, you know, like some shot from like one of the cinematics from the 3D era, you know, or something like that. And then like more to come. Then that builds hype for the next one. I know people keep wanting to go, oh, you know, let's have MK9 in there, let's have Deadly Alliance in there, because they put Deadly Alliance from the Game Boy Advance in there. Why, you know, if they're doing that, why won't they do the other? You got to think of this, and listen, it pains me to say this, because, you know, it's Warner Brothers, and they probably would love my idea, and Total as well. But it's all marketing. It's all hype building, right? The Legacy Collection is a statement. It's a statement of intent. It's saying to everyone, this right here, this is what we're starting at this point here, right? If they do a final trailer and they announce, like, they tease the 3D era, then the 3D era entire fan base will erupt, right? They'll have a fucking ball, you know, with all that speculation, as will we, you know. Even though I wasn't a big fan of the combat side of it, there's still Mortal Kombat games, and they felt like Mortal Kombat games, right? And then at the teaser end of that cycle, they might tease, you know, MK9 or MK vs DC or something like that, you know. So yeah. Now
You know what I just realized? I can't find that where I read it. I saw it somewhere where it had the one extra bullet point with the question marks.
It's on the PlayStation blog. It should be still.
Oh, is that where I saw it?
Yeah, that's that's the only place I found it.
Oh, okay.
Now here's an interesting thing, because I know, like, wouldn't it be wild? This would be the wild part, right? Now, and this is pure fucking speculation, so please take this with a whole salt shaker, right? Not just a pinch, a whole salt shaker. Now, I know that Joe at iBallistic has tweeted out some stuff over the course of the last 6 months or so with like a high definition picture or two of one of the couple of the classic games, right? High definition, like, remake of the classics, right? Hinting at something else being there, right? Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but you said before that apparently, like, obviously we don't have full, I'm assuming we don't have full 100% confirmation, but imagine, if you will, that the handheld versions are indeed not being able to playable online, right? So it's really just giving us the console versions, and then of course the arcade versions.
Well, that's what the blog says.
But what if to get extra brick in the dick, right? That when they announce, did you? Oh, I thought somebody's laughing when I said extra brick in the dick, right? They announced the remaining games for the Legacy Collection. Trilogy, 2 versions. Gold, Mythology Sub-Zero, and Special Forces. And then they go, but hang on. What if you could play them in HD? Imagine, I don't think they're going to do it, right? This is real. This is copium and hopium, right? This is the whole fucking kit and caboodle right here. Imagine that was the big surprise at the end. That not only do we get all of this stuff, but all of the arcade, like they give us HD remakes of everything from like not the console versions, but obviously the arcade / trilogy, versions, right? What if they did HD remakes of those, and that's the big secret that they've kept under wraps this whole time?
The only thing I say about that is I probably say no, because they'd have to do all the characters again, right? They couldn't.
Yeah.
I mean, I technically they could paint them up as HD, I guess, but once they're based on people, they'd probably just get the people to do it, right?
Yeah.
Now it sounds unlikely. However, I will say this: we do know that Sonya, Kerry Hoskins, and Sal DeVita, Sector Cyrax, were at NetherRealm in the motion capture studio.
Yeah.
We do know that.
Yeah.
That's confirmed. There is a photo.
I'm just checking Joe's Twitter so I can show you guys, right?
Joe's not involved in this collection, though, is he?
I don't think so. Well, I don't know. I don't think so. I know. Yeah, I don't know. But I'm just trying to find this stuff that he's tweeted out. If you ever talk to Joe one day, he's great. He's a really big MK fan, obviously, as well. I'm just trying to find. I'm scrolling back a ways. Okay, here we go. All right, so this is from August 27th, 2024. Right? He goes, more progress, lots of tweaking going on behind the scenes. I'm not ready to show anything in motion for a while yet, but if you like seeing works in progress, then I'll keep showing these.
All right. Hang on. Where am I looking on stream?
Yeah, it'll show up in a sec. Now I'm just going to grab my chalky. Hang on. You'll see it. I'm just going to let that percolate.
Yep.
What do you think?
Waiting for it to show up.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's pretty delayed, unfortunately.
Yeah, so I think it's about like a 20-second delay.
No, it's gotten worse. YouTube delays more for some reason now. They didn't used to do that.
So I'm assuming you guys can all see that on stream. Now this is Mortal Kombat 2. Right? And then his follow-up tweet to that is this one also comes with a question. Would you prefer HD fully 3D environments or instead just an upscale of the original game assets?
Come on. Where is it?
You didn't accidentally pause the screen, did you?
No. It's just playing the Legacy trailer.
Try refreshing it.
Why does YouTube suck so much these days? Why?
Can you
now I'm stuck in it.
Can you guys see it on stream? I'm assuming you can.
I can see it now. Got it.
Okay,
yep,
cool.
I did it. Yep. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, I think I did see these.
So why would you, like, this was August last year, right? So it's a bit now, but
I do see some problems already, though.
Well, But why?
Sorry, my autistic brain can't help it, but that energy bars are way too low. They're almost in the middle of the screen, bro.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I mean, and I know this is just beta shit that gets fixed. I'm just pointing out
Yeah.
that would need to be fixed. 100%.
But it's weird, right? How there's another picture too. Let me find it. Hang on. Get that back. Yeah, here we go. So you'll see this on screen in a sec. This is Johnny Cage and Scorpion on the Wastelands MK2.
Mm-hmm.
He says, this is August 2022. Oh, sorry, 22nd, 2024. Some updates here, things to improve. Thanks for all the constructive feedback. Still many more things to improve, but we're heading in the right direction. Now, the only
So,
yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mentioned the Mortal Kombat tour we did earlier. Did you know that little, what is it? That little fucking statue, those two lions or whatever?
Yep.
What are they? There's whatever creature that is, four-legged creature, but just over Scorpion's shoulder
Yep.
in the background there. That's in Chicago. That's on a building. We saw it. That's where it comes from.
Nice.
Sorry, I was just going to point that out. But, I mean, yeah, it looks fantastic. Like, you can really see it on Scorpion's clothes. You can see the cloth looks like cloth. It's actually got lighting and shadowing and stuff.
The only way I would accept an HD remake. Now, you know how they did ones for like, they did it for like, what do you call it?
Oh, the links. Are they links? Really? We'll have to tell links then.
So you know how they did like Wonder Boy 3 Dragon's Trap, they did Alex Kidd in Miracle World, where, and even things like Halo, where if you pressed the button, you can automatically swap between the new graphics and the old graphics, but they both look the same. Like the actual movement, positioning, everything is a one-to-one. It doesn't matter which graphics you do. That's what they have to do with a remake like this. Because we have been so tuned for decades playing MK, knowing the limits of a certain kick, you know, and all sorts of shit like that. The only way it would work is if you make it a one-to-one. You know, that's the only way it would work. There's another picture as well. Swapping over to it, it'll update in a sec. This is from Mortal Kombat 1. Again, the health bars are really low. That's something they'd have to fix. But this is Mortal Kombat 1 in the Palace Gates with Scorpion and Sub-Zero. So, there you go, Mincy. What's happening, bro? So I'm very curious. I'm very curious about this. What are we looking at here? Hang on, let's have a look. Where we go? Oh, mythical links. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Alright. What's happened, Ringy?
Okay.
Ringy's in the chat.
He was in the chat.
He was in the chat, he's gone now. Okay. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah.
I'm trying to find that links. I have it in a photo, but I can't find the damn thing.
So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. But the only way it would work is if, yeah, you got to make it one-to-one.
Yeah, you could paint over it and paint it in HD and have a toggle like you said. But yeah. If you want to do it properly, you need to get the actors back and stuff, probably. That's weird. Why don't I have it? I know I've got it somewhere.
Having MK4 is going to be pretty fucking cool.
That's
Just
gonna be
emulate it,
awesome.
you know.
Yeah.
And I
It's a great
showed,
game.
yeah, I showed gameplay of like MK Gold because basically that's what it's going to look like. You know, it'll be, it'll be that level of quality. So, because the arcade was amazing. Like the arcade wasn't shit. So,
Yeah, it's what I say. It's if more people played MK4 in arcades, I think it'd be a bit of a different story. But by that time, we're already moving into the home market, and so it didn't get as much attention.
yeah.
That's strange. I don't know where that photo's gone. I've got it somewhere.
Speculating MK Collection, are we? Says Minzy. Oh, yes, we definitely are. We definitely are. I mean, look at this one fucking trailer. Look at what it's done. MK1, what's that? What's that? What's that fucking game? It's dead. Like this Legacy Collection trailer single-handedly like just buried the last vestiges of MK1, right? In as far as like interests go, because again, like as a classic MK guy, you know, like this is our jam, man, right? Like we've been dealing with, like, as far, in my opinion, I know other people obviously like it, but that's, you know, that's fine too. But in my opinion, it's just been slop. You know.
You know, one thing, I just looked up the views on it though. The views aren't that high actually. Makes me a little worried.
On which channel?
On the official Mortal Kombat channel, 316,000 views.
Well, that's pretty good considering it's old, right?
I thought that would have hit 1 million.
Maybe. I mean, you'd have to compare maybe to the other stuff as well.
You do have 213,000 on IGN as well.
Yeah.
Which brings it to about 500,000 if you're going to combine. And you got 329,000 on PlayStation channel.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping as they go along, there's more interest. I don't think it's going to flop though. I think everyone's going to buy it.
Listen. If there's a way for us to get like keys to give away to people, you know, comps and stuff like that, I'm down for that. Anything
I'll try.
Anything
no
I can,
promises.
yeah. Anything I can, like anything I can do. I'm assuming you too, like to pimp this shit out to get the word out. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I'll try.
100%. Because like
at the moment, I'm just trying to get the trailer, but it looks like from what I'm seeing on YouTube, only the official Mortal Kombat channel is given it, IGN and PlayStation.
Yeah.
I don't like to, like, I can just rip their video, but I don't like to do that. I'd rather I have permission to use it, right?
Yeah.
So I've asked for it, but they'll probably tell me, go get fucked. But we'll see.
Yeah. Realm of Rage TV. How you going, bro? What's happening, man? What's happening, bro? AC says only MK1 I know of is in an 92. Hell yeah.
That's right.
No,
it's funny because someone actually did post in my comments, how come you haven't uploaded the trailer? And I'm like, it's the only one they haven't given me. They haven't given me this trailer. It's so weird.
Yeah.
I got the logos, I got the screenshots, I got everything else.
I just hope too, like, so I know with like the recent Capcom Fighting Collection 2, and I'm assuming the one before it as well, where you can go online, you can choose the games you want to have set up to play people online. So for example, I would choose, like, if I wanted to, I could choose like MK1 Mega Drive, like Genesis version, MK2 arcade, you know, and I can select them, and then it'll go, right, what do you want to do while you're waiting? And then I'll go, yeah, I might play some Ultimate MK3 arcade, you know, or sit in training or something like that. Because I did a video on the training part, and I'm hoping they'll do it like they did with the 30th anniversary Street Fighter. And then while you know, so then you, like, dude, I'm gonna be living on this dude, we're gonna be fucking streaming every day, man. We're gonna be living on this shit every fucking day, right? You guys have no idea, like, because I know me and Total will get comments about, oh, we're so negative about MK. We're negative because we love it.
That's right.
Right? We love MK so much that we're not going to sit back and let a loved one fucking get abused and being pulled apart. And so when you get given something that is positive, now you see the passion. Now you're actually seeing the reason why we've been so hard against what NetherRealm's done and MK1 and stuff like that. That's how we roll. That's how it is. You know, we just love this shit into our fucking DNA.
It's, you know, what's going to be great too is there's going to be a build up of players too. Once this comes out and everyone's playing it with crossplay and rollback, there's going to be people having all sorts of tournaments. Maybe an MK1 tournament,
Yep.
MK2, Ultimate MK3, MK4 tournaments.
Yep.
Maybe they're going to do MK1 on Super Nintendo tournament or MK2 on Super Nintendo. There's going to be all sorts of shit going on.
Yep. Yeah.
It's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
It's going to be really good.
And don't get discouraged because, again, like, you know, like I play games where they have little, they have small communities, right? So it doesn't matter, like if you look at Steam chats after a week or two and it looks like it's dropped. It's because like that happens with every game. But keep in mind that, like, you know, just because it drops doesn't mean to say it's dead. Like this is a legacy collection. So, you know, this is something that you're keeping and going, yep, this is everything here. I'm so glad I got this. You know, you may not play it every day. You may not play it every week. Or you might play it every day. Like we'll probably do. But you know, don't be discouraged and think, oh my god, it's dead. There's more players, people playing MK1. It doesn't matter. What matters is if you're having fun and playing with the people that you want, you know. And yeah, you know, set up tournaments, you know, whatever options that they got. I'm assuming they'll have rooms. It's probably have more rooms than fucking MK1 does. So
It's funny too. You look at it. There's four studio / publishers working on this.
hang on,
You got NetherRealm,
Yeah.
WB, Digital Eclipse, and Atari.
is Atari involved?
Because I think Atari owns Digital Eclipse. I think that's why.
Ah, okay, gotcha. Yep, okay.
So technically, it's like Atari and WB owns the developers, right?
Yeah.
They own Digital Eclipse. WB owns NRS.
Yeah.
I think they've come together to do it.
Yep.
But that's awesome because they did such a great job. Actually, do you have the Street Fighter collection?
Yes, I do.
How good is it compared to like Cowabunga collection? Because I've only got Cowabunga collection. So.
I can load it up on stream and show everyone if you want. Do you want me to do
Yeah,
that?
do it.
All right,
Let's do a
let's do
walkthrough,
it.
like
Alright.
of like the features and content.
Yep.
Because I know people are going to be interested in it, and that's what I was doing last night on
I
on
know
my stream.
I know the Cowabunga collection is definitely it's definitely more advanced, you know. And this, so the Street Fighter 30th, so this is the thing that Capcom haven't done yet, actually, is that the Street Fighter collections doesn't have, or any of the collections actually, they don't actually have any home versions. They're all just arcade ROMs, which is really interesting. So when the 30th anniversary edition came out, there was a little bit of controversy. Hang on, let me share the screen. And there was a little bit of controversy because, you know, there was no like it's got Street Fighter Alpha 3, but it didn't have Alpha 3 Upper, which is the version that we got. What do you call it on PlayStation? Like PlayStation 1. So
It paused it. Yep.
oh, there we go. All right. Let me know
Yeah,
if
but
you
it's
got it.
working now.
Oh, there we go.
I can see it
Okay,
now.
Cool.
It wouldn't work before. I don't know why. All right. 30th
So
anniversary
this
collection.
came out, what, 30th anniversary? When was the 30th anniversary? of Street Fighter?
2018. As a
2018.
date there.
All right, so yeah, it's a bit of time ago, and they've obviously had some time to fix this up. But if we go to the museum, just as an idea, there's a history here, so there's an actual timeline you can go across and see.
Oh, that's cool. They're doing that for MK actually. They talked
Yeah.
about a timeline. Yep.
So this
Yeah, that's
was
great.
this was quite. I don't know if this was one of their earlier collections, but you can imagine now after all of these years and quality changes and improved, you know that we're gonna get, you know, a hell of a lot more, you know, detail. You've also got like the characters, right? So you can go through all the characters and all the different versions that came out as well, which is pretty cool. So there's a Kuma, because I know you like a Kuma.
Yep.
Right? And then you got the different variations of them. And you know what's really cool, right? Check this out. You can actually see all their animations.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Right? For their kicks. So you can see that. You can actually scroll across and showcase all their animations. Could you imagine this for the MK one? It's like it'll be like MK Warehouse, but in the in the actual game, which is going to be.
I wonder if they'll do that.
That'd be. I reckon. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. They didn't, man. Like, because imagine like you know you can come in here and then check out all the animations. Oh, this is how Ryu was doing his Hadouken in MK1. Oh, sorry, Street Fighter, the original Street Fighter.
Yeah, I've played that before. I've played the OG.
It's great. Yeah, I mean it's clunky, but you know.
Yeah, it's clunky, yes.
So that's
What
really
else was
cool.
there?
You got the music,
and then
right,
the making of.
So you got all the music.
That's
right,
so cool.
You know, in here as well, which is really nice. Oh, look at it! Oh, look at that! All in there. Right.
I hope they do this for MK. I really want the music in there like that.
I reckon they will.
Especially if we get Mortal Kombat Mythology Sub-Zero, I'd like a higher quality version, even though it's still pretty good.
Yeah.
But it'd be cool if they like touched it up and everything.
And then they got a making of, so they got like the original Capcom pitch for
The
Street
pitch
Fighter.
document, yeah.
Right, which is really fucking cool.
I love looking at those. Yeah.
Making a Street Fighter 2, 72 pictures like going through here.
Yeah, Cowabunga Collection has all this, all the concept art for everything. Yeah, that's nice. I like that stuff.
I mean, they got Tobias back, dude. So obviously they're gonna have a wealth of shit that he would have access to.
Yeah.
That he's probably been digging out of his fucking garage for the last 6 months. You know, he's like, oh shit, I got this too. Let's throw that in there. You know.
Exactly.
And then development art for Street Fighter 3 as well. You know, which is really cool. So, and that's under the museum section. So you can imagine what the MK one's going to be like. And then, so you got online and offline. So if we go offline, obviously you got training. So I'll show you the training, right? Because this is, I think I did a video on it, so you guys can check it out.
Yeah, I haven't watched that one yet. That's the only one I haven't watched yet.
But I'll show you guys while you're all here and you as well. So you can choose the game version. So imagine this is all Mortal Kombat instead. So say you choose MK2, then you can come in and choose a stage. And then you choose like your character you want to use and then the character you want to fight against. Right. And then it just loads up. And once you deplete their health, then, you know, they don't actually die. Right? So... there we go. Alright, and I'll show you the training options in a sec. Right, so now he's dead. Like, he's got no health left, but he's not dying. Infinite time. So it's almost like basically they put like an invulnerability on player 2 and then lock the time.
Look at that fucking skull in the background.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I love this stage, man. Such a good stage. Look at that shit. Right.
It's kind of like the field stage.
Yeah. And then if we go to training options, so this is what you can change the dummy. You know, you can record stuff, guard, all that sort of shit. You know, and I'm assuming they'll do this for MK as well. You know, that's why I think I'm hoping that they'll do a training mode as well, because some people might need it. You know, or some people, if they want to like learn more, you know, stuff like that, they can do that. You know, so I think this is how they'll do it. That's how they'll do that.
Here's hoping.
Yeah, and then you got different filters as well. You know, that you can set up as well.
Yeah, DRT, scan lines. Yeah.
And then we'll go. Hang on. So as far as like the offline stuff goes. Again, you know, if you look at things like the Cowabunga collection and other collections they've done, they've definitely upped their game, you know. But for here anyway, these are all the arcade ROMs. You can change. I think you can change the version as well. I think. Is the game?
I think you can change the region.
Yeah, you can change the region. Maybe it's back under options. I wonder if we'll get different review. Yeah, there we go. International, Japanese. So you can change it there. However you like. So, yeah, I'm wondering... I'm wondering if... Because the Capcom collections are pretty slick in their design as well. You know, they make... Like, they'll have, like, if you press X, you know, you'll have a menu that pops up like this, and you'll be like, oh, enable all secret characters, and, you know, all that sort of shit. So you can access a whole bunch of shit. And they'll probably do that with MK. Like, all the...
Well, they've said they're doing it.
You know.
They said they're doing it.
And then, yeah, you just jump... You know, you jump straight in. You know,
They said they're going to have a one-button menu for doing all the codes.
Yeah, and it could very much be like that. You know, you just press X, pops up a menu, and then you just choose, you know, whatever you want to use, or in the thing.
Yeah, it's confirmed, dude. It's on the website.
What's my online options? What have I got? Input lag, public any. Hang on, what have I got? Hang on. Lobby skill. I'll go. Leave it on normal. Online arcade. Okay, cool. Yeah, so the online arcade, you just choose one of these games, and then I think just like how you'll be playing in the arcade, waiting for someone to come up and throw their coin in. So you just start playing, and then if anyone's online to fight, then yeah, off you go. So I think that's what I'm hoping they'll do as well. Now, what I'll do, I'll quit out. I'm going to load up the Capcom Fighting Collection 2, because I think we'll get a better indication of how things will probably look like on a high level of quality as well. Where's that shit gone? There we go.
No, I didn't go out and buy the Marvel vs. Capcom. I backed off on that because I can't play it without an arcade stick. So I didn't want to play it anymore. I just want to play X-Men Street Fighter, but then I need to buy an arcade stick.
Alright, so you can see that. Capcom Fighting Collection 2.
Sorry, I was picking the malt sticks out of my teeth.
Oh, that's right. You're allowed. Well, I'll allow it.
Yeah, I got it now.
Alright, so when you go, so in here, like, so under the museum section, like, it's got gallery and music. So if you wanted to check out, like, say, Street Fighter Alpha 3 stuff, there's a whole bunch of things. You know, what do you got? There's like 74 things in here. You got all the old marquees.
Good one. That's the arcade overlay. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is really nice. So, you know, we'll probably get that sort of shit too. You've got obviously the music, so you can choose whatever, and then obviously all the music. So yeah, I think it's almost probably going to be a given. The digital clips didn't do. I don't think digital clips did these ones, but I'd say it's a fair given that we're going to get a whole bunch of behind the scenes shit, and stuff like that. So, and then of course
they did mention it.
So with the online play, so when you go to set up casual or like whatever. So you can actually come through and choose cross-region matchmaking, one-button special moves. They can have one as well, different game versions. But you can also select a game. So if you go, okay, I want to queue for
Alpha. Game version there as well.
Yeah. You can. I want to queue for those. You can also like check the rules as well. So you can turn off. You can see here, secret characters are enabled. Same character select. So again, I think when they say one-button menu. This is probably what they mean. They'll put all put all the cheats in like a simple menu like this, easily read. And then you just turn on and off. And then once you've done that, so once you selected, I've highlighted 2 games there. I'll go. You've got a choice: basic standby, so just waiting, in-game standby, or museum. So if you wanted to go listen to music in the museum, or look at the pictures while you're waiting, you can, right? Or you can wait in-game, and then you just choose a game. You know, that you want to wait in. So I might go, yeah, I'll go that as well. And then while you're playing this, you can see at the top left there, it's got the little icon to indicate that it's looking for a match. You connected online. And yeah, this is what I'm hoping they're doing. And I'm sure they will. I can't imagine why they wouldn't do it in this way. It's very easy setup, especially coming off MK1, where you literally got to sit there, fucking, you know, just like waiting for, you know, watching the two dragons make out in the background. So
The thing is too, it looks like they built Digital Eclipse have built these emulators to do all this stuff, and I think they can just drop the software in the background.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah,
So they've already built the framework that you know, handles the rollback netcode and all that.
yeah,
They just need to drop the MK ROM in there, and then drop the MK cheats in there, which just accesses a certain part of the hex. You know, like it's easy once you've built that framework.
yep,
So it should behave the same way as this
yeah,
in theory.
yeah.
Yeah,
Now,
so.
here's a question for you. Do you think they do separate collections, or do you think they might do a DLC type of idea? What's your thoughts?
Separate collection.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think that's... Now, I said DLC, like originally I didn't think of the DLC side of it, but then I thought, well, hang on a sec. If they did a DLC pack for 3D Collection Era, right? Or the 3D Era Collection, sorry. Now, who am I looking for? Hang on. Where's fucking Guile? Where the fuck is... Where's his big fucking brush head? There he is. Then wouldn't they technically make more money? Because then it's like, well, if you want the expansion of the 3D Era games, you've got to get the main game. Would that be a more feasible way for them to make money? Maybe?
I don't know. It depends if they're going to release it physical
Yeah.
first, I reckon.
Yeah.
I think they will.
Yeah.
And then I would say if they're going to do physical, some people might not even just want the classic game. They might, though, want the 3D Era collection.
Yeah.
And so, if they do a collection with 3D Era, Deadly Alliance, Deception, Armageddon, Challenge Line,
Yeah.
I think that'll sell really well. However, that might be a bit of a big ask as well, because from what we've seen Digital Eclipse do, we haven't seen them really do anything from Xbox PS Era, have we?
No, I don't think so. No.
It's all arcade stuff, right? And console, right?
Yeah.
So it might not even be on the cards that we're going to get a 3D collection. But, I mean, if they're going to do it, they should.
Yeah.
They really should.
Well, I think they... I mean, shit, there's enough money there that I think they could do it. I mean, listen, a fucking emulator can do it for free. Like, they could literally just use an emulator, run it in 4K, and it'd be perfect.
There's
So-
enough content for 3 collections. They could have
Yeah.
this one, and then second collection is 3D Era, and then third collection is current MK, basically. MK9, MKDC, MK9, X, you know,
Yeah.
11, 1, you know, so.
This is gonna be a match to remember. Fight!
Yeah, well, I got viewed for a match, so yeah, this all worked as intended. You can see there the ping, or the ping connection.
See, the thing I really love about the Street Fighter games, I love the GUI.
Yeah,
All the bars are really dynamic, they're really clear, they stand out. And MK used to be like that, and they got worse and worse and worse and worse.
yeah,
I really hate the MK11 GUI. It's not green anymore. It's like one shitty color, dull. Everything's like streamlined and thin.
yeah,
I like things to be flashy like that. Everything stands out, right?
yeah,
And this is what I grew up with in arcades, you know? And MK was no exception. It had it too. And then they just moved away from it. It just really annoyed me.
yeah,
This is so great. You can see everything that's going on. Everything stands out. The clock's big. The level 3 on that side's big. It's flashing. You've got level 3,
yeah,
you know? And the energy's really easy to read up the top. The red.
yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, they've always, yeah. I've always liked, damn Cammy, shit. They're fucking ass, man. This, I don't mind losing then. So, sorry, we'll go back to the having the trailer up. Yeah, I just, oh man, I
It's
just,
good to kick this out though, because we can see what this has got, you know. And I did Cowbunga last night, so
well,
it's
do you
very
want
similar.
me to load the Cowabunga one up? Because I think that one's probably the most visceral, like the most visual.
Well,
Sorry.
yeah, you probably should, because I showed it last night on my stream, but for your viewers, load it up on yours. So
Because that layout is fucking insane. Could you imagine John
Yeah,
Tobias's artwork everywhere instead? Like choosing between.
don't fucking tease me like that, bro. Just don't. Start having wet dreams again. Fucking hell.
Yeah, baby. All right, hang on. There we go.
All right.
So yeah, this is the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga collection. This is just fucking crazy. Like this collection is insane. Like it's so well done. This is their best collection I think they've done in terms of visual. So like I said, imagine like Tobias's artwork here, alright? You know, and then I don't know what they're gonna do. I'm just like spitballing here. You can watch shit. Oh, okay. Well, you can play the game too. Alright. Fair enough. Oh, okay.
The only gripe I had, they changed the song.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, that's not the original song. I actually own this arcade game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was a rights thing. I couldn't get the original singer.
Yeah. So yeah, you can go through the different. You got.
Turtles in Time one has the original though. Like that.
So you could go, say for example, where's the fighting game? That was a NES.
That's Tournament Fighters. Yeah.
That's the NES version.
Yeah, Manhattan Project. Yeah, that's NES.
That's the Super NES one. Oh no, that's the
the Mega Drive.
So you can press enhancements on the select button.
Yeah.
You can turn playable bosses on or off.
That's right. Yeah.
Right. And what's on where's the SNES one? This one here. Playable bosses, extra versus stages, maximum speed, extra credits. So I think this is what they mean with like a single.
They're developing the menus exactly. Yeah.
I think this is what they're gonna do. You know, because otherwise it's just then you don't have to worry about all of that. Like for us, yeah, it's cool. Like we remember all the codes and shit, but like I wouldn't like this is a really slick. Like this is really slick. Like this setup.
It's really sick. Yeah.
Right. I'm just trying to see. So what else we got? Oh, hang on. Oh, so this is the games. Then you got the online portion, which is showcasing all the games that you can actually go online with,
Online.
which is pretty cool. Right. So there's quite a few you can choose from, which is nice, including the Tournament Fighters versions as well. And then we've got the Turtles Lair. So imagine this in MK, right? So you can search for stuff. It actually lists everything you can look up, right? There's apparently 3,756 items.
Whoa.
Just in this whole like thing that you can look up. You can look up boxes and manuals, game boxes.
Yeah, I was going through all this last night, but I didn't know how to bring up that search you had up. Cool.
Yeah, it's just like, I think it's the first option, bro. Like, you just sit on it there, you just press A.
Oh, I don't think I pressed search. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just went to...
But so we should be able to like click on we should be able to see all the boxes.
Yeah, even the arcade manual's in there, dude. It tells you all the settings for the
oh my
arcade
god,
machine.
you can fucking oh my god, dude.
You can zoom right in, yeah. Yep.
You guys don't there's the Atari collection as well. Yeah, I'll load that up after this too, actually. So you guys, like, I'm telling you, like, we used to sit here and just look at like 4 pictures on the back of a fucking box, or 5 or 6 pictures, right? And just go and just drool over it. You know, we go to the shop, you know, because we couldn't buy it yet. We'd be just sitting there, you know, hoping our mum or dad wouldn't call us too early, because we're sitting there looking at the back of the box, you know, getting excited about one day being able to rent it, or one day being able to own it, you know. Then all the game manuals as well, so that's going to be fucking wild too, dude. Oh my god. Like, this is just...
And this is what I want to see him do with MK.
I reckon they will.
I reckon they will too.
I would... when did this come out? This is last year or the year before?
Last year.
Because you gotta wonder, like, when did NetherRealm and that approach them and
Oh,
you know,
years now.
like, what was the selling point? Was it this game? Did they look at this and go, oh, these are the guys that could easily do, you know?
I will say this. Digital Eclipse have a very long relationship with Midway and the Mortal Kombat team. It goes back very far.
So there's a strategy guide. Could you imagine if they put on all the fucking MK strategy guides? I would lose my fucking mind. I would lose my motherfucking mind.
One thing I lost my shit at last night on stream was the NES version of of Ninja Turtles. It's really hard.
Oh, it is. Oh, dude, that.
And
Oh my god.
It does not have God mode, but the arcade version did in the enhancement. I'm like, bro, how do you not have God mode on that fucking version? I said that must have been on purpose. I must have been laughing at that. Because that game is so hard.
Yeah.
I had the Commodore 64 version, dude. I had an even harder version.
Apparently, Tyson said this came out in 2022, so it's 5 years now.
Yeah.
So, sorry, 3 years. Sorry, my bad. So, yeah.
Well, I said 2.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, you gotta wonder if they saw this and they went, okay, yep, they know what they're doing. This is the level of dedication that they're gonna get into. So let's load up. Let's have a look at the Atari collection because that's one of the. That's a pretty good one too.
I'm kind of curious to see that actually.
So this is the 50th anniversary celebration. Now, the reason why I came up with the idea about DLC, like a DLC pack, is because this has DLC. They actually released DLC, like a DLC extra 19 games for it. That's why I'm like, okay. That's when I thought, okay, well, what if the MK Legacy Collection becomes a front end, right?
Yeah,
because technically speaking, like everything from MK9 backwards is legacy now. Like they're old games, right? So it could end up being a front end, and then you know, it just they sell like, oh, this is the 3D era expansion pack, and then here's MK vs DC, and then there's MK9, and then you know, like, and then over time they could actually add in other games.
Damn, great artwork. That's awesome.
Yeah, they could add in other games that they've missed, right? So this was their initial burst, and then they're like, oh, here's the additional versions. Here's the Master System versions, additional like Game Boy MK3 version, and other ones, you know, Sega CD MK1, and you know, shit like that. So yeah, that'd be pretty cool. All right, so we got Arcade Origins. Oh, we can go. So here's the game library, right? So yeah, this is how they've got theirs set up. So they've got like Atari Reimagined. They've got the arcade. So they've actually got like the arcade, you know, block, like the, you know, what do you call it, the machine to indicate it's arcade. I think that's DLC. I think the ones listed there are ones I haven't bought yet. That's the pack, I think. Holy shit, look at this fucking Sprint 8. Holy shit, man.
I remember that. I've seen that in arcades before. I remember that.
I've never seen that in an arcade, dude. I would lose my mind seeing that.
You know where I saw it? In Queensland, in your state, down at the Gold Coast at Fantasia.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Nice. And then we got like the Atari, so here we go, we're going into the 2600. Right, which is cool.
Oh, damn. Oh, fucking everything. My childhood right here.
Yeah.
I love Chopper Command.
When's
and Asteroids.
When's the last Ninja Collection coming out, bro?
Oh man, I'm hanging for that. Hopefully soon. They just locked it off.
Oh, did they? Okay, cool. Yeah.
They've locked off the names because everyone had to lock in their name
Yep.
for it to be credited.
And we got the 5200, the 7800. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot.
Oh, there's the links.
Oh, fuck, they got the fucking Jaguar. Oh, my God.
I've got a brand new Jaguar controller, bro. I don't have the system, though. I was going to buy the system and things went wrong.
Dude, the hype... You guys, unless you're old enough, you don't understand the hype that was being pushed for the Jaguar back in the day, man. They acted like this thing was the next coming of Christ. Unfortunately, it flopped. But still, like, dude, like, the hype around it, holy fuck.
It's true. You know, but I always wanted a Neo Geo the most, and I still don't have a Neo Geo.
Yep.
And that's something you can't get in Japan cheap. For some reason, in Japan, it's even more in Japan. It's like, what the hell? That they love the Neo Geo there. They love that system.
You know how they talked about interactive stuff, right? Check this out. Arcade Origins explored 0%. So this is what they must mean when it's like interactive. So you actually like hang on, sorry, let's back out. Oh yeah, there we go. I've explored 1%. So you can actually like, if they've done this, they're interactive. So this must be how they're going to do it. The interactive stuff. So you can go through and learn about everything. This has got the Arcade Origins, Birth of the Console, Highs and Lows, Dawn of PCs. Dude, like, I reckon this is what we're going to get. That's fucking crazy.
When did this one come out? When did Atari Collection come out?
Oh, I'm not sure actually. Does anyone know? I'll quit out and have a look because it'll tell me.
I just want to know which is the latest one.
I think Cowabunga. So this came out in 20. Oh no, hang on. This came out in 2022.
I was going to say this might be newest.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, digital Eclipse did the Game Boy version. Yeah, that's true.
Check bubble chat for okay, all right, but not be porn. This is your prediction. Okay, here we go. Now, what do you got here? Let's make this nice and fat. Mortal Kombat Special Forces, Mythology Sub-Zero, MK4, Mortal Kombat Trilogy. Well, we got MK4 in there, so we need gold. But yeah, I know what you're saying, right? And then the next one, the next pack, yep. Armageddon, Shaolin Monks, Deception, Deadly Alliance. Yep, that'll be the second pack. And then, of course, yep, MK vs. DC, MK9. Yep.
Yeah, everything Midway did, in other words.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Can't argue with that, man. Fucking hell.
No, I can't.
So I think by looking at all those collections, actually, we actually get a pretty good spread of, you know, how shit's probably going to like play out. Especially interactive thing. I think that interactive thing would be, dude, I'll fucking 100% that shit easily. Right? That was great.
Well,
You know. So. I honestly don't care what if they want to make some new fucking game, they can make their new game. Just give us this old shit and I'll be happy. You give us this old shit and I'll be perfectly happy, man. Right?
If I don't get credit as finding the last secret of Mortal Kombat 1 in their little interactive thing, I'll be pissed off.
You know, you should reach out to Digital Eclipse and tell them that. I'm serious, dude. Do it before the game goes live. They might put you in there.
I sent an email to them, but I didn't get a reply about the trailer.
Oh. No, but you got to tell them you found the last secret. Maybe they don't know that.
Mm.
This one trailer, man, has just like God, it's done some good fucking shit. Stupid question says Mortal 1, 2, 3, 4. Will it have trophies and achievements, right? Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Let me just double check. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, but let's just double check, right? Yeah. So the Atari. Yeah, the Atari's got achievements. It's got 20. Cowabunga Collection. It's got 13. Capcom Fighting Collection 2. I know it's not digital, but yeah, they got like 40. Yeah, it'll have achievements, man. Street Fighter Collection. That's got 17. Yeah, no. It'll have them, man. Yeah, it'll have them.
For sure.
And they probably, like, let me just check the Cowabunga one. So what's it say for that? Yeah, it's like finish this game, finish this game, finish this game, finish... Yeah. Yeah. It'll be really easy shit. I don't think... Let me check the Street Fighter one. I don't think they'd probably make anything online. I don't like online achievements.
It should be finish Mortal Kombat 1 credit. Finish Mortal Kombat 2 1 credit. Finish Mortal Kombat 3 1 credit. That's what I'd have.
Now, hang on, let me just double check. There is so far... Okay, there's a couple of... Oh, okay, so the Street Fighter one does have a couple of online ones. It's got find your match, complete an online match. So it doesn't say you had got to win it. The next one is earn your first belt playing ranked matches. And then so this will be, and then it says that, oh yeah, there's a couple more. Win 30 ranked matches in a game, and then achieve a blue belt level in ranked matches. So that's for that one. Hopefully, like, again, not everyone goes online. So I'm kind of hoping that this shit will be... what about the Cowabunga one? Because the Cowabunga one has online game. Like, you can play these games online. No. Nothing online. Nothing online for that. Yeah. And that's good.
I don't like online achievements, personally.
Yeah. No, that's good. Yeah. But yeah, so because like the reason why when I saw this trailer, like when it said it was bringing and we started seeing the footage of like the home console versions, like that's when I thought, yep, yeah, they're being serious. They're definitely taking this shit seriously.
I wonder what they'll dig up, if anything, from Acclaim.
Like what? Like just old footage, games.
So all the home versions of MK1 came from Acclaim.
Hello, baby.
I'm just wondering if they'll... Your cat.
Hello, baby. Up you go. There you go,
Pick
sweetie.
it up one-handed.
Oh, she's so light.
Very light, yeah.
My boys though, they're real big boys. You can't use one hand for them. Hello, baby. You're so beautiful. Yes, you are. Yes, you are beautiful. Yeah.
Anyway, I wonder if they'll dig up anything, if anything, or if it's been lost. I did find when Acclaim closed down, they sold all their stuff on eBay. There was a big auction for all their like press kits and stuff.
Yeah.
I actually have that, but it doesn't have MK stuff in it. I looked.
Yeah.
It was like after MK or something. It was like, I don't know, 95 onwards or something.
DTJ Real MC says I'll quit Fightcade as soon as I buy this. Yeah. Fightcade's been really good. But this will definitely, like, I'm really hoping that that community will then morph over to or transfer over to like the official versions. You know, because then you won't be restricted by just PC. You'll have every platform. As long as they got crossplay.
Every platform.
They've got to have crossplay.
I think it will.
I can't stress that enough.
Does Cowabunga Collection have it?
I don't know.
Oh, the Street Fighter one did.
Um,
Did it say something? Street Fighter did?
It doesn't. It says online. It doesn't mention crossplay for Cowabunga. The Capcom Fighting Collection 2, you can enable it, but they didn't do it. Like, the Capcom Fighting Collection 2 was made by... yeah, Capcom. Yeah, that was all Capcom. So, where's Street Fighter? Let me check. Doesn't mention crossplay, but... I don't know. It might have it. I don't know.
I wonder if it will.
Bushin Rearcat says, does anyone have an opinion on MK being in the Midway Arcade Treasures? One, I believe.
Two. It was in 2.
Yeah, and didn't the PC... No, hang on. Yeah. It didn't the PC one also
No.
get...
So Midway Arcade Treasures 2 was MK2 and MK3. Midway Arcade Treasures Extended Play, which was on PSP and PC, had MK1 as well.
Yep. Yep, that's right.
But Arcade Treasures 1 never had any MK. It had like Marble Madness or something. Other Midway stuff. Joust. Rampage or something. Sorry, I hope you don't mind me finishing the Doritos.
No, that's all right, man.
I was hungry.
People go eat.
I was damn hungry.
He said they should have Pit Fighter as well. So it'd be kind of... So, okay, so... Like, it would be kind of cool. Like, this... Okay, so this is the thing, right? So, like... War Gods was the test bed for MK4. So I wouldn't mind, right? MK4 is kind of being some secret game you unlock just for shits and giggles, you know. So Dragoon wants in. Yeah, jump in, man. You should have access.
Who remembers Hydro Thunder? I remember Hydro Thunder. Actually, I've got all the MK Gold posters that came out in Australia. I've got tons of them. And they're half Hydro Thunder, half MK Gold.
So HC has sent me this information. It says here, no more secrets. At the touch of a button, unlock all secret characters, change game settings, and access the buried developer menus to play the games your way. So yeah, I think you're right.
Bro, I told you that before, and you just didn't acknowledge it.
No, I didn't. No, I acknowledged it. I did.
Oh, didn't you?
Yeah.
I kept, because you kept saying, I think you're going to be able to do this. And I'm like, you can. They announced it. Yeah, it's because that was only on the Atari website. I did a video about this.
Oh,
and,
okay, yeah.
It wasn't on the Digital Clips website, and it wasn't anywhere else. You have to go to the Atari website to see that mentioned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck is it? Are you jumping in, dude? You should have access. Because you're dumber. You're fucking dumb. You're always offline on my Discord, hiding like a gimp. Stop hiding like a gimp. I'll de-rank you to bitch if you keep hiding. Now I have to. Now I have to fucking.
sent me a total fake on 2026 fucking.
Yeah, that'd be fucking funny.
Total fake con.
There you go. There he is. He's in now.
What's up, ladies?
What's up, bitch?
What's up, slut?
I'm so excited. It's like when you were a kid and you're like, but Christmas is only 2 weeks away, right? And every day you wake up and you're like, yep, Kombat Collection. We don't have the date yet, but it's on its way.
13 days. 12 days.
Yeah.
11 days.
It's like when you were young, you used to sit outside the game store before it was open. You're like, I'm getting the first copy,
You
right?
see it behind the glass. Yep.
Yep. Let me in. Yeah, this is gonna
I've
be
done
awesome.
all the things you mentioned. I've done.
Yeah. Oh man, me and Fate had some matches yesterday.
Oh yeah,
In
who won?
MK2 and UMK3. He did. He beat the snot out of me.
No, I didn't.
MK2.
You're a
I love
fucking liar,
MK2.
man. You beat this. You won most of them. But I won the
Really?
last one. I won the last one.
Yes, you did. Yeah, that
You
was
lost
great.
at MK2, bro?
Yeah, of course.
Did I? Or did he? Yeah. Did I? No, man.
Who'd you win
It's-
with, mate?
Oh, who did I last use? I can't remember.
Last character. It was a dual team. I had Katana and Robo Smoke, and you had.
Oh, I had Kano and fuck. Who did I have? Was it Kano and
I can't remember.
What
I'm
about
old.
MK2? MK2.
I can't. No, hey, actually, you know what? Hang on. Wait. I can
You
actually.
want to stream?
I can actually check. I can.
Can you?
I can actually.
You can stream our Fightcade matches, right? Because it saves the replays.
I'm not embarrassing myself any further, man. What?
Man, you're good at the game. You're good at the game. Right? You know how to up block.
Is he
And
that
you know how
good?
to- He knows how to tap
What-
kick.
No,
It
hang
was
on.
pro, wasn't it?
Alright, hang on. Here we go. Replays. Let's
Remember, you said you were going to look up that replay while I was Kung Lao, and you jumped into my spin, and you were still able to jump kick me, and you're like, I'm going to go back and look and see, because that hit you, man. But yeah.
Oh, that's the thing
Yep.
that Fike had to notice. There's a lot of glitching. Yeah, we play for 30.
That's why I didn't want to play on it. That's one of the reasons. I'm like, I don't trust these things. There's always something wrong.
We had some.
I was gonna have to play. No, yeah, no, it won't even fucking load at the moment. Yeah, sometimes the replays won't even load. I can see it. We play for 35 minutes and 2 seconds, but it won't load it just yet. Sometimes they'll load, sometimes they won't.
We're going to be battling when the collection comes out. That's what we're going to be doing.
We don't have to worry about what version of the game it is, any changes that are on Fightcade, things like that. It's just going to be the game. Here it is. No nerfs, no buffs, no mods.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I'm kind of spewing the portable ones aren't getting rollback neck code.
Maybe. We'll wait till we get official confirmation though.
I just thought of
but-
something, and
Well,
maybe I'm dumb.
PlayStation blog says arcade and console has rollback net code.
Where's
Okay.
this? PlayStation. Hang on.
PlayStation blog says it. Yeah, they say arcade and console has rollback net code, and they don't mention portable.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
So let's say they release the game and it doesn't have the HD graphics. Aren't a bunch of MK fans just gonna mod the PC version?
Maybe.
They really should make MK9 HD.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, full HD, I should say.
I saw the pictures you were sharing earlier of like MK2. It looked really good, but you're right. Those health bars need to go up. They need to go way up.
Yeah, they were floating way too low. Like it's like
Yeah.
they were like
If they're that low,
the
when
time
you do a teleport,
Yeah, the timer's exactly because they're gonna be in the way. Yeah.
Yeah.
The timer's supposed to be in the middle of the bars, and it was under them, not in the middle. Like
it's gonna be amazing. Stream failed to start. Discord's been acting up lately.
I wonder how long it will take to come out.
I'm guessing September.
Well, it's not that far off when you think about it.
It's not that far away. Where are we? June, July, August, September, October. Look, there's 4 months. It's got to be within the next 4 months, I reckon.
When did MK1? What was the launch date? 92 or 90? Yeah.
I think it was
What was
November.
the date?
I think it was November. Hang on.
And yeah, I'd say like September or November. Then, if they're gonna really go back, they're probably gonna want to release it on Mortal Monday.
Yeah,
They'll make a new Mortal Monday.
Yeah, that'd be fucking great. I'd be down for that. I'd be down for that 100%.
Like that original 92 commercial where they're all storming the streets.
Yeah.
Mortal Kombat, right? Yeah, man, I was 14 years old and I like shit my pants. I'm like, you're telling me I get to play Mortal Kombat at home? I don't have to go to the arcade anymore. Let's go.
That's what
I still went to the arcade.
That's what, so Taylor MK and I, like, we've been getting like people that have been dissing it, you know, saying nobody's gonna buy it or all this sort of shit, or you know, we've had these collections before. But the thing is though that like Total MK is right. We've never had a collection like this before. Never had MK4. we're probably going to end up with probably Gold and Trilogy in there. So again, we haven't had that before. Not to mention we haven't had the actual home versions before in a collection, right?
Well, I was talking to Breezy.
Mm.
So
And
apparently, Mortal Kombat version 1 came out the 8th of August, 1992. Revision 2
right.
came out the 18th of August, 92. Revision 3 was the 31st of August, 92. Revision 4 was the 28th of September, 92. Revision 4 T-Unit was the 11th of February, 93. And Mortal Kombat Revision 5, which is the last version of MK1, came out the 19th of March, 93. And
Hey,
the
if
very
it's in
first
August-
prototype, the test one, was the
Mhm.
28th of July, 92.
Nice. I was talking to Breezy, and I said this is actually a lot bigger than people think, because this will be the very first time ever, like out of any collection or Midway Treasures or anything, this will be the first time that Mortal Kombat will be these classic games will be playable worldwide
Yeah.
and cross play. So like PC players have been playing PC players, the Xbox 360 people are, that you can still jump on the Xbox 360 or the PS3 and play the classics. But this will be the first time ever that everyone will be able in one pool.
Well, we're hoping for cross-play. We can't confirm that yet, but it'll definitely have rollback netcode for the arcade and console.
They better have crossplay. That would be so disappointing.
Yeah, I hope so too. It's not a deal breaker though. Like,
No.
I hope they'd have it, but even if they don't, and I just have to, only play Xbox people, I'll just get the PlayStation version as well and the Switch version.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy all the versions.
And the thing is like some of these people you were talking about, I haven't seen any of these videos about people being negative. Here's the cool part. No matter how negative they are, when we log up the game, we will always get a match. There will be no waiting.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think a lot of people will be playing this.
It doesn't matter how. It's like right now on Fightcade, if you looked up Fightcade, there's probably about 700 people between the three games playing. You can always find a match. Imagine how big the pool's going to be when it reaches these newer consoles and PC. It's going to be great.
Yeah. And also that last version, that arcade collection, most people had that. That didn't have rollback netcode.
Yeah.
You're talking about the Mortal Kombat collection that was on the 360 and PS3?
Yeah, arcade collection, that was called. It's terrible. It has bad audio. I really hate that version of Mortal Kombat, and that's literally the last one. So whenever I had to play classic MK without pulling the consoles out, it had to be that version.
When it first launched, I was so excited. I bought it and got online. It ran at like 10 frames per second for the first month or two that it was out.
Yeah.
And that killed the player base because people were like, fuck.
It's a bad version. It's a really bad version. And the thing is, there was a really good version of MK2 on PlayStation, and they took that off the store because that shit came out. It replaced it.
So
the other Ocean one was really good.
So who in the chat wants to see what the 3D era of MK would look like if they did a collection? Because I can show you.
No, they don't want to. They don't want to.
In 4K. In 4K.
I'm gonna show you what it looks like right now.
Right? I don't want to see that.
Yeah. If he's gonna show what I think he's gonna show, like Armageddon in 4K, and if that's what you're gonna show, then people, I knew that. Yeah, this is like, just give it a paint job, and it's good to go.
Right, all you gotta do is run this at a high resolution because the base resolution was so low back then. So anything like 1080p, 4K, right? This
it was 40 by 576.
You don't even need to do any like remastering whatsoever. It fixes up all the aliasing, and that's it. Look how crisp and clean this is, and this is, well, let's just say it's for emulator, right?
There's the stages, bro.
Oh yeah.
Like even the stages are like in great detail.
What, do you have a stage? Stage preference?
It goes down to the format they use. They don't use a compressed format, so when you upscale it, it upscales really
Palace.
well.
Yeah, the Palace is a good one. There you go. Yeah.
Alright. Hang on, did I get that? Hang on, let me just double check I got it. No, I didn't. Hang on.
I mean, I think the 3D kids are gonna have a fit if this is what they get. They're gonna love it.
Yeah. So if they chose one version, like to be perfectly honest, I'd be perfectly happy with just the Wii version because you got the extra character, you know, and that's it. As long as it's got mode of combat, conquest, you know, I don't think it was lacking anything, was it? So.
Were you able to get Deadly Alliance in the same quality as this?
Yeah, I can load it up in a sec. Let me jump into a game, and then I'll load up Deadly Alliance.
Scorpion.
Where's my golf wife? There she is. Alright, here we go.
Oh yeah, Serena, baby.
Yep.
Got to make Ryu Cat happy. He wants to see Deadly Alliance.
Yep.
So I figured I'd
I
point
want
that
to see
out.
that in HD too.
Yeah. I mean, everything is clear and crisp.
Yep.
I picked this stage because it's kind of a darker stage. Imagine the ones with all the lights like everywhere.
Yeah.
It just pops. And all you did, this is one of the reasons why you talked me into getting a PC. You showed me this, and I was like, oh my god.
Hang on.
Teabag.
He's looking at that ass. I know
It's
you're
gothic.
What's up, Rev? What's happening, bro?
Trey, that ass is behind your elbows. You can't touch it, okay?
You know what? One thing I thought was kind of cool with the 3D era, right, was the blood flow. Like, you see how it flows down their body? I always thought that was kind of cool.
Can you show one more stage? Like a stage with a lot of light and like
do Golden
reflections.
Desert.
Yeah, the fuck's away. Oh, here we go. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, you're doing the Wii version. Interesting.
Yeah, all the buttons.
I'm
buttons are backwards.
I'm running the PS2 version, and it's amazing.
We'll go.
Got my copy of Armageddon right here.
Yeah, which stage am I going? Hang on.
There you go. Nice. That's the collector's edition.
That is.
Right?
Potato cover. I've got all of them.
Oh shit. Hang on.
This one, Midway sent me this. Thanks, Midway.
I mean, and this is a free update. You just check a couple of boxes in the settings, and it's like it just changes the whole game.
That's cool.
There's an armory stage here, is there not? I think I just went past it actually.
Subway, Soul Chamber, either one.
Yeah, we'll go. We'll go.
They wanted an outside one.
Sub-Zero. Melina.
I mean, it's perfect. The 3D guys are gonna love this if this is what they get.
Not to mention the fact that like it's, you know, it's running at 60 frames too. All beautiful.
But you should check your DM, guys. Your HC sent you that as well.
Hang on, let me have a look.
It's a video of AI Serena.
Oh no, I didn't get it.
Oh, maybe he didn't send it
hang
to
on.
you.
Oh, hang on. Wait. Hang on. Did I get the AI Serena? I don't know. Oh, AC.
Uh-oh.
You can't deny me my gooning material.
Well, I got it. That's all that matters.
Damn.
No soup for you.
Oh, he said you saw it before. He said you saw it before.
Did I?
We're old. You gotta forgive us.
He's got like the Cleopatra hair and very, very large breasts.
I mean, I may not be the hugest fan of the 3D era, right? But I know that there's a big group of people that love this stuff.
Yeah.
I do. Especially Deception.
All right, let's let up that fucking travesty
didn't wanna-
Deadly Alliance. All right, hang
Oh,
on, here
come
we go.
on, man. You've got to stop hating on the DA, man.
The DA.
DA was good, man.
Hang on, did the GameCube get a version or not?
Yeah, that was the one I bought. That was the first one I pre-ordered. I loved GameCube.
Should it have additional shit or not?
It had everything that the others had. It had like the making of and all
Okay.
that. The history of MK.
When was the last time you saw?
I think the GameCube version, I think they did reduce the characters a bit. I think they did do something to it.
Oh, okay.
I think they did reduce the characters a bit in size from memory. I think they needed to save space on the disc because GameCube used those mini discs.
When was the last time you saw this many Mortal Kombat fans giggling like schoolgirls? It's a fucking. I'm so happy. Man, I'm so happy, man. This is great.
All right.
Oh, there it is.
All right.
Poor Liu
Liu
Kang.
Kang is dead. I love the Deadly Alliance logo too. Badass.
I tell you.
I mean, look at that. Look at that. Look at that selection screen, and then
Such
look
a
at
cool
Mortal
menu.
Kombat
It's
1
right there.
2023. Yeah,
And I like how
mean,
it goes different ways too. It goes down the tunnel, it doesn't go behind the drag, yeah, sometimes you go
Yeah.
down the trapdoor. That's
Yeah.
cool.
this roster.
How?
Oh, this music.
Like, hang on. I can choose my stadium. So you can't, like... Yeah, there we go. Oh, Palace Grounds. There
This-
we go. Let's go that one.
This game, an entire different group combat. The Soul Calibur guys, the Tekken players, all those guys that were, you know, fiending for 3D stuff, and then this comes out.
Yeah. We'll get we'll make Total MK happy. We'll get the car out.
Now you're talking. Let's go, Natara.
AC says they should make the collection navigation like that. Yeah, I agree. All right, so here's your 3D era gameplay, like collection. This is how it's gonna look. Right, this is all they need to do is just increase the resolution, and that's it. I always like this one.
And YouTube isn't.
Feel the souls that going into there, which is really cool.
Into the palace, yeah. So I love this
And
one.
you-
There was nothing like this in MK1. Nothing like this. Shit.
And YouTube isn't doing this justice for you guys, right? Because YouTube compresses everything, so it's probably going to look even better than what you're seeing on YouTube.
Yeah.
Jefferson was the worst boss the whole time. I don't agree with that. You know why? Deception had zombie Liu Kang. The greatest version of Liu Kang.
Which game had the worst roster?
Which game had the worst roster?
Out of what?
MKX, right?
X.
MKX had the worst roster.
11.
But out of the classics, oh, MK4. Or this? No. That's a tough one. We should do a poll.
You can go sword uppercut, and then finish with the other thing. Or you can go sword uppercut, and then down an A. A little forward slash.
I see. Hang on.
What bothered me about this game is they took away basic things like sweeps and uppercuts from certain characters.
Oh, down an A. Should be like a little stab. Yeah, finish it with that. Go sword uppercut, down A. There you go. And then what you do is then you do like the flip kick, forward back A.
Oh, okay, yep.
So then like if they were advancing, you would keep them at A.
Can you still throw a spear while you're in sword mode? Because if so, you can do
Yeah, go forward B.
uppercut and do the uppercut, then spear.
Well, that's what I was
Yeah.
trying to do. Hang on. I don't think it's gonna let me. Hang on. I've been trying to do that.
Or just do one uppercut and like,
Alright, let me try one uppercut. Yeah, it only lets it do
There it goes.
That's
one
it.
uppercut.
And now uppercut again,
yeah.
Yeah.
There you go, uppercut, harpoon, uppercut down A.
Yeah.
You get 3 uppercuts in. And now down. There you go. That's it.
Nice.
That was
Yep.
less damage.
Yeah,
I
it
know.
always tapers the damage down, more hits.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Yep.
But I actually like that. That's proper scaling. That's
Yeah,
how it
that
should
system's
be.
good. And you can see that this doesn't drag on. You can see that you've half damaged the character, right?
Yeah.
In MK1, you're doing like a million combos to try and kill him. It's like, whoa.
Are you trying to jump kick teleport?
No, I don't even know if he has to teleport. Doesn't even have a fucking
They-
teleport.
They didn't give him a teleport in this game?
No.
Yeah. That no sweeps, no like I didn't
Now he's got
understand.
the Hellfire kick, he's got the harpoon.
Now let me change. Is it still start button to change alternate costume? I'm
I think
assuming.
so.
Yeah,
Like, if you play-
it might be one of the triggers. It's the thing that blade slides in. I think it's. Oh, maybe it's start. Sorry, maybe it's start for the costume. Sorry, I'm thinking.
Oh,
of
there we go.
the
Yep, no,
handicap.
that worked. That worked. That worked.
Sorry, I was thinking of the handicap option. Sorry, I got confused.
Look at that.
All the other options are the triggers.
So while I'm not a big fan of the combat,
That's my favorite.
well, I'm not a big fan of the combat. Obviously stage design is good, character design's good, the sound, everything's still good, right? You know,
It's still Mortal Kombat.
yeah, still got the Dan Ford touch, you know,
Yep.
which is nice. They're not frozen.
Yeah, it's the
Left bumper.
yeah, like, is it like combo?
Hang on.
Oh, it depends
No.
on what you play on. If
Yeah,
you
it
play
depends on
Xbox,
your buttons.
Yeah, it's like clear button if you play on Xbox. Clear or black button. Yeah.
That freaking Xbox controller, man.
Yeah, I know, right?
That thing was a
The
deadly
rest of it's too
weapon.
bad, but it's still funny.
The fucking loaf of bread.
Yeah. The original Xbox controller was a deadly weapon on a hook.
Yeah,
It was a harpoon.
The Duke.
Yeah. Who needs a sledgehammer when you have an Xbox controller?
But this is literally how the HD collection would look. Like, sorry, a 3D era collection would look. This is it. Right here. This is all you need to do.
You want to tease them and show them MK9 in 4K?
Well, I won't be running 4K. It'll be 1080p, but still, that's
Oh.
yeah, I could do that.
Is it good? Because MK9 came out 720p across the board, which I thought was bullshit because PS3 was doing 1080 at the time as a standard, but everything was 720 upscaling. Maybe that was to keep the frame rate.
Wasn't it like 1080i or something? I don't remember what they called it. But it was standard 1080. But like you said, it was upscaled from 720.
I think no. So what I'm saying is, I think the package did say 1080i for PS3, right? But when you rip all the textures and everything was 720, so everything was being upscaled.
Yeah.
Let me grab my copy real quick and see what it says. MK9. Dun dun dun.
It probably says 1080i, but I'm telling you, if you rip the graphics, they're 720.
Yeah. Oh, it actually says on the back of the PS3 copy, it says video output in full HD 1080p. As long as you have an HDMI cable.
Yeah, but it's a lie. I'm telling you that
Yeah,
the source
that's-
asset are 720.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
wasn't.
upscaled.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when I ripped them, I went, I'll rip everything 1080, and then I realized they don't exist. They're all 720.
Yeah.
And I think that's to keep the frame rate.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Oh God, I love this game. Everything on it is like
Armory. Please play at the Armory.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
It's one of my favorite. Especially when the dragon like dips into the
Ultimate
into the
Swaggins
mold.
sent to the chat. How's it
Huh?
going?
Hello guys. Hello guys.
Hey, Swaggins, we're live. How are you?
What's happening, bro?
You live? What's happening?
Yeah, we're live.
You all good?
We're live on Fate's channel.
Oh, nice. You all good?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep.
Good.
Blood pressure's good. Everything's good.
Everything's
Oh, Katana, baby. I've got it right here. I don't need to play MK9 now.
Yeah, show everyone your brand new mouse pad.
Hang on. The greatest mouse pad in all of existence.
Oh, I remember that.
Nice.
She likes it when I do that.
So this is 1080p, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Full 1080p.
Yeah.
60 frames or 30?
60.
When you do the X-rays, I'm curious, do they drop to 30 or did they fix that?
I don't know actually. I think let me check. Hang on. Fuck, no, I think they're still 60. They look 60.
They look good?
Yeah.
Alright. What a fucking game right here. This will be the cherry on top at the end of the Legacy
The
Collection.
soundtrack's so fucking good.
Yeah. Where's my fucking... Hang on. There we go. Yeah, you can't add on the fucking jump kit and the leg takedown.
You can
Yeah,
do
I
jump
miss
kick
this GUI.
airthrow.
This GUI is
Oh
absolute
yeah, that's what I used to do all the
perfection.
time. Yeah.
So, Faith, this GUI is absolute perfection. This is what I was
Yep.
saying before. You know, with the flashing and animation and the green at the top,
Yeah.
this is exactly how it should have stayed, like this. But and after this, everything went fucking weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do the slash where it pops them up and then jump kick, teleport, and then punch spear. Bang, bang, you'll get it. Nice. Yep.
Very nice.
Do that after that,
Oh
yeah.
shit, hang on.
Bang.
Oh, fucking, hang on. What's my teleport? That's my
You
teleport.
can also do punch, punch, spear, punch, punch, EX teleport, punch, punch, takedown.
There's my, okay, there's my. Oh shit, I missed it.
Oh, you were too fast.
I was.
Too
yeah.
fast.
Oh, can I fucking...
You won't be. You can't end it that way. You have to start it with the overhead. You can't
Let's
end it.
try 1-1 spear, and then 1-1 EX teleport.
Okay. Oh fuck, too fast again. Too fast. Hey, shit. Hang on.
Jump kick, teleport. That works too.
Oh,
Nice.
hang on. What do you want me to do? Oh, you want me to... Oh, hang on. I gotcha.
Yeah, no, without that.
Yeah, that's
just
it.
1-1 spear.
Oh, he wants you to do a different.
Yeah, it's
Different
just
combo.
Yeah, yeah, two of those punches, then punch, 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 punch again, and then EX teleport.
Oh, you want me to... Yeah, it's teleport. Okay. Right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, this was
Mother... Hang on.
Motherfucker. Oops, bad language.
way. Trying to say the C word though.
Basically,
Oh,
playing
yeah,
so
that'll
much
get
of
one,
Grandpa.
yeah.
Yeah, I know, my fingers feel all over the place. Because that's the problem, right? You play the fucking classic MK games, right? So you play a whole bunch of Fightcade like I did today. So now when I go to uppercut, like I'm pressing the front punch down when I'm, when it's supposed to be on fucking... This is what I mean about they fucking changed the legacy, right? Never should have done it. Oh,
If you look in the bubble chat, because I know you're like me, visual learner. That's what that's what Swaggin's asking you to do. So 1-1 spear, 1-1 EX teleport.
And 1-1 takedown, yeah.
Yeah. Bang.
And 1-1 takedown. Oh, it can't do that. Oh.
No, it stops you at the end.
Oh, it's
But you can-
a punch too much. Yeah. It has wide
Instead-
open neck.
Instead,
You
you
have to
can
do
do
2 punches before the fire punch, and then the spear.
the Scorpion's best ender is forward 2-1 and then the flip kick.
Oh, it's because it's because I am remembering wrong. I'm thinking MKX. I'm sorry,
You can't,
guys.
hang on, you can't catch them on the...
Yeah, you can't do it. I'm thinking MKX.
Not in
I'm
this.
so sorry, guys.
Yeah.
It's so long.
I can't grab them then, can I?
No, you can't. You really can't. I'm just missing.
Forward
right.
2. There you go. Yeah, that right there. Forward 2-1 flip kick. That's the ender. So whatever combo you start with, that's what you end with.
Always like that.
There you go.
Yep. He has a low
25%.
too, right? He has
Yeah,
a
he's
low
got a-
into spear. Yeah, he's got a low into spear as well. I think it's with
You can do
it's
tap kick spear.
4 square. Oh, I mean circle. Sorry. Yeah, if one of those kicks is a low, that can combo into the spear.
Oh, okay.
You can check the move list, it's probably in there.
Yeah.
So you can basically get a little vortex with the grab. If you, yeah.
Can't enhance the effort, can you? Can you?
No. Mm. What a lot of people do is they do the overhead.
Oh, there we go.
There's the low spear. Yep, that's it.
The good thing about his EX teleport
I
is that
fucking love that. Dude, look at that.
Yeah. Without the second kick, let's do the spear right after the first kick hits her knees. Yeah, there we go.
And you can do I think. Right.
Look at that.
Like a
Look
double
at that.
kick.
Look, see that? Right? This is the thing I've pulled up in MK1 all the fucking time, right? So, you know, so we do that.
Combo
right?
stop.
Right? Pull it. Hang on. Let me. Right. Up we go. Oh, hang on. Shit. There we go. Up we go. Ah, fuck! I missed it. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, you're good. Just do punch, punch, spear again, and you'll get the same outcome.
Oh, really? Okay. All right.
Just two spears. Yeah, any duplicate of a special stops the combo.
Yep. Yeah. See, it forces you. How you going, T-Rob? Booty Gunner. How you going, Booty? Yeah. So it forces the combo to end. This is what I love about the older games.
Yeah,
you know,
it goes on the ground.
Yeah. Even on like classic 2D MK, like, you know, you could do a couple of like standing low punches to someone in a corner, but eventually to push you out, right? They thought of all of this shit to stop things from being cheap, you know. And even in this game they did that. You know, outside of like, you know, obviously, you know, other issues as well. There we go.
Hey, Booty Hunter.
There we go. Yep. Look at that. 6 hits.
Booty Hunter.
Done.
Yep, done. Booty Hunter missed the 3D era. We were just doing the 3D games in 4K, and so if you rewind a little, you probably have it in 4K, man. But we're up to MK9.
Alright, try this. Just just a standing double tap. There you go.
Yeah.
And then you could
Leg grab.
put forward A, I think. That's it. I always do that
All
one.
the combos when that jump in punch too to add extra damage.
Yep. You can do
jump
the
in and
front
go
kick.
A forward A, and you get a nice 4-hit combo.
Yeah.
Bang.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that a
Simple.
lot. I like that one.
Yeah. And you can do the double kicks into the leg grab.
Or the spear.
Yep,
Yeah,
or the
do
spear, or
and then end it with that. Yeah.
he loves his leg grab.
I
He loves that
Yeah,
move.
yeah. The leg takedown's awesome. We've always loved that move. Me and Fate were doing it when we fighting each other on MK2.
Ever since MK2, yeah, MK2. I always loved it, man. I've always loved.
Yeah, it's the sick move. The scissor kick.
Yeah.
It's great. And then when they put it back in this, I couldn't believe it. I was like, no way.
Yeah.
Can you play another stage?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, man. Put on fucking the rooftop.
Yeah.
Which version?
Nighttime.
We got dawn, day, dusk. So
Dusk.
Yeah. I just love the background. Everything on fire.
And the boys
It's sort
want
of
to
like
see
LA right
Jade.
Which costume?
MK3 is good.
If you're doing katana, I'll do the sexy one.
This is the one. MK3. We'll go. This is my non-modded version too. So.
Mm-hmm.
You should be back this weekend. Cool, man. Awesome. Look how fucking badass like Sector looks. Look at that shit, man.
Yeah. He's an actual cyber assassin. That's why, not some fuckhead in his boot.
You boy. Woo! Now, what's his
Now we're
fucking...
talking.
Yeah, now we're fucking... There we go, he's got that.
You know, the first time I remember being in America at E3, and I saw that second teleport uppercut with all the code
Yeah.
as it goes down, all the binary code. I saw that and went, that's fucking epic.
Yeah.
Just that
Yep.
effect alone.
What's his fucking? That's what I want. Always love that, man.
Toasty.
Has he got it? He's got his homing, yeah.
It's
No?
you have to EX it. You have to EX it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think.
okay.
You have to hand it, I think, right. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
but-
yeah.
There you go.
Right. Cool, cool.
I'm gonna get something to drink. I'll be right back.
I love that background. Look, there's literally a dragon in the background.
Okay. Oh yeah, fucking hell, man. EX is 2 missiles. How was his fucking? Hang on, what's he got? Up missile, above, behind, in front. Okay, alright, okay.
His EX teleport is a pop-up.
Hey, Total MK, how do you stream Xbox on YouTube? So my Xbox is connected to a video capture card, and that's how I stream it to YouTube.
Yeah, do those kicks fade and then the EX teleport.
Oh, those ones? Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Are they
Yeah, and
enhanced?
do the EX teleport. Yeah, enhanced. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
one.
yeah,
And then
yeah.
you can do the kicks again.
Oh, really? Okay, hang on.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh, hang on. Oh my god, fucking hell, hang on.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard, but you can do it.
Oh
yeah,
shit,
oh, yeah.
guys!
Yeah, close, close.
I went to get myself something to drink, and I have a package.
Really?
Yep. Know what it is? Dun 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 dun. Let's open it up.
It's your fucking gay pants, that's what it is.
I got my pants yesterday. Yay, pants! You jealous? Alright. Yay, pants. Oh shit, it's nicer than I thought it was gonna be.
Man,
Let me
he
take-
he literally fucking uppercuts her right through her tits. Watch this, ready? Like that, look at that. Right through the right through the fucking titties there. Like straight up.
Straight to the middle.
Chef's kiss. Nice,
Very nice.
nice maneuver. Very nice maneuver.
This was worth it.
What a fucking badass little character. Look at this over here, man. Look at that. That looks so fucking cool with the portal. The corner. So
Oh guys, looks like I've got a new favorite hat. If you would, check out the bubble chat.
what have we got? I don't see no shit. I don't see no fucking hat.
Oh shit, I put it in the wrong section. See, I'm old, man. You gotta give me a minute. Old man do dumb shit.
But not obsolete.
Not obsolete. Right.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Oh yeah, there it is. This is Mortal Kombat on it.
Yep.
Like, did my game just crash? Yeah, my game just crashed. I think.
My hat made your game crash?
It did. Your dumbass hat. Yeah, it did. It fucking did, yeah. Your stupid ass fucking hat.
You can call me Kung Lao then. Let's
Huh?
go.
Oh my god.
You can call me Kung Lao.
Kung Pao.
Hang on. Now I gotta fucking. When this fucking crashes, hang on. Now I gotta make a new desktop. There we go. Now I gotta fucking drag that over there. Do that.
This thing is comfortable. Alright, so if you want the hat, go to Target.
There we go.
Oh yeah, you guys are in Australia. Dumb. I'm a dumb American. Y'all don't have Target there.
No, we
Yeah, we do actually.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, you do?
Mhm.
Yep.
Nice. Well, you can get one of these in like 50,000 different colors. It's like I think it's like $10 or $15.
Oh.
I've got the one Fade's got right behind him there. The coloured dragon
Yeah.
from EB Games.
Yeah, they.
Um,
I could get one of the hats, but they had to get one from another shop.
I got the other one.
Yeah, I got both. Yeah. I'm gonna grab some chippies.
making fun of my sweatpants? Why you gotta make fun of my sweatpants? Wait. Hmm. Let me see. I don't know if you've seen them, Total, but check this out. It's all because of the freaking Legacy Collection. They're like, oh, let's announce this, and all of a sudden the kid in me woke up, and I'm like, I want some sweatpants and a hat. Yeah, yeah. Sorry.
What about that?
Bubble
Oh,
chat.
shit. I wonder if I can get them here.
They're at Target. Yeah.
Target, huh? I want to Target here. How's it?
Yeah, you're probably right, MK. It's probably gonna be trilogy and all that. That's the 4 missing, the question marks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I agree on that.
When we were playing MK3 and Ultimate MK3, and whenever you select your character, what happened when everybody put question marks on the screen? Was that random combat?
Remember when random per combat.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, what if there's something there?
Nah.
It's a reach.
How you going, Genova? What's happening?
Because all question marks. I gotta look it up.
So if you go to the Atari website, right, and you read when it lists all the systems that the MK games are coming out on, it says something along the lines of arcade, Super Nintendo, Genesis, 32X, Game Boy Advance, right? And then it says and more.
Right.
Now it's talking about systems, not titles, which means if there's a missing system, it's going to be PlayStation. Because on PlayStation, you got Mythology Sub-Zero, Mythology Special Forces, Trilogy, MK3. And that and more could mean Dreamcast MK Gold.
Right. So if you pressed the B button 4 times on the controller, it would put a question mark on the screen. I'm reaching, but I'm just trying to find something. Because those question marks mean something. It could mean 4 games. It could mean 4 modes. It could mean...
I don't think it's going to be systems.
No, but it does. If you go on the Atari website, it says and more. And it's talking about all the systems.
Right. Isn't MK4 Arcade the only MK4 version?
No, there's N64, PlayStation, and PC. And arcade.
Sure?
Yeah, I've got them all.
Well, not in the collection. It hasn't been verified yet.
Oh, no, in the collection. No. I'm saying they're the version that existed.
Oh, yeah, I mean, but in the collection as of now, it hasn't been announced that any more MK4 games than the arcade version. Is that
correct? The arcade version, that's right.
Yeah, so far.
Yeah, so probably considering that all the other games have different ports of them, the Game Boy and so on, Genesis, whatever, it would probably make most sense to have like a MK Gold at least. So that gets another version.
I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah.
So... I'll read it out. I'll read out exactly what it says, Fate. Where is it? I can find it.
Alright, where am I looking?
That's alright, I'll just read it out. Oh, you're on it?
Yeah, I'm gonna look now.
Okay, so scroll down, and you'll see features.
Yeah.
Multiple iconic editions.
Yeah, but that's vague and more. That's vague.
No, it's not, because it lists the consoles. Look, it says Super NES, Genesis, dive deep with fan favorite releases across Game Boy, Game Gear, 32X, Game Boy Advance, and more. And that's talking about hardware, dude.
Yeah, but PC has a version of MK Trilogy. N64 has a version of MK Trilogy, which is hardware based. MK Gold is hardware based with MK.
That's right.
MK Gold, right?
And that's what I'm saying. It could be something else. But most likely it's going to be PlayStation, dude, because Tobias is involved, and it's going to include Mythology Sub-Zero. I'm 100% on that. Got to.
But I have to ask this: when I just watched the trailer going on in the background right now, right? When you see it, it comes up with the list of games. It says MK to MK4, right? On this list, it says "and more" right there in front of the games. Don't you feel like that means it's going to be 4 more games and not 4 more systems?
I'm not saying 4 systems. I'm saying on the entire website, there's going to be
no.
another
Yeah.
system.
I'm just pointing out what the trailer says. So I'm assuming it's right there, and more. Did you see that? Right. So.
Where are you
probably,
putting?
I was just watching the.
How many question marks were there?
4.
3 or 4?
4.
So that,
Yeah, because
kills my.
There's 4
theory.
question marks in the artwork. So are you talking in the trailer, or are you talking next to that bullet point on the PlayStation blog site?
If you click into Fate's what's it called, a Discord stream right now, the trailer runs in the background, right?
Yeah.
Quietly, yeah. When it shows all the games that are available in that trailer, it says "and more" beneath those games, not on the system. When they're talking about systems,
But
so I'm
saying is,
assuming it's
next to
maybe
that
4
bullet
more
point on
games
the
and not
PlayStation.
4 different more systems. If that
All I'm
makes
saying
I
is,
hope
if you
you're
go
right.
if you go on the PlayStation blog site, the last bullet point, it has question marks, but it only has 3 question marks.
Yeah, but it could just be just like, you know, like...
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just pointing it out. That's all. The trailer
think
shows
that-
4.
What was
I also
M-
think the and
what was
more will
MK
include.
What was MK Unchained again? What was that tied to?
Deception.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that'll
Deception.
be 3D. Yeah, that'll be 3D era, yeah.
I really hope we get all the soundtracks. We get a jukebox of some kind, right?
Mhm.
And
What I
you know, like you showed earlier in Street Fighter, I want to see the history, all this for every character. You know, because digital. What's the name of the company doing this?
Digital Eclipse. Timelines are confirmed. I don't know about character specific stuff, but it just does say behind the scenes with the characters or something. I think it did say something like that. What did it say that?
Yeah. Well, we now have kind of touchpad technology. What if we got the Vita as well? Got the when MK9 comes out, we also get the Vita version of MK9. Right, because there's like that extra 300 challenge tower specifically made for touchpad.
Yeah.
And like, you know, they could do that. You could use your mouse on PC or the PS5 controller on the PlayStation or
Yeah,
whatever.
But we're not getting MK9, so they won't give us the Vita version.
Well, later. Like, let's say
later,
they
maybe.
did do
Sorry, I think-
remaster.
Literally.
Yeah. Like, because the Vita version, that was my favorite game on the Vita. I could sit there and play that all day long.
I played it once. That's the only time I've ever played it. I tried to find a Vita and could never find a stupid Vita.
Yeah, they're hard to come by. I wish I hadn't sold
No, I'm
mine.
talking when they were in the shop for sale.
Oh, yeah.
There was never any in Australia. They never had fucking stock. I'm like, is this system for sale or not? I'm trying to buy one. I bought the game back to Australia, smuggled it back in, crossed the border. Why can't I buy the stupid system? It's so weird.
Well, how much was the Vita when it came out? 300?
It was like $400 here.
400?
I think that's it. Our money,
Yeah.
which is probably like 300 or something your money.
Yeah, they had let's just test that. Yeah, they had Genova. They had MK9 on Vita. It came with some extra costumes, which on the PC version people modded. So those extra MK9 costumes that the guest characters, the additional DLC characters got additional costumes. The PC version of MK9, you can mod those costumes, yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, my MK9
If you
modded
look at
version is
the,
basically perfect.
If you look at the picture just into the bubble chat, that's what I mean.
Yeah, it leaves it open. So I can,
for me, it says to me, and more games.
Yeah, it's more and more games.
Yep.
Yeah. I was talking with someone in the Discord, and I would, let's just say the first pack was just those games that you see on the cover. MK1, MK2, MK3, Ultimate, and MK4. If that would have been the first pack, I'm happy. But if they're adding more, that's even better.
If you think of it like this, what I was saying before, if you think about the hardware, The only one that's missing is PlayStation. And if you think about and more games, if you put the two together, should be PlayStation and then games that aren't listed: Mythology, Sub-Zero, Special Forces, Trilogy.
Yeah.
Maybe a
MK
Saturn version of some of the games could be too. We don't know.
Otherwise, they'd just be like MK4, Nintendo 64. But let me tell you something. MK4 Nintendo 64 is the arcade version, exactly 1-to-1.
Yep.
The PlayStation one had the FMV version, and the PC one had the FMV version of MK4.
Mate, you have a donation in the chat with a question.
I do. Mortal1234 with the £1.99. Thank you so much, brother. He says, when do you think we'll get more info? What are our game shows coming up? What have we got? We've got a Gamescom. What else is there? What else is coming up?
Is GDC coming up? GDC.
Comic-Con as well? We got a Comic-Con.
Yeah, Comic-Con's in July.
I think, and I may be wrong, but I think WB is going to push this game because they know they could do their own thing on this.
All right.
Or maybe I'm just an old school nerd thinking outside. I don't know. I just think that this is going to be successful.
I'm about to shatter your dreams why they probably won't put the PS1 version in there. They might. But watch this. I've got Shang Tsung morphs enabled in the options. This is the PlayStation 1 version. This is running on a PC. Right? This is emulated PlayStation 1, meaning it's emulating the hardware. Right? So, as Shangers, right? Watch what happens. It pauses. This is exactly what it used to do back on the PS1.
Yeah, because it's emulating the CD-ROM.
Yep.
What about the GOG version of Trilogy?
But they wouldn't do that in the collection. They just drop the CD-ROM emulation.
Which means they essentially could just use the PC version.
Yeah, just use the PC version. Yeah.
Right. Because
good old games Trilogy.
Yeah. Let me load that up.
I just hope we really do get Sub-Zero. We might not, because it's an adventure game.
No, I think we will. I
hope we do.
They'd be nice bonuses.
I'd love to play it.
Just for fun, I'm going to see how big that game is. We have 100 gig downloads.
It's too hard. I'm so sick of people whinging about it. It's so fucking easy, that game, once you get past level 2.
What?
Mythology Sub-Zero. It's a piece of piss.
I just fear that they're only gonna put in games that actually has online function. So I don't know how they would make co-op.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Right?
Yeah, I'm worried that they might not include it for that reason because it's an adventure game, not a.
Yeah.
Well, the game is only 513 megabits in size, so for them not to include it would be kind of weird. It's such a small game.
It's that doesn't match the rest of the collection.
Okay.
Thing we're saying because it's not like a fighting versus game, right?
Right, exactly.
Well, it's a frustrating game to play.
I think Trilogy's definitely got to be in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And gold, it's a no-brainer, I reckon.
Gold should be. They should have announced gold, I reckon.
No, this is what we're doing. This is exactly what they want. Us sitting in fucking podcasts, making videos every day, going, I really hope it's in there. Yeah, they're milking the shit out of this. We're their free advertising right now.
Oh no, not Mortal Kombat.
No, this is a superior.
Here we go.
This is a superior one. Don't worry, I got you, bro. This is a superior one.
We got to play the song now.
No, I'm not playing sure.
You're not playing the song. Fine, be that way.
Here's the secret. Here's the secret menu for MK Trilogy.
Yeah.
1-bite fatalities, instant aggressor, normal boss damage. Oh yeah, by the way, Total.
I've seen that.
This nullifies your argument about bosses.
No, it doesn't. It's still got shitty hitboxes. It doesn't.
Yeah, the bosses.
It just takes more hits to win, so it doesn't.
Uh-huh. Alright.
You'll never defeat me on that argument.
Look at that roster.
Mm-hmm.
Why is there no audio?
Oh, I just don't have it on at the moment.
Alright.
What's the GT Director software down there? Oh, that's something else.
Can you play MK2 Kung Lao?
Oh,
Yeah, you press select on Kung Lao.
Or Kano.
Kano.
MK1 Kano.
yeah, he's funny at least.
He has that spinning move.
I
with his blades.
was pissed that that wasn't on the N64 version, that you couldn't do the classic characters. That pissed me off.
They did that because it wouldn't fit on the.
Yeah, I know.
That's what I was asking. I didn't know if it was.
Oh well, I assume that's why. Yeah. Just remember, 64 literally means 64 megabytes of space. Literally, that's what will fit on the card.
That win post, that wasn't in the original MK1, was it?
No.
No, so
Not
how
that.
did they... This just remade the MK3 Kano sprite into the MK1 one?
No, the frames existed. I think. I don't think they. I think it took it out though.
Oh,
That was it.
that right there.
Brutality.
And they made his knife toss like Kano's, like Kano MK3.
Just look at his armpit when he does it. It just looks weird.
Oh yeah, maybe it didn't then. Yeah.
It just looks like they took the scans of the MK3 model and like redraw his clothes. Look at that. It looks off.
Well, he's doing the MK3 pose. That's why, and he's in the MK1
yeah.
All right, gentlemen, gotta go to the doctor.
Right,
This has
No
been
worries,
fun.
mate. Have a good one.
Yeah, I will talk to y'all soon.
6 apples keep him away.
Alright,
You know?
man, take it easy, bro.
6 apples.
Okay, Sharon's Carrying says, what if they released a never-before-seen version of Trilogy, like how SNK revealed Samurai Shodown 5 Perfect, with bug fixes and even more classic variants? Ooh. Well, so on Mugen, one of my favorite Mugens is Mortal Kombat Trilogy Thunder Edition, where if there is a previous version of an MK character, you can access it by double tapping start button, and that's really cool. You know, if they did something like that, that'd be pretty fucking wild. That'd be pretty cool, right?
I really hope they are enhanced with sound effects.
I fucking love the sound of... that's one thing that's funny with MK4, all the audio. You know, like they went really crazy with some of the fucking garbled speech. Because you could kind of tell what it was, and then you couldn't.
Kano.
Round 1, fight.
Fucking clown.
Wins. Round 2.
Right, back to
Oh, you have to do the state fatality.
I can't even remember his moves.
Didn't you put on one button fatalities?
No.
Breh.
Oh, you turned me into a baby.
You got babied.
I did.
Oh, look at that! He's so cute.
He's a Kano baby.
I want one.
And they didn't have
Probably act like Chucky.
they didn't have they were missing some of the stages from MK1 as well.
Where's the music, bro?
I don't have it on.
Ah.
No, I don't have it on.
Okay, fair enough.
So
It sounds lifeless and sad.
Yeah, that's his fatality, HL combat, not his stage fatality, I assume.
So yeah, I think oh yeah, so this is the PC. Yeah, this is the PC version. Oh, my bad. as you can tell. No Shang Tsung thingy. Because it's instantaneous. Oh, can you guys hear the music? Oh, okay.
I think they just say that I could hear it in their head.
Oh.
Otherwise, we'd hear it.
Round one, fight.
Fuck off, Kano, you loser. Here we go. Look at that. Instant. Instant. What's another fucking Shang Tsung ball?
Which one do you want to know? Block, block, block? Alright.
Yeah, I've already done that. What's Scorpions?
Forward down, forward high punch for Sub-Zero.
Oh, okay.
Back down, back high kick for Kung Lao.
Oh! What is that?
No, that's called a freeze. There we
That's
go.
your precious trilogy.
Oh, it was just that ice clone disappearing. It just looks weird right there.
His nuts exploded.
Oh yeah. He somehow pissed white goo with blue strings around it.
Trilogy died,
Okay.
and nobody cared.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's not be hasty.
Well, don't tell me it's back.
No.
That's true.
Jen says the Endurance Tower had 5 characters in a row. Yeah, that was crazy. Or you'd have like Goro, and then Space with another character, then Kintaro. How long have we been streaming for? Oh shit.
a long time.
I'm hoping we'll get some more information soon, but it's only been a week, I think. So, I guess we gotta,
Yeah, but
gotta temper our expectations, I suppose. But
it's gonna come up soon.
But I'm pretty sure the guy on, so the lead, like one of the developers, right?
Yep.
He said something really curious. See if I can find him. Hang on. What's his name again? Is it Stephen Frost? Yeah.
Frosty Steven?
Is this on X?
Yeah, if you look up Frostman 007 on X, right? He goes, one of his posts is and that's a wrap, Summer Games Fest, Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection. The post below it says, down to the last interview of Summer Games Fest. Thanks to everyone who came by to talk about Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection. Who the fuck did the interviews, bro? That's what I want to know.
It could be what I said. It could be in like MK Online and that.
What is there is there a fucking
They said they're working with them on the game, so or, I don't know on the game. They're working with them somehow.
Yeah.
Few people are. Oh, there you go. The first comment after that is Corey Thallion. He's the community manager, so he organised it all. So anyone who was in the good graces of Warner Brothers community manager,
Yeah.
which is not me, got invited to some event probably.
Fate, imagine if the 4 games that's gonna come as more is just Pong and Galaga.
Oh man.
It could be.
What if it was like 4 versions of
If-
Trilogy?
if
It'd be
you're-
like my worst nightmare. What if it was like MK Trilogy N64, MK Trilogy PlayStation, MK Trilogy PC, MK Trilogy Game.com? That would be like my worst nightmare. It'd be like 4 versions of fucking Trilogy. I think I'd have to hang myself.
You know, if it's Pong and fucking Galaga or something, or whatever the fuck it is, you're banned from the server, Swaggins, for bringing from bringing bad mojo.
Or bringing bad vibes.
Yeah.
Don't take it seriously. I really don't
you
think it's
dare
gonna
diss
be
Pong.
more.
Pong started video games. No Pong, no Mortal Kombat.
No, here we go.
I know, but
Here we go.
4 games.
Here we go, man.
Yeah, you don't have to
That's
do
fact.
all these fights anymore. You can just instantly go play Pong and Galaga in our collection. Woo!
Wouldn't it be funny if it was like something obscure, like, oh, what was that game called? I keep always forgetting the name. Hang on, I'll find it. I got it on PS1. It was the banned one. Oh fuck, where
The
is
band
it?
one.
Yeah, hang on.
Custer's Revenge.
No.
Jesus Christ. That's the worst video game they ever made, is that game. What's the band one? What band? What? How?
Oh, hang on. I gotta find the name of it, and then you'll know. You'll know. Does anyone? It was on PlayStation 1. It was banned because it was so like violent.
Oh, I know what you mean. Thrill Kill.
Thrill Kill. That's the one. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, because it had creepy fucking characters in fucking BDSM and shit. Like with like leather masks and yeah, that game's creepy.
Sharon is Caring says, hold up, I remember how MK9 became banned because of the level of violence. Would the classic collection be able to come to Australia? No issue. Yeah, so what happened is that we didn't have a games rating system. Right?
No. Hang on. We had a games rating system. We didn't have an R rating in the games rating system.
Oh, okay, that's right. And then they tried, yeah, but they used the movie rating system to rate the R-rated shit, didn't they? And then it would fail because it's movies and not gaming.
No, so we had ratings. We had that covered movies and games, but games didn't have the R rating. Movies did, and they wouldn't give it to the games for whatever fucking reason. And then so became a campaign to get an R rated added to video games to cover more adult games, which I finally added in 2012 or 13, whenever it was 13. I think. Yeah, and that's when we were able to get MK unbanned here.
I remember playing a porn game on PlayStation 1. This is no shit. Somebody had made.
Yeah, I've got some porn game on a CD somewhere.
I don't know how the fuck they made it right, but somebody made like a porn game where you have to like press different like selections, and then she'll like take off more of her clothes and shit. You know.
Hey, I grew up with those games. That's why I'm such a gooner. I grew up with Samantha Fox Strip Poker on Commodore 64.
Asking for a friend, can I get a copy of that?
Yeah. Where can I?
What's your friend's name?
I need to know where. I need to know where this terrible stuff was found, so that way I can avoid it. Right.
The first boobs I saw was Samantha Fox Strip Poker.
What
That even
underground
counts.
places did you go to?
If it even counts, because the graphics were so fucking bad.
Is that his arm or his schlong?
No, you strip her off, and it's this weird black and white sort of outline of her chest. But they didn't like do very good detail on the nipples or anything. It's like two boobs that are nippleless. Like, what am I looking at?
Oh, so dead or alive? Yeah, well.
I was so confident that I wouldn't get dinged. I streamed it not too long ago. And I'm like, fuck it, I'll just stream the whole game. I don't think YouTube will even detect them as boobs. And it didn't. It literally didn't.
Yeah.
You just can't tell what the hell it is. Still, I love that game though.
Do you reckon like John Tobias is back?
No.
Probably not.
Because he obviously isn't retiring, right? Like that's why he's been working and shit.
Well, he was doing other stuff at Warner, so maybe because that finished, he was free up to do this. But then that could mean that going forward he might do more things.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Possible.
hoping for. Yeah.
Maybe they saw, oh, holy shit, our franchise is killing itself, so we need to bring back
I honestly reckon they did see that. I honestly do.
Yeah.
yeah.
I honestly reckon they panicked.
Well, fucking,
Got
how
more
long?
sales
How long
going
did how long did MK1 last for support? Fuck all.
1 month, 1 year, 8 months. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny
That's
actually,
supposed
because
to last 10
MK9, right? This is the funny part. MK9 only got 4 DLC characters. Sorry. 3. No, 4. It was 4, yeah. Right? 4 DLC characters all in one shot. It was all in one shot, wasn't it? There was no spacing out of the characters, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't all in one shot. They were rolled out slowly over time.
Were they?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So, but...
Because I got sent the assets for each character. So at first it was it Kenshi first?
Scarlet, I think.
Scarlet next, and then who was the next
Scarlet was
character?
first. then
Rain.
Kenshi.
Rain?
Yeah. Scarlet,
and then,
Kenshi,
and then Freddy.
Rain,
Freddy was last.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I believe Scarlet is the first one, though. I could be mistaken.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. No, you're right. It was Scarlet first,
Yeah.
then
But
Kenshi.
you know what's funny is that we only got 4 characters, and I don't remember anyone going, "Oh, are we going to get any more?" Like, you know, like nobody was sitting there clamoring for more. Like, we were happy. It felt like like the MK9 roster was like trilogy, but like a bit extra.
MK9 had so much to do. It had so much content. You're right. Everyone was just happy with what we got.
Yeah.
Whereas now it's like, what are the next characters? I want this character.
HC's making some banger artwork.
Yeah.
That's fucking cool, bro. Total fake con. I fucking love that, man. That's funny. I love that, dude. That'd be great, man, if we ever could do something like that one day. Total fake con.
Would you fly overseas to do something like that?
Oh,
or can you not
yeah,
get on the plane?
Oh, I've been on a plane before.
Yep.
Like, I'd have to have like people with me. So
Okay.
yeah.
Well, like, when you say people with you, what?
No, I don't mean like mental health workers in me a straight
Yeah,
jacket.
I was gonna say like people with the straight jacket.
Well, you know, no, significant other, because like they understand, you know, like
Yeah, I know.
my
I'm just kidding with you.
my anxiety and shit. So
Yeah, you know, I get a bit I get a bit of anxiety on the plane. Believe me, dude. So, with me, right? Unfortunately, my brain works this way. As soon as the plane makes a noise, or suddenly hits turbulence, my brain goes into overdrive, and I see every possible outcome of that situation.
Yep.
Due to even going down to the fact of like crashing and burning and everyone screaming, and I can hear it in my mind. You know what I mean? And I've just got to like put it aside and be like, you know, that's just a possibility sort of thing. But my brain goes through all emotions. You know what I mean? Everything.
So,
You know?
so speaking of trauma, Sharon is caring has said this. She goes, what makes me think what's a worse punishment? A blowjob from Melina, a hand job from Shiva, or a mustache ride from Shao Kahn?
Why is a hand job from Shiva bad? She got 4 arms. Like, why is that bad?
Because to be fair, maybe not to be fair, but some chicks are a little rough. Like
I would take the hand job over the blowjob.
I think your
Oh,
slot
Melina,
would be rough.
she's going to raise the
after
sharp
Melina.
teeth if she's giving you the blowjob. You know that's going to be bad.
Because women think that because it's hard, you got to like be aggressive with it, and that's the worst thing you can do. You got to treat that. You got to treat that shit like a baby, right? You got to soft, loving. You know, fucking, you don't jackhammer that shit like you're trying to build a new fucking foundation for a building, right? None of this. You know, you got to. You know,
just ripping your skin off.
Yeah, nice,
Have you seen Avatar?
nice, gentle. We don't have foreskin on there just so you can tear that shit off and get it replaced. We ain't fucking lizards. It's not growing back, right? So, you know, for some of us, obviously, that, you know, we're lucky enough to keep our what do you
Yeah,
call
mine's
it?
in mint condition.
Yeah. We, you know, yeah, we, you know, we like our sleeping bags. So you know what I'm saying.
The doctor came near with his scalpel, and the first words out of my mouth was, "Try it, and I'll fucking floor ya."
Oh shit.
I just want to add, if Melina's giving me the blowjob, does she have her boobs out? Because if she has her boobs out, maybe. Because she got some pretty good boobs.
It's like fucking a bear trap.
Yeah, but the boobs are pretty good. Might be worth it for that.
What the fuck, dude? Your dick is gonna be gone.
What?
It's gonna be gone.
Yeah, it's gonna be the last like. That's gonna.
You don't know that for a fact. You don't know that 100%.
I'm 85% certain. Cereal.
Now Slit's saying, is it pre-Tuck Hart and Melina?
Yeah, which one is it? Is it the Tarkart?
Hypnotic Flower, bro. What did I just join? Well, we've gone through talking about martial arts, Mortal Kombat Collection, and now apparently gratification from ladies of Outworld, or somehow Shao Kahn got dragged into it. So
if it is a new timeline, Melina, I'll take the chance.
New timeline, Melina. Yeah, just make sure she's jabbed. You know, like is that a point on your tooth?
Well, I don't want to get any STDs.
Is that a point?
Like Tarkart STD? Is that a thing?
Is that a point in the tooth? You better take your shot, love. Right?
You know what I really want to bring back? You know, in the next Mortal Kombat, you know what I really want to bring back? The slave girl that comes in when Shao Kahn wins and hugs his leg.
Yes.
They'll never do that again. They'll be like, "Oh my god, it's like feminist rights. They can't do that. It's this fucking."
You know what I love?
Like,
what I loved is like when you look at all the old footage and then talking behind the scenes, you know, and even stuff with MK9. You could tell, like, they were just edgy. Like, everyone was like, yeah, man, this is fucking cool.
it was so good.
When I give a fuck, you know, like, they just did shit and they didn't care, man. And now,
They did not give a fuck.
how the fuck does the Medal of Fighting Games company end up with the biggest vagina on the planet?
Exactly.
I mean, vagina's are great, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, like, you don't want to be the vagina, right?
Well, it's a period vagina. No one wants to be around it when it's being like that. It's not like the good, like, come fuck me vagina, right?
Yeah.
Tomato sauce.
So, you know, I don't know, man. I don't know what happened, but this is the thing. Like, you look at everyone is excited about this collection. You know, even people that, you know, I mean, I'm sure some people have been like disingenuous about it because they don't really care, but it's MK. But like,
what I'm wondering is this collection's going to come out, right? And then I'm wondering what's their next full game going to be.
well, I don't think they should do any for a while. I think they should focus on this. I think this should be the focus of what Ed Boon talks about when he's doing shit. You know, because I'd be really interested to see like him how happy he'd be. How you going, Flamey? We're live, so no dropping the N-bomb.
What are you talking about? I'm not calling anyone a nagger.
Well, you might. You might call me a nagger.
Yeah.
He has been known to nag before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you gonna get the collection, Flaming? Are you gonna get it? Alright, so we can show you some real fighting skills.
Trust me, you won't even beat me even if I get blindfolded.
Bro, you can't play classic MK.
I grew up with classic MK.
Did you? What'd you play?
MK 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Uh-huh.
And the thing is, when I was like a kid, I was like 5 years old or something. My dad had a colleague who used to own a Super Nintendo, and that's how I started playing Mortal Kombat 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll easily beat you playing those versions. That's fucking easy, man. Right. Those games feel like you're playing with soft putty. They look good and they sound good, but that's soft putty compared to the crisp, accurate, you know.
I mean, what do you expect? I was 5 years old. While you're here, son, I'm gonna leave you all by yourself in an arcade hall, and you're 5 years old. And
You were 5? Go into the arcade.
Yeah, you
Fucking
pussy.
be a real man.
Yeah, you
Get
fucking.
a
Yeah, it'll be
chair.
like
Why-
Home Alone all over again. I'm lost, Daddy.
You play. There was no rating system, so you could have played Mortal Kombat at the arcade. There's no excuses. All you needed was a chair.
True.
And money.
Everybody, yeah. Listen, we don't quibble. Listen, man. Listen. Don't make up excuses, all right? Right? You know
Well,
what?
you
Don't make
also
up
pay
excuses.
money in the
And you
arcade.
don't need money. You could use a cigarette lighter.
Have you not heard of the word theft? Have you not heard of the word theft?
So
Right.
you're here as a Christian promoting theft.
I'm saying if it's the devil, right, then
Oh, exposed the fate. Oh, hashtag fate headliner. Fate exposed.
Damn, Fate. Damn, bro.
if it's the devil,
What a sinner.
if it's the devil, then it's not theft, is it? It's cleansing. You were cleansing their purse. Don't talk to me about shit. Your fucking parents left you alone with a violent fighting game at the age of 5. The fuck are you talking about me? A bad Christian.
Sorry.
First of all, they didn't leave me alone, and secondly, I was constantly under supervision when I was playing those games.
Well, then you didn't say you left that part out, didn't you?
Like you were assuming, didn't you?
What? Listen, I can only go by what you sell, bro. Right?
I mean, I wouldn't scratch your head if I were you. There's barely any hair on there anyway, so.
There's no hair. Beautifully shaved today. Beautifully shaved.
The Kano look. The Kano look.
But yeah, I might get the Legacy Collection. I'm not sure when it's getting released. What's the time on it?
Oh, we're waiting for that
We're waiting.
information.
Oh, so this one's for you, TMK. Sharon is caring said, mention how pissed TMK would be if they added something in the arcade version of Mortal Kombat games saying you defeated Shao Kahn, now go get vaccinated. Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Congratulations, you are the supreme Mortal Kombat warrior. Next,
Oh, yeah.
you have a new challenge. COVID-19.
Let's be honest here. No one could beat the AI in the classic MK because the AI is cheating unless you play in a certain way that you bait the AI for jumping
Well,
or
that's how you
whatever.
play.
Yeah,
That's
you,
how
yeah, you cheat it back.
But all I'm saying is like, if you're not exploiting certain stuff, you're never gonna beat the AI.
Yeah, but where do you draw the line in exploiting? Because I can like do the sweep trick where I sweep and then
Yeah,
come
but
back.
all I'm saying, the AI is programmed in such a way that it reads your inputs. So
yeah,
no
yeah,
matter
yeah,
how
it's got input reading, and I've read the input script. So yes, you're right. But what I'm saying is, it's all like that.
Yeah.
All of it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you know how the AI is programmed and how it works, of course you can use it to your own benefit and then
Yeah.
take advantage of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying, where do you draw the line though? Like what's cheap? Because everything's reactionary.
Oh, cheat! I mean, you're not cheating. You're just using
Exploiting.
the information. You're
You're
using the
exploiting.
information that you have against it. It's not like you're using a third-party device or software or something.
No,
Like,
no. I'm saying you're exploiting it. But what I'm saying to you is, you say I had to do some sort of pattern to win. Where do you draw the line with what's a pattern? Because the program reads everything you do.
I mean, I've seen you play before, right? Like
Yeah.
when you got filmed and everything, and what you were doing most of the time, you were just doing jumping attacks.
Yeah, jump forward. Yeah, because that's how you win.
Yeah, well, that's all I'm saying. Like the
Yeah, but if I was to
the
play
AI,
differently, like
probably
if I was
the
to-
AI is not really programmed to deal with that. It will occasionally maybe down to you or something, but or like uppercut you, whatever.
Yeah, but there's other
Uh,
things I could do. I could do the sweep trick. Like
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
yeah. I'm just saying the AI
I'm
reads
not.
everything you do.
I'm not saying that you're not a good player. I'm just saying to beat
Yeah,
the
yeah, I know.
AI, you have to use certain
Yeah, trick.
patterns. to your
I,
knowledge,
yeah. All I'm saying is that everything's a pattern. It reads everything you do.
That's all I'm saying. Like there's no
What the fuck is this conversation?
I don't know.
Just jerk each other off. Ringy
No, I'm
says.
just saying, like,
I think-
because he asked
Take him
me.
off. What the
Ring-
fuck?
Ringy
I
says.
think
Ringy.
you mistreat each other.
Ringy says a lot of stuff. Ringy
Ringy-
says a lot of stuff.
Listen, shut up for a sec. Hang on. Ringy says, right? He says apparently Super was rage quitting against the AI in MK2. I need to see this. Should I? I'll have to react to it because that'd be fucking hilarious. I want to see that dude
Yeah,
lose his mind.
Well, MK2's cunty, thrown into the corner and then thrown out. Oh shit! I said the C word. Damn it.
Does it all? read your
No, you put a
inputs
Y on
on,
the end of it. You're all good.
Yeah.
MK.
Can you already see like the YouTube clips? MK, classic MK is trash. It's too hard for the pro players because they cannot beat like.
Too hard for the pro players. And then comes along me and Fate and just beats it.
Yeah, I can beat
The ones that
fucking.
can
Listen,
talk.
I can beat Shao Kahn and MK2 with one kick.
Yeah, that's
Right.
what I do.
Just tap,
Yep.
tap, tap, tap,
That's right.
tap, tap, tap it in. Just tap it in. Tap, tap, tap-a-roo.
That's right.
For those that get that reference.
Give it a little tap taparoo.
Tap, tap, tap-a-roo. Right.
Yeah,
Is
I
that
can
how you
beat
met your
MK2
wife?
without you. I can beat MK2 without unblock.
Hey, Total MK,
Yeah.
does the console ports read the inputs too?
No, but like in MK4, the only way that I, as a kid, could beat Goro was spamming the Superman with Raiden all over again.
It
No,
worked well.
so classic MK games all have a base AI that you can exploit, right? So MK1, in MK1, it's once the computer kicks into high gear, you can if there's enough distance to a jump kick, right? Now, if you jump back, like if you somersault back, the computer will generally throw a projectile for whatever reason it just does. But if you walk back and then jump kick, it won't. So you can walk back, jump kick, somersault back, duck the projectile, jump in, kick.
Basically, you're
you know.
creating an infinite loop to trap the AI.
Well, whatever, right? You can label it all.
No,
that.
well,
For the contributions too?
It doesn't matter what you call it. It's because the AI is there's always a pattern. In MK2 there was 2 AIs. Half the roster, it's when they walk in, you jump back, they either pause and then jump or they'll jump. Right? So then you just, you do whatever you want, combo, whatever you like. Right? If you change the other half of the roster, which is a lot more tricky, they'll just keep walking in. If you jump back, they'll throw a projectile. Right? If you jump in, they'll high kick you. Like it's so brutal. But I think I've almost figured it out. Like either with sweep kicks or depending on the person, standing high kicks or roundhouses, you can usually get them. MK3 simplified it probably to one of the easiest, where they'd run in, roundhouse, right? If you do a sweep, they'll jump, even if you roundhouse them across the screen, right? This is how you create like a bit of a gap and breathing room. So they run in, roundhouse, right? As they fall back, you do a sweep, they jump again, thinking you're attacking them, even though you're full screen, and then they'll run in, roundhouse, sweep, and process, so on and so on. Ultimate and Trilogy, they modified it so that way the computer would square off with you, where you'd move back and forward, and it would work in complete tandem. Once they eventually, like, you broke that tandem, they would run in and you'd nail them with an uppercut, and then a sweep, make them jump back, run in, uppercut, sweep, make them jump back. Although recently I learned a new technique. I was watching people do it, that when they run in, they just jump up, they do a hop kick, and then they do a combo that way as well. So yeah, there's a couple of ways there as well. And there's always a baseline in the classic MK. So
Always. Yep. Always a base.
Always. I don't
AI
want
that
this.
you can exploit.
Yeah, I just kind of want to play the older games again just for a laugh. I'm not sure.
Huh? What?
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 Is that Australian?
What?
Is that
mate.
Australian?
Yeah, it's Australian, mate. What you gonna do about it? Fuck.
One hit, I lose half my HP.
Oh shit! We have you close at home, Flaming, even when you're not here. So
I know. You miss me that much, huh?
yep, you're on the soundboard. We haven't put Sobe on the soundboard yet.
Toby.
Toby. Where is Toby?
Toby. Where is Toby?
Why are you running?
Why is my kid running? I told them better than that.
Why are you running?
Why you have to be mad? It's only a game.
I'm tired as fuck. I might have to bail soon.
Yeah, I was gonna like wrap it up. Total, do you want to tell everyone how to find?
Total MK and everything.
Oh fuck, Jesus, man. Right.
Well, I'm on this thing all the time. Like, I feel weird just going, yeah, subscribe to my channel. They all know me.
Subscribe to his channel.
No,
He
I
needs the
don't.
money.
Who are you? Who
I
are
know
you?
you. I
Who
know
are
you for
you?
10 years. I know you.
Yeah,
I don't know
subscribe
who
to
he
my
is.
channel. It's at Real Donald Trump on YouTube.
Trump, baby, Trump.
I thought you were Stephanie Brownback. Sorry.
Oh my god.
My is DJ Vance. DJ Vance.
Yeah. That's my YouTube channel. It's
At DJ Vance.
I can tell from Fate's expression that it has been
Hey,
a
looks
long day.
I don't know what to say. Everyone knows my stuff, right?
Yeah, we've seen your porn. We've seen it.
I mean, I appreciate you platforming me, but like, I just feel weird saying every time I'm totally
Actually, top tier, mate. It was top tier. I saw it too. Top tier, definitely. Up there with Ron Jeremy and stuff like that, you know.
Oh my
No, don't mention him. No. Do not mention Ron Jeremy.
So,
Hey.
what do you like? What's your guess about
You
the
have
action?
the actions from his work.
You know what happened to him, right?
Yeah, I know. He got sued. He was a piece of shit.
No.
Toto, what do you think the price tag is for the collection?
As a guess, as I was saying earlier, I don't know.
Do you think they will capitalize the shit out of it?
60
No.
bucks.
No, I don't think so. I don't think Digital Eclipse would do it. I reckon 70 our money, which is probably like 50 your money.
50? Damn, that's a lot. That's like a new game.
It is a fucking new game. What the fuck
It
are you on
isn't.
about?
It's just old games packaged into one.
You're fucking old. It's got MK4 in it. That's a pretty hefty.
Yeah, but it's not my favorite game. It's not because I used it in an
Games aren't
argument
50.
against Deadly Alliance. That's my favorite game.
Your new games are more than that.
Fate, please promise me you will play MK4 with me.
Okay.
Like yesterday I was watching Mike Hollow, right? And I saw him putting Deadly Alliance in S tier. I'm like, what the fuck did you smoke?
No, Swaggins, it has to be gold. If they put that in the collection, it has to be gold.
Deadly Alliance is
I know,
a good
but
game.
for now.
It's just clunky, that's all. I find it clunky.
Yeah, it is clunky. That's why, if the gameplay is shit.
No, I don't think it's bad. I think that's why people like it.
I'm gonna play Mortal Kombat Advanced online.
Now that is a terrible game. If that can be in the collection, so can Special Forces.
I think it
I was
is.
just about to say Special Forces, yeah, or
I think
Mythology.
Advanced is
one-
in the collection.
Fucking special needs.
Yeah, it is.
God.
It is.
Yeah, it
Oh.
is. I'll say the one thing I'll give the GBA versions of Deadly Alliance is that's what brought Serena back.
Yeah. Oh, one thing that I want to mention: if you can't play the Game Boy Advance version of Mortal Kombat Tournament Edition, if you can't play that multiplayer, you won't be able to unlock the crypt fully because you need something called, I think it's a red coin. And yonks ago, and you can look this up on MortalKombatOnline.com if you go to their forums. Go to the portable one, and you'll find my guide in there somewhere, the Mortal Kombat Tournament Edition guide. I had to use a trainer to get the red coins because I had no one to play with
Yeah.
to unlock all the crypt coffins.
I'm
And
assuming.
the only way you could do that was to play.
Yeah, what the good friend Fate is, right? For not showing up and play with you, so you have the right point. What a friend he is, right? He's coming up with an answer right now. I can already see the brain cooking. Yeah, go think faster, my son.
At least say this, like,
listen,
like,
listen, man, listen.
Oh, he mad. Oh, he mad.
I haven't even said anything yet.
Oh, he mad.
Listen, while some of us were like playing games and shit, not setting up the Fourth Reich, okay? So, just calm down.
Whoa, what are you implying? What are you implying
I'm
there?
not implying. No, I better not do that. I'm not implying anything. Right? Oh, shit.
Anyway, my point was I hope that you'll be able to play that version online, otherwise you won't be able to unlock it fully.
Yeah, well, if they don't allow it, they'd have to have some menu that gives you essentially the coin.
Yeah, I was just about to say,
They just use the coins you
were they
need to
going
do
to
it.
do that with the older game to make Melina playable? Because you need like 2 controllers or something.
Which one?
Didn't you say like there was an old game to like that you could like you needed like 2 controllers, separate controllers to unlock, or you had to input a certain code to unlock Melina? But now with the special bundle,
yeah,
you no longer
yeah.
need-
So Ultimate MK3 had an Ultimate Combat code for Sub-Zero, Ermac, and Melina, and Smoke on MK3. So you needed both controllers, player 1 and player 2 side, to put the code in because it was like 1902.22222234 was the Smoke code. Pretty sure I got that right. So you had to half was on player 1 side, half was on player 2 side. You needed the buttons.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that they probably are gonna program it so that you can circumvent that and that you can have your red coin without having to play anyone online.
Yeah, they've already announced that there'll be access to the developer menus, and you'll just be able to turn on the secret characters. I just hope that they'll have something for the red coin thing, because that's not just an unlockable thing.
Imagine you have to buy Dragon Crystals in MK1 to use that code in the other games.
Shut up! Don't give them any ideas. Shut the hell up.
So you put MK Legacy MK Legacy Collection in, right? And it says to start playing.
Buy 500
fire up
crystals.
MK1. It's not a new game. Wait, what?
Oh my god.
You gotta have both games to make it work.
Oh god.
It's like, why?
Why?
Does anyone have contact with the inside leaker of NRS? Because I want to know when the next game is gonna come up.
I'm just like, let's just focus on this collection. Damn, one at a time.
Yeah, what's the fucking wrong with you? Right? No one gives a shit about what they're gonna do now. We got the babies. That's all that matters, man.
Well, let's be honest.
Exactly.
We're gonna have our nostalgic trip. We're gonna have our nostalgic trip for like maybe like a month or 2, and then we're bored again, and then we want something new.
Let's just focus on the now with this collection. So it's like let's just like baby steps, okay?
No, maybe you're bored because you'll be crap at these games and you can't get past the third fight, right? I can understand that.
Coming from a guy that's gonna get his ass kicked by me.
What? Huh? How are you gonna kick my
I'm
ass?
gonna kick your ass. I'm gonna kick your ass.
Really? How are you gonna kick my ass?
Citation needed.
Yeah,
and we'll reach, ladies and gentlemen, we will reach a certain stage. Whenever I challenge him, you will hear this sound because he will be ducking me.
Is that a fact? When's the last time
Yeah,
you
that's
played
a fact.
Fightcade? When's the last time you played Fightcade?
2 weeks ago.
Who'd you fight?
Do I remember the people that I fight?
Yeah, when you two go at it, you're gonna be like this.
One hit, I lose half my HP.
Fate's gonna leave you like that every fucking match.
Yeah, I mean, he will need it. He will need a soundbar because he'll get his ass whooped. So you know.
No, that's you doing it in that soundboard thing. That's
you might be.
Yeah, I know.
Listen. You might be very good at the disabled version of NRS Mortal Kombat games, but when you step into the arena of greatness, right, you'll be the white belt and I'll be the black belt. Right?
Why do you have to mention black and white, dude?
Huh?
What?
He went straight to lefty territory there.
Uh-oh.
Is that what you did to me all the time, huh?
Yeah.
Fourth Reich?
But I'm allowed.
Ah, you're allowed, and I'm not.
My house, my rules, right? There was somebody in the chat actually asking if you had a channel, but he can't afford it, and he can't afford a channel.
I might
and
start
that
my
shit's
own
free.
series. I'll start my own series, you know, The Road to Be Fate, and then there will be like 30-0, 90-0, you know, a whole series of me whooping his ass. And then I'm gonna turn it into a montage, you know. So what will happen is I'll have a picture of Fate before he streamed, so he had like a full head of hair, you know, like he was just a normal person. And with every defeat,
Like you were showing
you'll
her-
see
like
his
you were
hair
showing
getting
her-
thinner, thinner, thinner,
hang
to a
on.
certain point that even his wife advised him, dude, let it go. It's lost. It's beyond saving. So he's going full bolt right now. So
I mean, we saw the pictures
listen,
earlier.
hang on, you just said normal. Are you saying that bald people aren't normal?
define normal.
I'm gonna call the Rock, man.
Defend
That's it,
yourself.
man. I want you to
Define normal. What is normal? Define normal.
Well, hair loss is normal. Because when you have this much brain power, it just melts the hair off your head.
Or your hair is just rejecting your brain. I mean, it's either.
Well, listen, you got to shed a. Listen. If my hair is so weak that it cannot handle my brain, that's not.
No,
that's
no,
not
it's
my
like,
fault.
oh, there's barely any. No, your hair is probably like, oh, there's nothing here to supply us with the necessary DNA, whatever. That like, ugh, we have no choice. Like, our roots are being disintegrated because there's nothing to provide us with. You know, like.
You know why Flaming is so toey right now?
I know a lot of things.
Because I haven't spoken to him a couple of days, and he's feeling all ornery, right? He's feeling a little. He's been, like women do. They get all mad because you don't talk to them for like 3 seconds, right? And now he's mad. He's
Flaming's tapping into his inner Karen.
He is, yeah. Maybe we should start calling her Karen. Would that be? Is
Karen.
Did Total MK
Karen
just die?
strike. What?
No, I don't know.
Did Total MK just?
I
is he
think.
dead? Dude.
Uh-oh.
Are you live? Let me check.
Oh, God.
Is his cam still going?
This is what he does. He live sleeps. This is what he does. He does it all the time. He goes.
What the hell's fiction? What the hell's fiction doing tagging?
You know how the trailer says prepare yourself, and imagine it went from prepare yourself and then his cam gets active again and he's like sleeping.
Oh, like the fiction just tagged. I like the fiction tagged everyone in this call except Flaming. that tells you a lot.
Damn. Damn, that's cold.
I mean, isn't the professor of the X-Men the same guy that just got destroyed by his own student?
Which student was that?
What the
with the Phoenix, whatever. What's she called again?
Oh, Jean Grey.
The Wolverine was
Yeah.
interested in.
Oh, that fucking shitty
Fuck.
movie. We don't talk about that shit.
Oh, wait. You mean Last Stand?
Was that
Yeah,
the
I
one?
think so. But what was her name? Jane?
Yeah, because the other Dark Phoenix movie, Wolverine wasn't in it at all aside from a cameo, so it has to be Last Stand. Either way, we don't talk about either of those movies. They're both dog shit.
Yeah, that's right. I hope he's not dead. Anyway,
check his cam.
So what?
look at him. He's having a big sleep. He's having a big snooze.
Should I just screenshot this and draw a rope around it and then be like next reaction to NRS next new title?
No, don't.
Please
don't.
end it.
No.
End it.
Don't do the no shit. I like my channel. Right?
I mean, they were
Totally
asking for
recruiting
my
himself.
channel. They were asking for my channel. So.
Flaming Karen. That's HC. That's your new name, Flaming Karen. Sharon said, "How would you like in-game achievements that lead to unlockables, like beat MK1 Reptile with every character to get double flawless against Shao Kahn?" I don't know. I mean, like, I think there'll be achievements in it, but I don't think I think they'll more just be a case of just like just finishing a game or maybe playing an online match in each game or something, something like that. I don't think they'll make them too difficult. So,
But I'm just like, they probably won't do this, but an interesting idea, and I actually said it in chat like way earlier. It's like they could do an interactive timeline for these games in the collection right now. It's like anytime there's a fight that's an important fight in the lore, it's like in the interactive timeline, it just puts you into that game and makes you do the fight to keep going.
yeah.
That'd be cool. It's like when he gets to Liu Kang versus Shang Tsung, it just puts you right into the fight with Shang Tsung playing as Liu Kang, and then you got to beat that fight to keep going in the timeline.
How about
That'd be
we
at least
stop
an
with the
interesting idea.
timeline stuff?
Yeah.
No, but I mean, it's just that you guys brought up the interactive timeline from the Atari collection. I'm just like brainstorming something.
I might brainstorm into bed. How's that?
Can I wake Total MK up real quick?
No.
Oh, God.
Don't wake him up, man. Okay. Oh shit, we're gonna hell.
Yeah, look, it worked. I wake in Moloch.
Fucking tired. I told you.
What the fuck was that music? The fuck was that music come from?
That's the German fucking national.
Is it really?
Yeah.
You see,
I gotta go, dude.
I got that magical. I got that magical.
All right, man.
Flute.
All right, I'm gonna be dipping.
I'm dipping. I can't stay awake any longer.
Yeah, I'm gonna be
Okay,
dipping out
man.
in a sec.
Appreciate
All right,
it,
man.
man.
Thanks for being here, bro. That was
No
a lot of
worries.
fun.
No worries, man. We'll do another one soon.
We will, bro. All right, man. All right, Flaming. You're the resident alarm clock. All right.
What the fuck? I know how to awaken him, dude. Like I told you. I have that magical Pokemon flute. He's like a Snorlax. And he awakens.
Fucking Snorlax. Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh man. I think I just peed a little. Alright, I'm going to sleep. Flaming, do you have anything relevant you'd like to say before we go?
Stephanie Bromback doesn't look what she seems to be. That's all I'm gonna say.
Are you saying there's more than meets the eye?
Of course, never judge a book by its cover, you know, that's all I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Ginga Man, what about you?
Right now, it's like I'm a bit inclined to hold off on the collection a little bit until I know for sure that 3D gets the same love. But I'm still like, at the same time, I'm still interested in getting it.
Okay.
Do you have any final lovely words for me?
Huh?
Don't you have any final last lovely words for me?
No.
Damn.
I do
Such
like
a
that.
one-sided relationship. huh?
I do like that German fucking national anthem. I never heard that before. That was fucking. Can we play that again?
I'll play it. Here you go.
Hold on. No. Give me a moment. I got it. Give me a moment.
I can already see Fate marching up to that song.
In my defense, I was going to play something else. It was a misclick. I'm sorry.
Oh shit. Alright, okay. I'm out. Be good, guys. Thanks for joining in. Thanks everyone into the chat. And all the people that sent super chats and whatnot. Thank you so much. That was a lot of fun. After an hour and a half, I think we finally got around to talking about the game. So that was that was alright. Yeah, okay. I think that's it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna dip out of the Discord. Then I'll say bye bye on chat on the thing. So be good, Flaming. Don't hurt yourself with that quick wit of yours.
Always.
You might pull a Brussels.
Well, I would say I will pull your hair, but I can no longer do that. So.
Depends which.
But then again, that's Toby's specialty. So.
Oh god. Oh, he's real cranky today. He's had his caffeine.
I'm cranky. I'm energized. I don't know what it is. Like I'm back in normal routine again. Yeah.
That's all right. You know why? Because Mortal Kombat Legacy's coming out. That's why.
Yep. Yeah, boy.
Yeah, boy. So, all right. Catch the dudes.
Catch you later.
All right, folks. Oh shit! I just closed the fucking. Yeah, hang on, hang on. Let me hang on, I'm gonna fix that. Hang on. That's my fucking wish list on Steam. It's all coming apart. Now, do I have a window open here? Oh, there we go. We'll put Total MK's video there. There we go. Right. There he is. Oh, look, he's asleep again. Right. He's asleep again. There's my camera back. All right, there we go. All right, thanks everyone for joining in. That was a lot of fun tonight. Always great to have Total MK on. And of course, we had the other fellas join in as well. I've got the videos just come out, I think at 12, like about almost 3 hours ago. I was reacting to Tom Brady. I've got this. I've actually reacted to this video. This one's coming out in about 7 hours. Reacting to this one, which is about Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection haters. And then, I'm going to start a series where I'm doing like a preview, per platform. Oh no, so per game, right? So the first one I'm going to do is actually going to be Trilogy. So even though Trilogy hasn't been announced, I actually want to cover that first. And I'm going to showcase all in the same video, all 3 versions of Trilogy, both PlayStation 1, N64, and PC. And then I'll go back and I'll start with MK1. So we'll load up in real time each one. So that way everyone can check them out and see what you think of them. And, you know, do a bit of gameplay of each one. So that way you can see. But thank you so much for tuning in. It was a lot of fun tonight. And I'm going to go get some shut-eye as well. So just like Total MK is. All right. Catch you next time.